fail. You can't always win, but don't be afraid of making decisions.
Are you?
This is why I want you guys like talking and where the fuck are we taking that fucking word?
What? Wait, we need that camera? It seems chill. Unfazed.
Yeah. Chill out, Nathan.
No, you gotta come with it. No, you gotta do it with me.
Hey, that's the camera you guys can talk into. Okay, and then we'll just switch back and forth. You can just switch this if you want. So this is camera 4, 3. This will be the camera you want.
No, it's the same. So what do you want to do?
Eventually, I just want you to control the camera.
Mm-hmm.
So here's all the camera angles.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to go to camera 2 or camera 4 over there, the wide shot, like that. Right now I have it on auto, so it fades. If I put it to cut, it just really quick. Watch. See how it fades?
Oh yeah, I like that.
If you go to cut, it's just like.
Oh, no, fade's good.
Sí, for your feet.
Okay, is what's he doing? I need you guys.
You gotta do the ground entry, they have to do it afterwards.
I know, but
On you?
can you do this then?
Three? Oh, be right
This is
here.
the perfect time to be introducing it.
I'll just do it the camera, right? I'll just go to the angles, the best angles.
The best angle.
So when they start, I'll go to 3.
Do we need one? Go to camera 4 first.
I'm on 3 right now.
Because I want to move this one. Is that a good shot of him?
Yeah, he's centered. A little bit. No.
Down?
That's too high?
Oh, that looks. That looks good, though.
Yeah.
Final call for dignitaries, chiefs, councilors for the grand entry. We'll start in 1 minute.
How's that?
Yeah.
You want to switch to him and see if it overlay's not hitting? Is that overlay on this?
All right, we're going to have Elf's Whistle
Oh, yeah,
from
I'm cutting
Sioux
off his head.
Valley. Start our
Switch back
grand
to another
entry.
camera?
Oh.
Good?
Yeah.
We have the FSIN Eagle staff, carried by Greg McNabb, retired constable, Regina Police Service. The Treaty 4 flag is carried by Terrence Capo, headman Muscogee. The Union Jack is held by Troy Cooper, the Chief of Police in Saskatoon. The Treaty 6 flag is carried by Willow Bearhead and Hall First Nation. The Canadian flag is carried by Jeremy Brass, Standing Buffalo First Nation. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's flag, held by Rusty Dinar and Black Lake First Nation. The FSIN flag is held by Andy McKay, Red Earth First Nation. The Standing Buffalo flag is held by Colbert Goodwill Jr. Joining us from the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, we have the 3rd Vice Chief Ali Bear from the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. From the Standing Buffalo First Nation, we have Roberta Osoyu Washday, Chief. Joining us from FHQ Tribal Council, we have Tribal Chief Jeremy Fourhorns. Councillor representative from the Standing Buffalo First Nation, we have Brendan Wajita. Councillor from the Standing Buffalo First Nation, Rebecca Uzichapi. We have honored elder Judy Kelly from Cody First Nation. Leadership, Sarah McKenzie from Yellowville First Nation. Chistinik, Sarah Chistinik, Yellowville First Nation.
On mine. Switch to this one really quick, and then I'll put this one.
Leadership from Muskowon, Michael Hunter. Counselor from Waterhead, Dustin Fiddler. We will have 2 flag songs and 4 victory songs from Elf's Whistle.
You know what I mean now by on the fly? You know what I mean now by on the fly? Willis?
Go back to
How
Willis.
does Willis look?
It's good.
Get back there.
Don't be shy to dance. Be proud of who you are. Want to acknowledge some more of our representatives in leadership. We have Tim Jardine from the University of Saskatchewan, if you want to wave. Matthew Nookshis from the Star Blanket Cree First Nation. John Larat from Cowses First Nation. Don Pratt from Muscopheeding. Joyce Macbeth from the University of Saskatchewan, if you want to give a wave. Thank you. Maureen Walker, Wapayton, counselor. Thank you very much. We have FSIN, the current youth representative, Roland Baldhead, the male representative, give a wave. We have Darian Lonechild, current female youth representative. We have Lisa Sapp from Little Pine First Nation, counselor. We have Julia Bird from Gordon's First Nation. Deusingbird from Gordon's First Nation. Georgina Valentine, Peter Valentine Cree Nation. Edward Dumont from Okanese. And Tim Sear from Pasqua. Any other leadership or that I didn't recognize? Oh, I want to recognize the people who lifted the pipes this morning. From Okanese, we have Margaret Kiwan, Kiwaitan. Harlan Goodtrack, Wood Mountain First Nation. Alan Adam, Fond du Lac. Peter Bigstone from Ocean Man. Greg Sandy from Standing Buffalo. So usually for grant entries, we call everybody one by one and everyone would walk off. We're extremely pressed for time. Hopefully I acknowledged everybody here. So we will have the grant, everybody at the We have Doug Farnick, University of Regina, and Dean of Science. Emily Eaton, University of Regina. And that's all we have for dignitaries written down. So that concludes our grant entry for today. Nate Bird Bush from FHQ. Okay, thank you very much. That includes our grant entry.
That's a hard one. I'm not sure you can just end that or not?
Yeah, so make sure you also hit this scroll across because you want it to scroll across.
They have to write for your own going and didn't do that.
Just put their name, chief, whatever.
We have Chief Bobby Cameron on standby if you're here. Okay.
I see, now you're learning, right? See, now you're going to hear. You see?
Yeah, we're busy man.
Right? That's why I get fucking stressed with everybody. Okay, we're good, huh? This is where you should be talking.
Gotta help me out here. I'm learning.
So we're going to start in about 30 seconds. If we can have all the youth come back to the room, please.
This needs a second.
That's so. I'm just waiting for the dignitaries to do. Where's Felix?
You need a second.
I've been perfect.
I'm trying to learn off them.
Where's he?
So that's it. Nuagumagan, kita skate na wawak kiyo. Nas mon mamutawi mamsiman to nilawi kiyo bisa gawa kati yukan waki gawa mamuskawagan. Papas tinggal to isigas na sigasun. Oshiniawa Spidu Lake First Nation, that's where I'm registered. My name is Andre Bear, and I'm humbled, I'm honored, I'm very proud to be your Master of Ceremonies for the Rezilient 8th Generation Conference with FSIN. We're going to have a very exciting week here. And the first thing that we're going to do this morning, before we have opening remarks from our esteemed Vice Chief Ali Bear, I want every youth, young person, all of the attendants, please stand. And we're going to have an honor song by Alps Whistle. Try to open your hearts up. Think about the next 3 days, what you want to learn, what you want to achieve. Try to feel proud of who you are, where you come from. Be proud of your family. We want to honor each and every one of you young people that joined us here today with this song. To get started on our agenda, I just want to say that we have emergency exits on all the doors of the room, I believe. Right there, right there. I think that goes into the casino, so we'll keep those locked. And I just want to invite our representative of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. Please give a round of applause to our third Vice Chief, Ali Bear.
Okay, now you want to go to banner? Put third Vice Chief Ali Bear. Go back to comments. No comments. Yep.
Thank you, Andre.
You good?
I want to give thanks first and foremost to those who lifted the pipe this morning, and to our
This is
Creator for
like,
bringing us all
you
here
guys ever
today.
get to an event?
Also, I want to give thanks to the drummers for singing those beautiful songs that, are very, very empowering and feel great. It makes you feel very grateful to be here today. I want to give thanks to all of our elders and my Kuku Judy Kelly, for the prayer for our breakfast this morning, and all of our leadership that's traveled here today with our youth. We're here today to honor our youth, and that's the purpose of this assembly and conference. I want to welcome you here to my home territory. I'm from Wapahasta, Oyate, Whitecap, Dakota First Nation. I'll introduce myself first. So, Hanawashte, good morning. Tue Yohana, Chiapi, Tevankas Kawi, Makia Peye, Wapahasta, Oyate, Tahawahi. My spirit name is Tevankas Kawi. My English name is Ali Bear. And I am very honored to be able to host you here on my traditional territory. And this event is really important. Today we're going to be highlighting the issues that we're going through with climate change and water. And you are our future. You guys are the warriors that are going to be stepping up and making sure to protect the future generations. And so these issues that we're going to be discussing for this conference are really important. And we need to make sure that we are able to come together. We have representatives from the 74 nations in the room. Our young youth are here together gathering again. We haven't been able to gather for a long time because of the pandemic and because of COVID, but now we're finally able to, be face to face. And of course, we got to remember to be, take our precautions as well, because COVID is still around, and we need to make sure to continue to be safe. And there will be rapid testing and out there if you want to, get those rapid tests to make sure that we're not going to be bringing home any sicknesses to our people and our elders. And I really want to give thanks to our youth reps that have been youth reps for many years, Darian Lonechild and Roland Baldhead. And I know Roland has traveled here today, and I want to thank all those who have traveled here today to be here with us. Also, a lot of our speakers have traveled many miles to be here today to come and share their knowledge and their wealth of their experiences, their lived experiences with you. The next 3 days, have been planned, and tonight we're going to have a round dance. I look forward to dancing and together. And tomorrow we're going to have a comedy and a hip hop show, and I look forward to laughing and being able to be together in person rather than on Zoom. So I'm happy for that. I want to give thanks, of course, to FHQ, Standing Buffalo, Muscopeding. We've been partners in this. We've been working together. All of those that put this together and their hard work that they've done to put this together, that your hard work doesn't go unnoticed. I'm very, very grateful for every single one of you. So on the third day, that's where we're going to be electing our 2 new representatives. And I look forward to that day. Now we're going to have an honoring ceremony for those 2 new youth that are going to come into this role as young leaders, and they're going to be, moving forward into this new year in a good way. With that, I just want to continue to share how grateful I am just for each and every single one of you for being here. It means a lot because you guys have gone through a lot during this pandemic. We've also had to, the discovery of these unmarked graves, the intergenerational trauma, all these things that our people are going through. And, we're still here. And we're here to continue to uplift Indigenous voices, Indigenous success stories, and how we're pushing through all of this. And we're resilient. And that's exactly why we call this the Rezilient 8th Conference. And that's why we're here. We're here for you. So if you guys have any questions, over the next few days, feel free to ask me or any of our staff or Andre. And, even whatever it is you guys are doing and pursuing in your lives, your career choices. If you guys have questions for some of our speakers, reach out to them. A lot of them are here and they're here. They're open to speaking to you guys and helping you out with whatever questions that you have, because that's the purpose of this. It's to help guide you, help mentor you, and to live life in a good way as we once had traditionally prior to European contact. We got to bring those values back and we continue to push forward. So I want to give thanks, and I'm going to pass the mic over to Chief Roberta Osoyu Washte. Give thanks for her and all her leadership and her mentorship since I've been elected. I'm very grateful to have this Dakota Winyan, guide me along my path as well as a young woman, as a young leader, and stepping into this really big role and these really big shoes. And just know that any of you can do this, and don't let those barriers keep you down, because we're here and we're fighting, and we're gonna keep coming forward for everything that they said that we couldn't have. We're here to take that all back, and that's what this conference is for. And I hope that you guys are grateful and feel good inside in your hearts. Hi padamaye masicho magoich.
Next, we'll have our beautiful and esteemed chief from the Standing Buffalo First Nation, Roberta Osoyu Washte.
Hamitakiapi, Hapeti Washte, Yamini Wamni Wea, Imachapi, Tatanka Naji Oyate, now Wood Mountain Oyate as well. Hello, my name is Roberta Sue Washte. I'm the Tacha for Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, Tatanka Naji. My lineage is with Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation as well as Wood Mountain Lakota Nation. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you today, and thank you, Vice Chief Ali, for the introduction, and thank you, Andre, as well. I want to acknowledge and say pidamia to the elders who lifted the chinupas this morning, and to all the elders who attended and they prayed along as well. I want to acknowledge and say pidamia to the Creator for another day of life and for this beautiful day, and for bringing all of you here safely. And prayers for your safe travels home as well. I want to also acknowledge our Phi Hills Capel Tribal Council, lifetime speakers and elders who have supported and guided me through all of this and coming up to this day. They're always there. Also want to say pidamia to Whitecap Dakota Nation for their leadership, for allowing us to host this conference here at the Dakota Dunes Resort and on their traditional territory. Pidamia for that. I am humbled and privileged to be the leader of the host nation, along with the co-host nation, Muscopheating First Nation, with Chief Melissa Tavira Anaquad, for the Youth Empowerment Water Symposium, the Rezilient 8th generation. This ihambble, this dream, I put forth in the early fall to then Vice Chief Heather Bear. And many of you may know or may not know, but there's many challenges that we as leaders are facing in terms of the water and the protection of our water. And I said, we need to educate and we need to bring that awareness to our youth and tell them what's going on. Let them know about the past, the present, and the future consequences of all these ongoing projects. I then went to ceremony to begin this because I really wanted this in my heart to happen for youth. And we wanted this, and when after Vice Chief Ali took over this portfolio and we started meeting, I said, we're like, well, how can we do this? Because we're going through so many outbreaks, the global pandemic, and then we decided it was going to be hybrid. So those who couldn't make it, because we had to put a limitation on how much could attend, could also access it virtually. So to create and make awareness and empower you, the youth, on the mini, we call it the mini in Dakota. I know there's other words, not sure how you say it in Cree, nipi in Cree as well. The water, the protectors, the next water protectors. So it took many months, many postponed. I think we postponed it twice. And then we decided we'll make a 3-day event. It's been a long time since we gathered the youth, and let's do it properly. So here it is today. And it feels so good to see all of you as a room filled of youth, our upcoming and future leaders. I want to give thanks to our supporting sponsors and partners, the Five Hills Capel Tribal Council, the tribal council that we belong to, the FSIN, Chief Bobby, Vice Chief David Pratt, Vice Chief Heather Bear, and Vice Chief Just Laurent, of course, Vice Chief Ali Bear. The University of Regina, the University of Saskatchewan, First Nations University, Sask Tourism, and many others. I want to give thanks to our committee who dedicated time and effort to ensure this all happened properly. And I'm hoping I'm not going to forget anyone. Vice Chief Ali Bear and her staff, Deely, Claudette, and Cheryl. Tribal Chief Jeremy Fourhorns and his EA, Charmaine Fourhorns. Five Hills Capel Tribal Staff, Brad Johnson, Gayleen Anaquad, Shannon Thompson, Greg McNabb, Krista Belgard, Dean Big Knife, the Five Hills Capel Tribal Council / White Raven Youth Action Plan Team, Mitchell Sue Washday, and Jolene Creeley. My own counselors, Becky Uzichipi, Kim Goodfeather, Jean Redmond, Brendan Wajonta, Minnie Ryder, and Dwayne Redmond Jr. Our executive assistant, Christine Joseph, and her daughter, Brooke. Our nurse, Gina, who's on site to do rapid testing at any point in time. Our CHR, Alicia Kiwaten. Our administrative assistant, Jeremy Brass, and of course, Dr. Peter Levitt for putting all of day one together. I would like to acknowledge and thank the youth workers as well, who brought the youth to attend this event today. Pidamia to all the presenters, the panelists, the Indigenous role models, the professional athletes that'll be here tomorrow or in around here today as well. One of my passions is the protection and preservation of water. I started this journey quite few years back, along with Shannon Thompson. We sat on a national committee. It was then called the Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee, and ensuring that projects adhered to different regulations. It was through that work that I decided that I needed to step up and start speaking up more and using my voice to ensure that people knew, to ensure our leaders knew, our youth knew exactly how the impacts of some big projects are going to affect them. That's why Day One was put together with First Nation lawyers, First Nation leaders, the advocates of water, the elders, the professionals, the professors, the First Nation scientists. We have Dawn Pratt in the room as well. She's a First Nation scientist, which she was introduced. So we're so proud to have all of these people here for you today. You know, ask those questions. They're going to be up here. They're going to be presenting anything on your mind, right? This is the time. Why water? Because these major projects are going to be taking water from our aquifers. Our aquifers is our drinking water. And that is vital. That's important for not only you, I, but our future generations to come. We have to ensure there's water sustainability. For you, our future leaders and voices, to understand the current and future issues that all nations face in regards to Unshimaka, Mother Earth, and the spirit of the water, and how we are the stewards and the protectors of the land. As the current caretakers of the nations today, it is vital for us to prepare the leaders of tomorrow as it was in the old ways. We sought wisdom and guidance from the elders through ceremony. We then brought together First Nation leaders who are now our advocates for water. Chief Pegan will be presenting. He is one of them from Pasco First Nation. Elder AJ Felix will be one of them as well. We're so proud to be able to say that Day 2 will consist of Dr. David Suzuki. He is like the grandfather of the environment, right? We're honored and blessed to be able to have him virtually. He doesn't travel much, so we're able to present to you him virtually, I should say. And for him to share that knowledge and experience, because he's been around the world and has that experience, he sees what's happening. And that information needs to be relied on to use. So you understand why we keep fighting and why you need to continue the fight long after we're gone. It is a full 3-day event for yous. Participants to gather, take home the information, absorb it, and share it with your peers. Youth, this is for you. You're our future leaders and our future voice. Once again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for making this journey to attend and congratulate your generation in being resilient, as Vice Chief Ali said, surviving 2 years of a global pandemic, as well as residential school eras. But today you are stronger, and you will be stronger than what we are today. You handled the global pandemic miraculously, and we're proud of you. With sports, traditional schooling, and being unable to socialize, you're now together today, and we're so proud of you. You put your lives on hold to be safe, to keep your parents, your grandparents, your siblings safe. And with a quick recovery, you're here today. So we're so happy for you. And like our ancestors, they sacrificed and they prayed for each and every one of you, for one of us to be here today. It is now your responsibility and ours to continue that prayer and that advocacy for our future generations. I send blessings to each and every one of you. Mitaki wasen. Pidamia. Hi, hi. Thank you so much.
Can you grab a raffle ticket for me?
A raffle ticket?
Yeah. Just want to keep them engaged.
All right.
Oh, just read whoever's on there.
Isabella Wolf.
Are you here? Isabella Wolf? You just won some AirPods. Come up. If you haven't registered, you must register at the front, youth, young people. And when you do, make sure I have your name in this bag. If I don't have your name in here, go register and come get it in here. We have tons of prizes, all of these hats. We have tons of beadwork, AirPods, Apple Watches, all that stuff. And I'm gonna do them randomly, so you have to be in the room. Next, I would like to call up, is Chief Melissa here? Okay. Anyways, I want to recognize Chief Melissa Tavita. Love her. She's an amazing leader. Hello. Okay. I'd like to call up Terrence Capo to represent Muscopheating First Nation. Thank you.
Good morning. First off, I'd like to thank our elders that lifted the pipe for us today. And I'd like to thank all the wonderful people that were involved putting this youth assembly together. My name is Terrence Capo. I am from the Muscopheating First Nation located in Treaty 4 territory. I'd like to welcome our elders, our youth, our chief, and our leaders. Thank you, Whitecap First Nation, for allowing us to have this event on your nation here in Treaty 6 territory. Thank you to all the youth that are here participating in this youth assembly. I hope everyone enjoys taking in the knowledge from our guest speakers in the next 3 days. Thank you. Mike, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Terrence. Next, we will have Tribal Chief Jeremy Fourhorns. Hola. Right on. Oh, he outran the elder. It's from File Hills Tribal Council.
Thank you, Andre. Danse aqui o megwats. Mio que se paiao. Anoch. I want to start by acknowledging the pipes this morning for the lady and the men who lifted those pipes for all of us for what we are going to do over the next few days. I want to especially welcome the youth on behalf of our File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council and the 11 nations which we work for and represent. We want to welcome you here today. We're very proud to be a supporting partner of this very magnificent event. When I look at that list of speakers that they have lined up for the youth over the next few days, it's actually a really amazing list of speakers. I want to acknowledge Chief Roberta Sue Oyewashte for all the time, the commitment that she put into organizing this, to pulling this event together, working with Vice Chief Ali Bear from our FSIN. The amount of effort that they put into this was really an undertaking to do it for this many youth. Right up until late last night, there were still little things that they were still working on and ironing out. So they deserve a round of applause for putting the time and effort into this. And I also want to acknowledge their staff. They have offices, they have counsel, they have people that work with them that also volunteer their time to put in a lot of man hours to bring this together. So I want to acknowledge all of those people as well. I want to welcome our elders that also came here to support the youth and be here for the youth and continue to act as that guidance. I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge our chief of the FSIN, Chief Bobby Cameron, as well as the other vice chiefs who also have been supportive through this period that this event has been coming together, starting with Vice Chief David Pratt, Vice Chief Dutch Leroy, and Vice Chief Heather Bear. They're also been supportive leaders in bringing this together. I want to acknowledge and thank all the speakers over the next 3 days for providing their time for the youth. It's true what Chief Sue Oyewashte had said earlier. As our youth, you guys are going to be standing up here in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And it's important for us to try and convey the messages and concerns that are going on right now, because it takes a long time. Things don't happen quickly overnight, especially in these leadership roles. And it's good for the youth, for the ones that pay attention, that listen. It's important for you guys to try and understand and absorb as much as you can, because we can all think back to our young days. And sometimes the things that you will hear, even today, tomorrow, the next few days, it won't make much sense now. But I can guarantee in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, it will very much make sense. The issues that we're going to discuss, the challenges that we're going to discuss are very important to our communities. They're important to our communities because they're going to impact our lives. Whether you live in your community on your reserve or whether you live in a city somewhere, it's going to impact your life. It's going to impact your life directly, and it's also going to impact your life indirectly through your family members. So it's important to try and pay attention, to try and learn as much as you can. And it's one of those things, as the chief said, there are fun things that we have planned for you guys. There are entertainment that we have planned for you guys. So we don't necessarily require you to pay attention all of the time. But when we're discussing something important, you have to try and pay attention, because the time to play and the time to visit with your friends, you'll have time for that later. But when we have the speakers there, I encourage you and urge you to try and be on the ball. Try and listen to what they're saying and absorb what they're saying. That's my advice to the youth here today. Again, I acknowledge all of you for coming here, because it was important for us after 2 years of pretty much staying home and everything that we've been through, to get our youth together, to share ideas, to share their dreams, aspirations, to share their vision for your own world that you're going to grow up in, that you have the power to shape and change step by step. So again, for everybody that came here to pull it together, I appreciate you. I acknowledge Andre Bear for being the MC of this event. I acknowledge Wendell Starr for always being there to help out with whatever we need. You know, your time will come to fulfill these roles. We're not going to be in these roles forever. So we definitely look forward to you leading us in the future. Thank you.
He's not kidding. It was 7 years ago that I was in your position as a youth attending the FSA and Youth Conference. And now I have 2 degrees. I'm nearly a lawyer. And now I'm the MC of the conference. So I definitely, I mean it when I say anything is possible in your lives. Dreams do come true. And I just hope you guys make the most of these next 3 days. So next I want to, is Tasha Beads here?
I'm over here.
Oh,
I'm on Zoom.
She's on Zoom. Okay. I thought you were here. I was going to come give you a hug. So we will have you speak now. So Tasha Beads is Plains Cree, and I believe she's from the University of Saskatchewan. Okay. We'll let you introduce yourself. Thank you very much for your patience, Tasha.
Thank you, Kananaskumtan, to everyone. I just want to take this time to acknowledge first the lands and waters of our collective ancestors, and the Ateoganak, those ones that still are here with us today, the elders, the pipe carriers, of course, the FSIN, all of the chiefs and the leaders, and the drummers and veterans and the organizing committee. It's an incredible 3 days that they have lined up for you, as well as Dakota Dunes, our host nation, the sponsors, and all the people who have journeyed to acknowledge and honor you as young people. I'd also like to acknowledge all the ones who came before us. I wasn't able to come in person today because unfortunately I'm symptomatic. So I thought to be on the safe side, I would just zoom in, thinking about you as young people and of course our elders. And so I'm sad to not be there, but also honored and really appreciative to be able to share a little bit about the water, Nipi, and my journey as a water walker. So I'm going to share, I hope this works. I'm going to share some images because I found that in my time as a speaker, it's always good for people to see. Can everyone see that okay?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to talk a little bit about living water and from my perspective as a water walker. And some of you may have never heard of water walking and might be wondering what that is. But I'm going to let you know as we go along. First and foremost, though, I want to introduce myself in the way that I've been taught by my grandmothers, Mushums and Cookums. And so I say, Tanse, gapemote askiaskro nitsugation, Pasqua inu, neonako and otsinia, Masqua nitotem, nehia esquel, ni someteuin, nipi bimote esquel. So I grew up within the territories of my single mother's Nehiao and Nehiao Métis family and community. Beads, Andrews, Bears, Goldhawks, Icebisters, Harpers, Camerons, Ledus, Cooks, and others, between Mistawasis, Atakakup, and Neonakoan, stretching east into Muscateo and north of Mistahi Sipik, stories and more enveloped me on a day-to-day basis. These are the territories of my people, of my aunties and my uncles, my mushums and my cookums. I grew up in the Treaty 6 territory in Montnebo, and that's between Mistawasis and Atakakup. I think there's hardly anything left of Montnebo now, but it's still there. The store is still there. But this is where I grew up as a young mixed race woman. My father is from Barbados, and so, but culturally I was raised with my mother's Cree and Cree Métis people. And so these are the territories of my kukum and my mushum. These are the territories of my grandmothers and grandfathers. And when I entered the world, they entered it again through me. They are the ancestors who flow through my consciousness and who are beside me always, and whose spirit animate the territories that I call home and that some of you as well call home. And I'm a kukum now. I have 2 grandchildren, and they're part of the reason why I became a water walker and why I move in ceremony for Nipi. My grandmothers and my grandfathers were people of the land. My grandmothers were midwives and medicine people. My grandfathers were trappers and guides. They knew the land because they walked it. They drew sustenance from our lands, and their bones rest under the prairie grass, and their voices whisper with the wind through the poplars, jack pines, and maples. When I picked blueberries with my aunties and my uncle, I spent a lot of time on Mistawasis with the Ledoux family. My late uncle was Philip Ledoux, and he was like a dad to me growing up. And I was fortunate that they took me in, and we traveled. We went blueberry picking, and I followed my uncle and cousins to the bush hunting, and we gathered at the lakes to fish. I heard my ancestors when my grandfather and I sat back to back under the trees, and he told me stories of Kistesinau and of the Memekwesasak. I didn't know what gifts he was giving me until much later in life. And I can feel my ancestors when our babies enter the world and when our people leave it. I call upon them when I struggle, and I thank them when I succeed. And I encourage each of you, all of you as young people, to remember that your ancestors are with you always. You are never alone. Yeah. Our ancestors ground us. Our very, very being is tied to them through the threads of Wagotuan. As a young Cree Black woman growing up in small town Saskatchewan, it was very difficult. I experienced a lot of bullying, and I experienced a lot of racism, as many of you may have too. And it can be really hard to be Indigenous in Saskatchewan. But it's that time when we need to draw upon the strength of our ancestors. The amount of racism that's directed towards us is linked to the lands and the waters. Racism and the accompanying oppression and the inequity is built into the medical systems, the justice systems, the educational systems, and the political systems in overt and insidious ways. And so sometimes it can be really, really hard to be young and to be inside these spaces, these what we call colonial spaces, settler spaces. And for me, it was very much the water. It was Nipi. I went to as a child. It was Nipi who caught my tears when I was at the water's edge. And part of what the lands and the waters have is that ancestral power. Our ancestors are embedded inside the water and inside the lands. And as young people, that power is there for you to tap into. Never, ever forget that. For us as Indigenous people, you know, when we enter into relationship, that's what our ancestors have done for thousands and thousands of generations. They have utilized the doorways that the land and the waters have for us. They hid bundles inside the landscape and inside the waterscapes. And when I began to understand part of that legacy when I became something called a water walker. As a water walker, we move across the land in ceremony. We walk alongside the water's edge. And it was brought to our consciousness by a grandmother, a Nokomis, Kokum, by the name of Josephine Ba or Pan Mandaman, Bidasage Ba, as they call her. She's passed away now. But Josephine Ba Mandaman was one of my teachers. And the water walk is a ceremony. It has roots in the Medewin Lodge. It's a spiritual society that has roots in the Anishinaabeg Nation. But as water walkers, what we do is we take part of that water from the headwaters in a copper pail, and we walk along the perimeter of the body of water that we're walking for in ceremony. Josephine Ba Mandaman was one of the first ones to initiate this ceremony, and it emerges from the Medewin Lodge. And so she wanted to bring awareness and consciousness about the need to protect the water. And she wanted to do so by becoming essentially a walking prayer. And so I began walking in 2011, and I joined Josephine Ba Mandaman in relation to the Medewin Lodge as well. She taught us some of those teachings about the water. And so we began to walk in recognition that the water is living. The water is not just a resource. As water walkers, we were coming to consciousness about the need to protect the water for the future. There was a prophecy told in 2003. There were elders gathering, much like you are gathering today. But in 2003, they gathered and they were sharing their concerns even then, 2003, about the state of the water. And there was a late chief by the name of Eddie Ba Benton Benai, and he spoke of a prophecy wherein the water would be at some point worth more than her weight in gold. So it'd become much more valuable than gold. And he proposed the question, what are you going to do about it? And it was then that this late grandmother, Josephine Ba Mandaman, she was already in her 60s. She took to the land. And she says, when you see someone walking with a pail of water, you wonder, where is she going with that water? So the message that she wanted to carry, and that we as water walkers carry, is that water is very precious. And for her, she always said she would go to any lengths to and direction to carry the water to the people and for the people. And our connection, particularly as Esquayawak, as women, we are carriers of the water. We carry life for the people. We are the only doorways through which life can enter. And that, of course, is pregnancy. And Josephine Baumann-Dahlmann always said, you know, at some point we may have to die for the water, and we don't want that. And so she took to the land, and I joined her in 2015. We walked literally all the way from Matane, Quebec, all the way to Matane, Quebec to Duluth. And so we followed, it was 3,600 kilometers. And as we walked, we carried, the women traditionally carry the water in a copper pail. And part of the reason that they carry that, you know, we carry this water in this pail, it's in recognition of our grandmothers and our aunties from long ago who didn't have running water. And you know, they had to carry that water. And still today, many of our people, of course, in our nations across Turtle Island, we still have to carry that water, in part because of all of the impact of colonialism and of the state and of resource extraction. And so we're carrying that water, we're remembering all of the people who still and have historically had to carry the water in order to wash and bathe and drink. And we walk along the side of the roads. In 2017, we walked backwards. We started in Minnesota and we walked back to Quebec, another 3,600 kilometers. And as water walkers, you know, when you're walking across the land, it's very, very different than when you're driving. You notice things, you see things. And as water walkers, we have literally walked pretty much across Turtle Island, all the way through for all the Great Lakes. I've walked around all the Great Lakes, and we walked in a place called the Kawartha Lakes, and we did it for 7 years. And as water walkers, as we move, again, most First Nations invited us into their territories because we were moving in this way to help raise consciousness about the water. And so as we're walking, we're meeting people. And so literally, if you think about it, all the way from Matane, all the way down to the States and up again, we heard stories from the old people. And we heard them. They cautioned us not to take the water for granted because she's a living, breathing entity. We heard about the prophecies from many different nations across Turtle Island about the water and how she might leave us because of human greed and apathy. We heard of a time when the water will be one of the most precious commodities, so precious that people will go to war over her. And those times are here. And as we walk, we also enact that sovereign right that we have as Indigenous peoples to enter into ceremony in our respective ancestral territories. And so we're a physical reminder that our ancestors have never left us. And anybody can walk for the water. Usually the men carry the eagle water staff. We have a water staff in each of the water walks. And the women carry the pail. The two-spirit and gender fluid people are also invited in to carry the water staff. And non-Indigenous people as well walk with us. And when you're walking, it's unlike anything I can explain. It's one of the most powerful movements I've ever been honored and humbled to be a part of, because you enter into relationship with the water. Last year we started the Saskatchewan River Water Walk, and there was a group of about 9-10 of us. We started at the glaciers in the BC-Alberta border. The Saskatchewan River comes from a huge glacier. And we wanted to raise consciousness about the need to think about the river in specifically. The river is part of a huge aquifer that stretches across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and into Manitoba. And so we wanted to, enter into ceremony to tell the river herself that we still remember who we are as Nahiwak, as Dene people, as Dakota, Lakota people, as Indigenous people. And so it took us we walked 1,100 kilometers in 36 days. We averaged about 30 to 50 kilometers per day. And as we walked, this was the first time I walked in my own territory in the steps, following the footsteps of my ancestors. And it was one of the most heart-wrenching movements. The water, the glacier, is slowing down. Some of the elders that we got to talk to along this route were Jim O'Cheese was one of them, Peter O'Cheese's grandson, and he shared with us how there was at one point the water used to flow so beautifully. But now when you're there, and if you ever get the chance to really look, I encourage you. But if you stop and take a look around you, what we noticed as we walked was the heat. We started walking in June, and there was no water. There was no water. The streams, the glacier streams that should have been flowing were completely dried up. And there was the river was still flowing, but all of those fresh glacier water streams that the animals relied upon were gone. And it was as if the river was trying to get us to sound the alarm. And the animals, it was so hot and so dry, there was nothing growing. And so we were visited by at least 7 to 9 bears. And those bears, their skin was hanging, because of course, without water, there's no berries and there's no sustenance. And all of the animals leave the areas looking for that food. And so the bears that visited us, they were starving. And again, it was as if they wanted us to share that message, right? That we have to become more conscious of the way that we're thinking about the water and thinking about our relatives. Those animals, those insects, all of them are our relatives as Indigenous people. That's what our ancestors and our elders who share those stories tell us. Because of the heat and the sheer difficulty of walking in this extreme hot weather, the fires were behind us. We walked through thick smoke. We made it to the Forks, which is just east of Prince Albert. That's where we touched down. And we'll pick up the water again next year, and we'll continue from the Forks to the Paw and then back again, coming down through the South Saskatchewan. We walked for the North Saskatchewan up through Edmonton and so on. So in the next 3 years, we'll continue this journey for the water, and we'll come all the way back down. And so part of what we try to raise awareness is, of course, the impact of resource extraction and this insatiable desire to destroy our natural world. It's something that you as the next generation of leaders are going to face. One of the things that we noted as we walked, and this again, I've been walking for 10 years now, 11 years. And one of the things that I noticed is the amount of garbage. The amount of garbage that's inside of the earth as you walk. You don't see it when you're in a car, but the amount of garbage left by us as humans is incredible. At one point, one of the things that the late grandmother taught us was, try to pick up, try to clean up after yourself. When we think back to You know, even as a child in the 70s, going with my auntie and uncle, my late auntie and uncle from Mistawasis, going to different feasts and ceremonies, you know, those old people never produced garbage. You know, we never had styrofoam. Everybody brought their own feast bundles. You could come into a powwow or a feast and there would be nothing left behind. And that's something that the water walks have taught us too. We have to start picking up for ourselves on just our local level. And once we enter into a relationship with the water and you begin to see her as a living entity, you would never, ever, ever dump anything in her again, right? Because it's as if she were, if you think about the water as if she were your auntie or your kokum or your tsapan, right? If you think of her as that relative, you know, would you go and dump garbage on your kokum? No, you wouldn't, right? And so one of the things that we do as part of the water walks is we do cleanups. We walk beforehand, before we enter into the ceremony. We try to encourage the local communities that we're walking through to have these cleanups so that we can start eliminating part of that problem. The other problem when it comes to the water is something called microplastics. So our reliance upon plastic as humans, and all of us are culpable. We all utilize plastic. And it's something that the late Josephine Baumann-Dahman tried to get us to think about, really think about. What are you purchasing? Where is it going to end up? Most of the garbage and most of the plastic ends up inside of the water, and it breaks down. When you leave that plastic water bottle by the shoreline or floating in the water, it literally will take 100 years, if not more, to break down. Those single-use plastic bags that you get in the grocery store, those will take 200, 300, 400 years to break down. But when they do break down, they create something called microplastics, and you can't see them. They're so tiny, but they're the residual elements of plastic. And so recently they found out that as humans, we now have these microplastics inside our blood because we're connected to the earth, the water, and all of creation. And so anything we put into the earth, anything we put into the waters, it's going to come back to us. It's a cycle. And so one of the things that you can concretely do is to think about, what are you buying? How are you getting rid of it? What are we consuming? There's a larger issue at hand. And part of our understanding of who we are as Indigenous nations goes back to our laws. We have something called Indigenous legal orders. And those laws about the water and about the earth and about creation, they go back to our respective creation stories from our nations. And as Indigenous people, you'll hear this, we have this sacred duty and obligation to protect the water availability and the purity. Our ancestors always thought ahead. You know, 7 generations ago, someone was thinking about you. They were thinking about you and holding you with so much love. Right now, it doesn't even matter. You might not know necessarily who those ancestors were or are, or maybe you're privileged enough to know who you are. But either way, those ancestors were thinking about you, and they were following these laws, right? There's a law called Otsinewin, where it means that it's essentially you step over or you break Creator's law against anything other than humans. And so part of what the water walks have taught us is that as humans, you know, we're continually breaking these laws, and we have to really start thinking about how we can shift our movement in the world, how we can re-enter those relationships with the animals, with the water, with all of creation, because everything that we do as humans have an effect on all of life. You know, it's not the bears or the beavers or the ducks or the turtles or any of the animals that are impacting the world. It's us as humans. And so, you know, there was anything we put in the water comes back to us. And some of those old people, as we moved across the land, they taught us, they said, you know, we have to do something about the water and the pollution in the water. And it can start with you, you know, it can start with just simple activation. Because if we don't, right, all of us are going to be sick at some point. And we see that already in our communities, that the water is full of sickness. And what happens to the water happens to us. And so, you know, even with COVID, we noticed all of these masks. I don't know if you ever take a look outside, you know, next time you're walking, going for a walk somewhere, take a look around you. We still haven't learned. We're still like not thinking about the earth and the water as living beings. And that's one of the message of the water walkers. You know, the water is alive. Every single part of her, she is a living entity. And so with that, what that means is we can re-enter a relationship with her. She's waiting for us. She's waiting for you as Indigenous youth to remember who you are. And so how do we remember the water? How do we remember who we are as Indigenous people? It's going back to our ways of knowing and being in the world. You know, there is a system in place and it isn't ours. Right? That system is colonialism, doesn't belong to us. It's not up to us to look that way. Some of us have walked both ways, and we need that too, don't get me wrong. But what we need youth to do is to go back to our respective nations' ways of knowing. Remember your ancestors. They have left you some incredible, powerful gifts. And the only way that you can access them is to enter the doorways through our respective knowledge holders, the elders in your respective communities, the knowledge holders, the language speakers. They are the ones that can open those doorways for you. And the ceremonies, the spiritual ceremonies from our respective nations, seek those people out. One of the people that I've been fortunate to learn from is a person by the name of Harvey Knight. And he was taught by the late Soto elder Alexander Wolf. And Alexander Wolf always said, as Indigenous nations, our ancestral lands and waters are our libraries, right? And so as young people, you can learn to read and you can pick up knowledge from the land and the water themselves. You know, the colonial attempt to eradicate us, you heard some of your leaders, the chiefs that spoke earlier, Vice Chief Ali and the other chief, you know, they talked about the residential school system and that intergenerational trauma. That wasn't a colonial attempt to eradicate us, but it didn't work because as Indigenous people, we know how to activate that generational power intrinsic inside the lands and waters. You know, they are entry points. You can enter into the land and you can enter into a relationship with the lands and waters, and in turn, you can find that power that the ancestors left for you. It's yours, it's there, it's a legacy that the ancestors wanted you to have. And it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you're if you're urban or small town, res or bush, round dance or kitchen table, every single time you pray, you activate. Every time you sing those traditional songs, you activate. Every time you give offerings of tobacco, you lift up that pipe, you help your old people, you activate. Every time you write and paint and dance, and every time you sweat and fast, you activate. And when you activate, that power is going to help you and it will protect you. Because you, as young people, are sacred bundles and you are a part of this land. And so part of the key for us as Indigenous nations, as Indigenous youth, we're encouraging you to think ahead. You know, one of the things that Bidasageba always said is 7 times 7 generations. Every single movement you do right now will impact our grandchildren for 7 generations. And if we discontinue our negligence, we can change things around. We have to focus on ourselves as Indigenous nations. We have to ensure as youth that you have access to the gifts and the powers left by our ancestors. They have left us so many keys to an incredibly powerful knowledge base, but you have to take the step. You have to take the step through those doorways. You know, as water walkers, that's something that we learned. We learned how to take that step into the realm of our ancestors. And we really are in sacred times. And so I'm going to stop that there. We really are in sacred times. You, as young people, can pick up this knowledge. The old ones, the elders, the knowledge holders, the lands and waters themselves are waiting for you. It's an incredible, powerful time to be Indigenous, to be Nahiawak, to be who you are. You know, ask people. Go and visit your aunties and your uncles. Reach out to people. There's always going to be distractions. There's always going to be things pulling at you. Peer pressure. There's going to be pressure for you to pick up the alcohol and the drugs. But what we're telling you is we don't have time. You don't have time. You need to go and spend that time with your elders and with your old people. Enter into those ceremonies. Learn with them. You know, find someone who's healthy. Maybe in your own family. Sometimes our families are not the healthiest people, and so then you can look outside. Find those aunties and uncles. So many people care about you. You know, go and sit by the water's edge. Start learning. Learn your language. Learn the ways of our people, because that is going to be your key. Things are changing at such a rapid pace, but you don't have to be afraid, because you still have that ability to tap into that power. You know, every single Indigenous person, if you are Indigenous, you have access to these gifts. And I want you to never forget that no matter what, there's always someone who is going to be willing to teach you, to help you. We will need to continue to activate for the lands and waters more than ever. There's still pressure on them. There's still resource extraction. We need you inside the legal system, right? Our host. I'm so happy to hear that he's stepping into that role, because those of us, you have to be trained. Right? You can be trained in both systems, but you need to continue to train and hone your mind within your own respective nation. Our survival as Indigenous nations is because of our own actions. It's our own people. It does not rest within any non-Indigenous hands or institution. It rests with us. So activate Activate your languages, your governance systems, your matriarchies, your spiritual teachings, your educational systems, cultural systems. As Indigenous nations, we have everything still. You know, the colonizers attempt to destroy us through processes like the residential school. It didn't work. They will never work. As Indigenous people, we are going to be here. We are going to be here for a very, very long time. And you are part of that key. And so I'm really, again, honored and excited to share that you are part of that bundle that our future generations are relying upon. And as an Indigenous auntie and as a Cookum, you know, I will do the work for you. I will keep walking. I will keep raising consciousness about the need to protect the water. And we can put, as we grow stronger as Indigenous nations, that's part of the colonial fear, that as Indigenous people, we will become healthy again. We will remember fully who we are. And that is a huge threat to the colonial system of the day. But what that does is ensure your survival, and then it will ensure our survival into the future. So with that, you know, I just really, I'm so happy that you're here, that this is already a step, just taking the time to listen and learn. So to each and every one of you for giving me this opportunity to share just a little bit. There's going to be so much more to come in the next 3 days. And if you're interested in water walking, I know we're going to be going through James Smith, and then up through Cumberland House, and then up down through the Paw, and then back down again. We'll be walking through Saskatoon, Regina, into Blackfoot territory. Just kidding. But yeah, so if you're interested, we had beautiful young people join us in this last leg of the Saskatchewan River last year. From all the communities that we walked through, we had young people join us. So I encourage you, if you're wanting to learn a little bit more about water walking, at any given point, you're welcome to join. So thank you. I don't know if there's any questions or, but yeah, I'm so excited that you are here and that you're taking this time. Thank you again.
Please, can we please? Oh, you already got it. Thank you very, very much, Auntie Tasha. And I just want to plug her Facebook. It's Tasha Migas. Migas. Miigis. If anyone wants to contact Auntie Tasha, and ask her any questions about anything that she shared today, I want to give a very, very special thank you for her knowledge and sharing her heart and her experiences with us. It's a very humbling thing to do, and I think we need to recognize when people are able to share their life's work with us. And I really appreciate Auntie Tasha for joining us today. So next, I want to see if Shantae Belrose is in the room. You just won AirPods. Shantae Belrose. Oh, Belgard. Sorry, you got it. I don't have my glasses. Is she here? Well, come here then. Hurry up. I'm gonna give them away. Woo! Round of applause, Shantae Belgard. All the way up. Shantae. Hey. Oh. All right. Here you are. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shantae. Happy birthday to you. It's his birthday. So you have to be in the room to win, okay? So they just brought up some crazy prizes. FHQ, thanks Jeremy, Tribal Chief. A MacBook Pro, and an iPhone 13 Pro Max. Yeah. Yeah, so if there's kids in the hall, I'm going to do another draw like Saymak right now. Which one should I do? iPhone? I'm going to save that for lunchtime. I'm going to do the Apple Watch. Okay, we're going to do a game for the Apple Watch. And this is for your break. So if you wanted to take a break, I'm sorry. We went way too over time. We're always running on Indian time. But we're going to play a game. This is going to be your break. And if you need to step away and go use the washroom, go do that. But you're going to miss out. I'm not a very nice MC.
So this is for an Apple Watch. I want all the youth to stand. Yeah.
And so we're going to play a very simple game called Heads or Tails. So I have a coin here. It's actually a little MIDI treaty metal. It's really cool. And if it lands on the treaty side, that's heads. If it lands on the blank side, that's tails. And so I'm going to flip the coin. And when I flip it, you either put your hands on your head or your hands on your butt. All right? And so make sure you look around. Make sure nobody's cheating. And so if it lands on heads and your hands are on your head, you stay standing. If it lands on heads and your hand is on your tail, you sit down. Make sense? Okay. Yeah. All right, so everybody pick heads or tails. No cheating, no changing. Hands on your heads or hands on your butt. You ready? Heads. Everybody with their tail, hands on their butt, sit down. Everybody with your hands on your head, stay standing. I need somebody to help me. Darian, would you like to help me? Thank you. 1 second. We have the female youth representative, FSIN. She's from White Bear.
Okay, all right. Okay, so heads or tails, everybody. Heads or tails, no cheating. Make sure your friends are not cheating. Okay. Uh-oh, Andre. Okay, one more time. Andre, what the heck?
Say heads. It's heads.
Oh, okay, heads. It's heads. Logan, Sujan. Okay, heads or tails, everybody? Heads or tails? It's heads again. What the heck? It's rigged.
It must be the coin. I need another coin. Who has a dollar, a toonie, or loonie, or a quarter? We're not restarting. Right there. Somebody has one.
What's your name? What is it? Brayson? Thank you, Brayson, for the coin. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, heads or tails, everybody? Heads or tails? It's heads. Again. Okay, another round here.
So put your hands up if you're still standing, if you're still in the game. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still quite a few.
Okay, perfect. Okay, heads or tails? It's heads again. I promise this is not rigged. I promise. Okay, who's still standing here? Got a few. Okay, still quite a few people. Perfect. Great, great, great. Okay, heads or tails again.
I feel like I want somebody else to flip this coin so they know it's not rigged. Here, come flip it. Okay, pick.
It's heads. All right. How many people left again? Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. All right. Heads or tails? Tails this time. That's interesting. Okay, who's left? Oh, you're the winner then. Good job. Come on up. Come tell us your name. Come tell us your nation and your favorite color. Right on. And this is for the Apple Watch. Wonderful. Okay, what is your name, sir?
Hanson Fiddler,
And where are you from?
Water and Lake First Nation.
Waterhen. Awesome. And what is your favorite color?
Blue.
Awesome. All right, everybody give him a round of applause. Apple Watch. Woohoo!
All right, thank you, lovely Darian Lone Child. We're going to move on to the next part of our conference here. I'd like to call up... Oh, I would like to say that Chelsea Moore from the Lac La Ronge Indian Band, the aquatic ecologist, sends her regrets and prayers for her, and hopefully her and her family are okay. I'd like to call up our presenters, Dr. Carrie Finlay, University of Regina, my Mushum, AJ Felix, Sturgeon Lake, Dr. Tim Jardine, University of Saskatchewan, and Julia Dusing, George Gordon First Nations, University of Canada. Please come to the front. As well as our moderator, Doug Farnick from the University of Saskatchewan, Dean of Science. University of Regina. I need to go get my glasses. I think I'm gonna do that while they're speaking. Are you Doug? Yes, I am. Hello there, nice to see you. So you're the boss. You'll be taking over for the panel here.
Stream your...
And then when you're done, we'll get you to pick a name for the draw.
Okay. And if I forget, would you remind me of that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
I will.
So good morning. My name is Douglas Farnick. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Science at the University of Regina. It's my pleasure to be here today for the 8th Generational Conference and today's Water Symposium. So what we're going to do starting this morning is we're going to have a panel on the role of water, past and present. And we have 4 people who will speak and then have a conversation after they've done speaking. Each of 4 people will be speaking for about 15 minutes. So the panel today seeks to discuss the role of water in the environment and how that role may have changed through time. Talks will outline the environmental and cultural roles of water and how water connects us all. We have brought together elders, empowered youth, and Western science experts to seek the common and unique viewpoints on the diverse roles of water in Saskatchewan. So I'd like to introduce our 4 panelists, and then I have a presentation of cloth to our elder. So I'll start with our elder, AJ Felix. Elder AJ Felix and his wife Patricia are residential school survivors, traditional lodge keepers, practicing Roman Catholics, and have been able to live a drug and alcohol-free lifestyle. They've been married a remarkable 55 years. Elder Felix spent the last 25 years preaching a new life based on forgiveness and healing. Their present focus is on protecting inherent and treaty rights, as well as land resources, where governments have decided that Indigenous peoples have no claim. So Elder AJ, before I continue, I would like to present this cloth on behalf of all the peoples here in exchange for the knowledge that you will share with us and in respect for the water. Our second panelist is Dr. Carrie Finlay. Carrie is an associate professor in the Department of Biology at the University of Regina. Carrie's research interests include water quality and greenhouse gases in prairie water bodies, including lakes and small wetland and agricultural ponds. This work has also expanded to include the investigation of controls and potential management options for improved water quality for irrigation and livestock use on farmlands during drought and pluvial periods. This work is particularly relevant today in our current climate crisis, as we need to improve both potential mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Carrie is also a champion for citizen science in the province of Saskatchewan. And if you get a chance to talk to her about that, it's a good way for you to actually do hands-on science in your own communities. We also have with us today Dr. Tim Jardine, Associate Professor in the School of Environment and Sustainability at the University of Saskatchewan. Tim is an Associate Professor and a Fellow of the Canadian Rivers Institute. He studies the ecology of rivers in Eastern Canada, Northern Australia, and Eastern Ecuador, and Western Brazil. And he co-leads large interdisciplinary projects in Western Canada's inland river deltas. And our fourth panelist is Julia Deusing. Julia Deusing is a Plains Cree and from George Gordon First Nation. She is working towards a Bachelor of Science degree in biology, and she is just completing her second year of post-secondary education. When she's not working on her studies, she's a Let's Talk Science STEM ambassador at First Nations University and a varsity athlete on the University of Regina track and field team. So I present to you the four panelists, and we look forward to their words and conversation. So Elder AJ, if I may start with you, we'll have about 15 minutes for you to share your knowledge and experience with us.
Kita tamskaten na kahkyo no kumagantik. I greet all of you, my relatives. Ninanas kumao kuhtawi no. I'm thankful to the Creator, Lord God, for this opportunity to gather our youth. Eutamau saguna ko tawasim snog. Hai mahkuma. We're living in a very serious, critical time. Magena but thankful that we have been able to gather here, the organizers of this gathering. You know, this is a very, very special conference. It's a sacred gathering. And it's not going to be enough to be able to gather. I wish we could gather more and more and more in time, because this is a very critical for our nations, not only the Indian nations, but also the yellow, the black, and the white. We are living in critical times. And the Naskumwan, I'm thankful that I was asked to come and share some views, share some knowledge, and share some experience. My name is A.J. Felix. I'm from the Sturgeon Lake First Nation. I'm a Cree. I've been a residential school student for 13 years, and I have been given a time in history where I have witnessed some of the most tragic periods in Indigenous history. Tragic. I was born in a community, a reservation, and I was born during a time shortly after the World War. But my parents and my grandparents experienced the hardship of reservation creation, the hardship of isolation, the experience of an imprisonment in a reservation, where they were unable to leave the reservation without the constant barrage of government interference. The Indian agent that lives right in the reserve controlled the band membership, opened the band meeting and closed it with his agenda. And the police that were to protect the Indian nation from outside intrusion became the guards at the door of the reservation, preventing the Indians from going out and allowing everything else to happen to this reservation. My parents. My dad had to go and weed the garden for the Indian agent all summer so he could receive permits of wood to sell in the wintertime to feed us. Our mums and our grandmas had to go to the Indian agent's house for medication, sometimes for a price of their dignity. Those schools that were created supposedly in addressing a treaty term. Yes, you will receive education, and you can receive the cunning of the white man. They built residential schools in the hope that we will no longer talk our language, in the hope that we will no longer be in contact with grandma and grandpa and mom and dad, to lose that language, the values, and also to lose the faith, the spirituality that our parents and our grandparents ingrained in us. That colonization really hurt us bad. And we're still trying to deal with decolonization. All the laws that affect us came from colonization. 1461-62, the doctrine of discovery. You will seek new lands, and you will find those new lands and claim them for our crowns. you will claim them for our crowns. If there are inhabitants in those islands, on those lands, and if they are not Christian, they are pagans, and you can take their lands and you can destroy them. They are not humans if they are not Christian. That happened to our lands. The democracies that were built on those lands were based on the doctrine of discovery. I'm a Cree. I'm an Oskapeos. Have been an Oskapeos. That means for this territory, Treaty 6, I am one of the Oskapeos for this territory. And I'm honored that the Whitecap Dakota Nation has offered to bring discussions as important as our water into their territory, that discussion. I have been a Scapios for Treaty 6 going towards 50 years. I'm the Fort Carlton representative of Treaty 6, and I host annual Treaty 6 commemorations at Fort Carlton, along with my co-firekeeper, Patricia, my partner for 55 years. She has been there every year, and we will continue to be there on August the 23rd each year. 144 years later, 145 years later, soon to be 150 years. But I'm also gifted, blessed with being the Treaty 1 to 11 pipe keeper and fire keeper. Have been there since the inception of the Treaty 1 to 11 movement, and Patsy is the co-fire keeper, my wife. So I'm the one that holds the bundle for Treaties 1 to 11. We've held it for over 25 years. Annually, we light the Treaty 1 to 11 fire somewhere, someplace between the Great Lakes, the Rocky Mountains, and the Northwest Territories. Annually, we gather. This past year, we gathered in Treaty 11, Fort Simpson, where they gathered for their 100th year commemoration. Sometimes this summer, we'll be heading to Treaty 9 territory again, and that's Ontario. Doing those functions, I get to meet a lot of beautiful people, both Indian and non-Indian. A lot of people that we team up with, that we gather with. Dr. Suzuki, one of them, adopted to the tribe, a tribe in Manitoba, adopted because of his role and his openness, his honesty, being a person concerned with how we're treating our Mother Earth, being concerned. I was there as one of the elders' council members, adopting him into our territory. It's good that people from non-Indigenous societies are concerned and want to help. But it's always better if they are people like that, adopt them. Then they will 100% feel that they're part of this effort. And we did adopt, I believe it was 12 scientists at that gathering, land, water, resource gathering in Saugeen. The wife and I represent one of the provinces at that Saugeen Turtle Lodge. It's a national elders, knowledge keepers group for Canada. Anyway, how much time you gotta give me? Is that okay? All right, because I can do this for 2 days.
I'll stop you before then.
Water, what we are talking about. Women were given the right to water. Women. Water, the life giver of every human race tribe. The knowledge that we received was our women were given the ceremony and the right to water. What we were doing with it is criminal. We are destroying the whole world. I'm not saying just Canada. I'm not just saying a city. We're destroying our life. We are. Water, one of the most reverend, respected, important element given to us by our Creator, Lord God. We're not looking after it. I'm sorry, youth, that we were unable to keep our language. I'm sorry that we were unable to keep our traditions, our customs, our prayer, and our ceremony. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we still are struggling. Many of our tribes have lost their language. Many of our tribes have lost their ceremony. The last of the elders have passed on, the ones that led your ceremonies. But we want it back. And you can bring it back. You can open those ceremonies. Go and be with elders, ceremonial. Go be there. Just go be a bug even to that point. Hang around and pray. Hang around and suffer yourself at the Sundance Lodge, at the Sweat Lodge. The spirit world has not left us. They were our teachers many, many generations ago. They're still here. Don't think they left us. They still talk to us. They still teach us. You are teachable. And you are blessable. You are giftable. I'm making new words here. If people can give us languages we didn't understand, I can give you some more. You are here and you are available. Our spirit world, the sun that rose, the thunderbird that rained water on us, the wind spirit that blessed us, and the northern spirit that fed us and kept us healthy. They all got together. They all got together and had a discussion. Yes, me, I will warm the earth, Mother Earth. And Thunder Spirit, me, I will water the earth. And me, the Wind Spirit, I will provide oxygen for the earth. And me, I will clothe and warm and heal the earth. They all got together, and the grass grew, and the animals came to eat. And then the animals, when they came to eat, they fed us. They provided us clothing. They provided us the air. Everything that lives needs oxygen. The Creator, Lord God, made sure we had that. So in this conference, know that we need to do not only something nationally, but we need to do something international. We need to let the international community know that without water, without clean air, without clean food, we are not going to survive. And that's the honest truth. When treaty was signed in this area, Treaty 6, they had a special ceremony. They had a special ceremony. And hey, what are we going to do? We got this treaty to make. Well, let's cause a ceremony. Let's speak to the spirits. Yes, and they caused a ceremony, and they spoke to the spirits, and the spirits said, use us. Use us, and your treaty is going to be forever. As long as everyone is here, as long as you're here, the treaty is going to stay alive. Guess who said that? Guess who initiated that discussion at that spirit lodge? It was the spirit of water. Initiated the discussion. The Thunderbird, the water spirit. You know what? Not very recently in a ceremony, the spirit of water told us, give me a cloth and give me tobacco. I've received very few gifts like that. Me, the river, me, the lake, the water. I'm the water spirit. I'm the one that spoke at their treaty to make it permanent. So cause a gift to me, and I will continue to speak for you, and I will continue to heal you, me, the water spirit. I wanted to close with that, ladies and gentlemen. Be spiritual. You don't have to leave church. No. Be spiritual. You don't have to crush the Catholic Church or the Anglican Church. No. They're crying enough for what they did with the residential school and what they did to our people. They're crying. They're hurting too. It wasn't them. It wasn't God that it happened. It wasn't. God is still good. God is still our life giver. People that were contracted by government to hurt our people were only contracted, and they're paying for it now. But go to church. Take your children to church. Take your children to the ceremony. Take your children to the camp meeting. And bless them with knowledge of life. like what water does for us. Hi, hi.
Thank you very much, Elder AJ, for your inspirational and beautiful words. We'll continue now with Dr. Carrie Finlay, and she'll say a few words to you all.
Have a presentation? Okay, hi. Thank you so much to all the organizers for arranging this amazing symposium. I'm really looking forward to the conversations that happened today. It's a really nice combination of individuals here talking about water. So like the true academic that I am, I do have PowerPoint slides here to guide us through today. We'll just get those up. They're sort of up. Well, I will start with a brief introduction. So, I mean, you have been introduced to me already. So I am a scientist and I am an academic. And so I am going to talk a tiny bit about my research today, but I really didn't want to focus on that too much. I don't want to get into the details of it. Instead, I really wanted to talk more about my journey, about where I got, where I am today, and discuss some of the things that have really influenced my thinking and where I see us working together in the future to deal with our water issues. Sorry, just trying to wait for these slides to come up, but I suppose I can just start going. Anyway, so I grew up in a small town called Port Elgin, Ontario. And so this is located on Saugeen First Nations, Saugeen Ojibwe First Nations. And Port Elgin is a town of 6,000 people located on the shores of Lake Huron. So Lake Huron is the second largest of the Great Lakes. It is the the fifth largest freshwater lake in the world. And so I grew up, can you go back? I do have a clicker. There we go, perfect. Okay, so Port Elgin is located on Lake Huron here, and so there's some beautiful sandy beaches here. There's a really gorgeous harbor with like fancy sailboats and stuff, and so my summers were really spent on the beach. So I would spend the summer swimming in the water, you know, making sandcastles beside the water, and really as much time as I could possibly spend would be on and around the water. And so it really shaped me growing up. I just assumed that everybody loved being by the water. I didn't realize that this was a precious resource that was limited in other areas. And so I didn't think too much of it. You know, it's just how I grew up. And so when I was in high school and I was really contemplating what I wanted to do as a career, it never crossed my mind that doing something with water was a possibility. It never entered my brain. You know, I thought of the more traditional careers. By the time I left high school and went to university, I thought I wanted to be a pharmacist. It just sounded like a good job, nice steady job, nice stable job. And so I went to the University of Toronto. And I really liked biology. I liked chemistry. It seemed to make a fair bit of sense. But my first year at university was pretty rough, honestly. The grades weren't so great, and they did not allow me to enter pharmacy. And so I started taking some additional courses and started to explore different options. And I was introduced to the subject of limnology. And limnology is the study of inland waters. So limnology is similar to oceanography, but for lakes and rivers. And so it's looking at how the different organisms, how the nutrients, how the chemicals all interact in order to, you know, explain what's going on within the water. And so I had the opportunity after my second year of university to work with a professor who was a limnologist. And I was introduced to this new world of the microscopic world. And so I learned about the phytoplankton and the zooplankton. So the tiny microscopic plants and animals that are creating this entire ecosystem that I never appreciated actually existed previously. So all that time I spent on Lake Huron swimming around, I had no idea that there was this entire world, just within a few liters of water. And we had these beautiful phytoplankton. So that top figure there is the diatoms. So they're these beautiful glass-shelled plants that are photosynthesizing, and they're providing food for the zooplankton. And then at the bottom, we've got a few different types of zooplankton here, these microscopic animals, at most a couple of millimeters. And I was just fascinated by this. Like, my imagination was going about this world that I just had no idea actually existed, and I wanted to know more. And so I spent 3 summers at Algonquin Park, so the unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. And we studied this, getting into food webs, getting into the ecosystem, trying to understand this more. And so that was really fascinating. And I started to realize that I could pursue this as a career and really enjoy the research side of things. But around the same time, when I was deciding about going on to grad school, the Walkerton water crisis occurred. So my father actually lives in Walkerton. And for those of you, a lot of you were not born at this time, but in the year 2000, there was a situation where the municipal water in Walkerton was contaminated by E. coli. So Walkerton is also a small town surrounded by agricultural land. And what happened was there was some E. coli contamination from the surrounding agricultural land that got into the water. And because of some mismanagement, some lack of training, a lack of understanding about how important some of that water management was, 2,000 out of 4,000 people got sick and 6 people died. So this was a huge deal, national news. It's still infamous today, the town of Walkerton, what went on there. And I think what really got me was how Walkerton is only 40 kilometers from Lake Huron. And Lake Huron, to me, was this unlimited, clean, beautiful source of water. But 40 kilometers away, people were literally dying from bad water quality. And it was just, it's still appalling today. And I know we have many of these instances across the country, and particularly on First Nations. And it's just, honestly, it's absurd. It doesn't make sense in a country that has as much fresh water as we have to have the number of water quality issues that we do. So water is vital in the truest sense of the word. We absolutely need clean water in order to survive. So I think when we think about the role of water and what the role of water is, water really integrates everything that we do. So I have a diagram here of a watershed. So the watershed is that entire area where water falls, it drains along the land or on the land or through the land and ends up in a water body. And so the water is picking up all of the information. It's picking up on what we are doing on the land. It's picking up on the fertilizer. It's picking up on the pesticides. It's picking up the microplastics. It's picking up all the pollution that we're doing. And it pulls it all together, and it gets into this one or multiple water bodies that then feeds back on us and impacts us directly. So water integrates everything that we do. And I think another way of thinking about it is that water reflects our actions. Okay, so I think the water, when I think about water, I think about how it is reflecting what we are doing, and it is providing this lens back on us in terms of how we are treating our environment, but then that is directly impacting our health. Okay. So for me, on the research side of things, this has really shifted where I've gone. I'm still really interested. I like the fun, just looking at the ecosystems. But I am more interested recently in terms of how our actions are impacting different cycling through these ecosystems. So I cannot read this at all. So I think the research that I'm working on, that my team is working on, is really working on interpreting the reflections that are coming back to us. So a couple of different things that we're looking at nutrients, we're looking at water quality, so things like nutrients, algal growth, toxins in the environment produced by the algae, looking at salinity and the impacts on the organisms, both natural organisms as well as livestock, and then also human health. I'm also interested in greenhouse gases. And so the diagrams that I have here are just looking at some of the work that we do, trying to sort out where things are going within the environment, how we are modifying the movement of elements throughout our ecosystem and through the water. And so we're also interested in greenhouse gases and the impact of water on climate change itself. Okay. Oh, Thank you. Look at that. Thank you. Yeah, so how water bodies in Saskatchewan are affecting climate change. And so looking at how carbon and nitrogen are cycling through there. And so the approach that we take then is we go across the province of Saskatchewan, we sample small wetlands, we sample dugouts on agricultural land, and we sample lakes. And we look at a whole variety of different things in terms of water quality and greenhouse gases. So this research is, it's really, I enjoy it a lot. It's fascinating. It keeps me entertained. It keeps me really busy. But sometimes I still struggle with this idea that the water is reflecting so much back on all of us, and it is impacting us so profoundly. And the work that we're doing often just ends up in, ideally, it's going to end up in, the primary literature. We publish some papers that maybe a couple of academics are going to read. But as I've spent more time in Saskatchewan, I've been here for 15 years now, people are so engaged. People are so concerned about their water. People reach out to me and want to talk about water quality. And, providing them with these papers just isn't adequate. It's not doing what I think we need to do with our expertise. And so one thing that we have started recently is what we call community-based water monitoring. So this is a partnership with a group called Water Rangers, and I have a kit that's up here. And so what we have is the ability to engage with communities, with individuals that are concerned about their water quality, and provide them with the tools to monitor it directly. So it becomes a lot less about me being the expert and giving you some information that I might be able to provide to you, but actually providing you the tools, communities with the tools to be able to sample the water themselves. There's still a lot to be done. There's a lot of limitations with this in terms of what we can actually monitor, but I like this because it really opens up the conversation a little bit more. Again, it's not me talking at, but it's actually working with communities. And I'm really excited about this avenue or this venue today to have the conversations about it, because the science, again, for me, my perspective, it's great. We're learning a lot, but it's becoming more and more apparent that it is not enough, right? We need, maybe my final slide. We need the good science, yes, but we also need to be working with engaged citizens, with communities. We need to have open dialogues. We need to talk to our policymakers. We need to get out there more in order to protect our water for future generations. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Carrie, for telling us a little bit about your work and your journey. Our next presenter is Dr. Tim Jardine from the University of Saskatchewan. Tim?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here with you today. I'm Tim Jardine. I originally come from New Brunswick, from Mi'kmaq territory. I've lived in Saskatchewan for about 10 years now. And today I want to talk to you about the rhythms of rivers. And to do so, I'm going to take you to a place that's become quite special to me, and that's a place called the Saskatchewan River Delta. It was actually alluded to in our plenary talk earlier today. So it's at the lower end of the Saskatchewan River Basin. It's a place that all of the bad things that we do in the headwaters and upstream collect and gather and are expressed in a lot of ways. And so it's a bit of a sad tale, but on the other hand, there's reason for hope in this place. And I'm going to do it in the context of what are called river rhythms.
Just read out the name.
Okay. And before I do so, I'll read out a name of a draw winner. It's Georgia Stone Stand. What have they won? Is Georgia here? Okay.
She won AirPods.
She's won some AirPods. That's okay. So thinking about this idea of river rhythms, it's been done in collaboration with lots of really smart people and people that understand rivers and how they work. And so I'll get you to think about, before I go to the next slide, when I say the word rhythm, what comes to mind? So just take a second to think about what rhythm might mean to you. Perhaps you're thinking about the drumming we heard earlier today, for example. And so we often associate it with music. And so if you look in the dictionary, you'll see that we do have a definition for a rhythm, and it has to do with movement, okay? And so it tends to be sort of alternating strong and weak elements. So in other words, it's going from quiet to loud, or it's going from low to high, okay? But importantly, it's very predictable, okay? So a rhythm becomes predictable, and so part of a rhythm is anticipation, okay? We come to expect something. We're ready for the next drum beat, for example. Some of us think of it about this in terms of a heartbeat, okay? So your heartbeat pumping that blood through your body. And I've given you a couple of examples, one from my generation and one from yours, of how it's expressed in music and dance. And so what I want, the take-home message for you today is that rivers have rhythms too, okay? And so I'm a river scientist. I think a lot about rivers. I grew up, I could see the Miramichi River out my window growing up, and that river had a rhythm. And so one way to express that rhythm is through what's called a hydrograph. And that's what you're looking at here, this chart. And this chart basically just shows how much water is in the river at a given time of year, okay? And this particular chart is for a place called the Zhirawa River. This is in western Brazil, in the heart of the Amazon. And in that river, there's a very predictable flood every year, okay? So what you're looking at is 10 years in the life of this river, okay? So it's low, and then it goes up, and then it comes back down again, and then it's back up again. And it does so in a predictable way, okay? So it has this rhythm to it. And what that means is that the plants and the wildlife, the fish, they all adapt to that rhythm. They're in sync with that rhythm, okay? They feed and they grow, they produce new offspring at certain times that fit with the rhythm of that river, okay? And the people also get in tune with that rhythm as well. They know when the fish are going to be abundant. They know when they can move around on the landscape. They know when some of these other events are going to occur. They're ready for it, okay? And so that's a river rhythm. And so in the Saskatchewan River Delta, we had this place that was tuned into a rhythm, okay, for many, many generations. And so this is the home of Swampy Cree and Métis people. It's composed of two parts, the upper delta and the lower delta. It's on the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border. And so some communities that you might be familiar with include the Pas, Opaskwayak Cree Nation, Cumberland House, Red Earth, and Shoal Lake. These are places where people have lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and they've been in tune with this landscape. And it was a very productive landscape, okay? Lots of moose, lots of waterfowl, lake sturgeon, as well as muskrats and beaver, okay? Providing livelihoods for people. And so it's the oldest settlement, European settlement in Western Canada. It goes back to 1774. So it's this really special place. And that is very much in tune with the water that comes down the Saskatchewan River, okay? And so this is the rhythm of the Saskatchewan River Delta in the top left. So that same hydrograph showing the amount of water over time, okay? And you can see this predictable flood peak coming, followed by low water in the winter. And so what I've shown you here is 1 year in the life of the Saskatchewan River Delta. And I've taken the year 1921. So this was before we built big dams on the river, started irrigating too much and withdrawing water. Okay, so this is as close to natural as we might expect. And what you see is in the winter, at the start of that graph, the water is very low. The ice is set, the muskrats are in their houses, and people are out on the land trapping those muskrats, okay? And what happens is, in the spring, right around this time, all of a sudden the ice breaks up. You get a big ice jam, and all of a sudden there's lots and lots of water in the river and going through that delta. It connects up into the wetlands, fills them up, refreshes them, okay? And the people actually prepare for that. They used to build platforms to keep them dry when that big flood water came. And so the water is then high after the ice goes out, and that's the fishing time. Okay, the fish are spawning then. The fish know that the water's coming, and so they're releasing their eggs. The small fish can grow up, and there's lots of fish around, and so people catch the fish at that time of the year. And then as the summer progresses, the water levels drop slowly, and people prepared, they got ready to hunt the waterfowl that they knew were coming into the wetlands at that time of year. So this was 1 year, and then the cycle repeats itself, okay? A very predictable thing. What happened was the 20th century was not kind to this particular place, okay? So we went from less than 1 million people to over 3 million people living in the Saskatchewan River Basin, so living upstream of the Delta, big cities like Calgary and Edmonton, Saskatoon. It meant that we started withdrawing water. We took water to grow crops, okay, especially in southern Alberta. It's the same water that goes to the Delta. We also polluted the water, okay, so with pulp and paper mills, with sewage and other things. And most importantly, when we're thinking about rhythms, we also built these hydroelectric dams, okay? So Gardner Dam that makes Lake Diefenbaker not far from us here, as well as E.B. Campbell Dam that makes Tobin Lake. And so these dams now change the way the river flows, okay, to the Saskatchewan River Delta. And the two big changes that have happened, one is that when you had the really high water in the summer after the ice went out, now you have more water in the winter. And that's because the dams hold back that water, and they release it when they know we have higher demand for power, which is in the winter. And then we also have this sort of daily change, and this is what's called hydropeaking. Hydropeaking happens when during the day we have lots of demand for electricity, like what we're using right now. We use lots of electricity during the day, and we go home at night, we go to bed, we turn off the lights, we turn off our devices, and we use less electricity. And so what's happening is the dam is releasing water when we need the electricity, and then it stops releasing water when we don't, okay? So what that means now is that every day we have a new rhythm, okay? And it's a daily rhythm and less predictable. And so what we have then is what I would call disrupted rhythms, okay? So the top left shows that old rhythm, okay, in the early days before the dams, and this is the new rhythm. So this was from 1991. Things have gotten slightly better since then, but not necessarily. And so now what we see, the first thing that you should notice is more jagged peaks, okay? It's a lot more erratic. There's water coming when you're not expecting it, so it's unpredictable. It means the ice forms poorly, okay? Unsafe ice conditions during the winter. There's still small sort of flood peaks after the ice goes out, but that flood comes and goes really quick. What happens is the animals get tricked, okay? The animals go and birds might lay their eggs along the shoreline, and then all of a sudden another peak of water comes, okay? We see things like moose and small mammals like rabbits getting drowned in floodwaters. And so basically what's happened is the old signals, the old rhythms that were there for wildlife and people are no longer there. And so we also see cases of people getting stuck, having their boats stranded because of this hydropeaking where the water is going up and down every single day, okay? So it's a disrupted rhythm. And you might ask then, what would we call the opposite of rhythm? It's these sort of herky-jerky motions, right? You don't really know what's coming next. We've lost that smoothness of the old rhythm. And so it's sometimes painful to look at, you might say. And so the message from people that I work with in the Delta is that we need to restore that rhythm, okay? And I encourage you to think about your own rhythms, speak to your elders about the rhythm they might have had with their water. And the thinking in the Delta is that if we can restore those rhythms, we'll have a healthy Delta, and as a result, the people will be healthy as well. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Tim. Now I'll invite Julia Dusing to say a few words, our last panelist.
Hello, everyone. I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Julia Deusingbird. I'm Plains Cree and from George Gordon First Nation located on Treaty 4 territory. I'm very honored and grateful to be here today representing the First Nations University of Canada, and I hope to inspire the youth here to be our future environmental leaders and advocates. I will start off with telling you a little bit about myself and where I am today. I was born in Regina, Saskatchewan. I did not grow up on reserve. I lived on a farm for half of my life and in Regina for the other half. My mushum was separated from his biological parents and siblings and raised in Regina with his auntie and her family. From what I know, there's been lots of emotion and tension that estranged my mushum's family. Because of this, my mom and her siblings, myself and my siblings, we did not get the chance to grow up with our Cree language and culture. That is my truth. When I was 9 years old, I decided that I needed to find out more about where I come from and reclaim my cultural identity. So I started to get involved in Sask Aboriginal Track and Field, the North American Indigenous Games, FSIN Youth Championships, and Summer and Winter Games. I rekindled relationships with my family on reserve and spent time getting to know the community members and youth. As I started to pray more and more, I strengthened my relationship with Creator and restored a piece of my identity that I always felt was missing. I remember truly feeling content and knew that I was on the right path. And it felt like I had so much momentum and that my life was moving fast until things came to an abrupt stop when COVID-19 entered our lives. The pandemic restricted my time with family, travel to the reserve, and my opportunities to be an Indigenous youth mentor in sport. My senior year of high school ended due to the pandemic, and like many, I didn't get a graduation ceremony. Everything had ended so fast. There was a whole semester of potential education goals and career planning I lost. When I enrolled at the First Nations University of Canada, during a point in my life where I did not know what was next, I was asking myself, what do I want to do? Who do I want to be? What life do I want to have for myself? I had all of these thoughts while everything was on hold because there were so many uncertainties. I gave thanks to the Creator for still being alive and healthy, and prayed for those affected by the pandemic and for guidance throughout the uncertainties. For my first year, I enrolled in the Faculty of Arts to try out a variety of classes to find what I liked and what I would pursue for the remainder of my education. My first semester, I chose a chemistry class, the chemistry of food and cooking, because I had always been interested in science in high school. This class combined chemistry and science with Indigenous foods and history. I was so intrigued and in awe that I was learning Western science concepts intertwined with Indigenous culture and knowledge. This had changed everything for me. I thought to myself, well, what if I became a science student? What if I could apply Indigenous knowledge to science? But I couldn't narrow down exactly which science to study. The sciences are so complex, there are so many career paths you could follow. However, it was really important that I chose something that really meant something to me and that it would make a positive, lasting impact on somebody else. I thought about the greed and the destruction affecting our ecosystems and our environment, and how it not only happens around the world, but to our country, especially Indigenous lands. If nothing is done now, how will we survive? Survival, Mother Earth, our resources, my people, they all mean so much to me. The more that are on board for a change, the faster that change can happen. After reflecting on everything I had experienced and learned, I decided to dedicate my education and spiritual journey to the environment through the holistic Indigenous worldview. And now I am working towards a Bachelor of Science with a major in biology, and am a Let's Talk Science STEM ambassador at the First Nations University of Canada, where I inspire both non-Indigenous youth and Indigenous youth to pursue science. I have come a long way and I still have a lot to learn, but today I'm here to share my story and perspective on the role of water. The first peoples of this land observed the changes to the environment and the impacts they had on Mother Earth. Their knowledge and experiences were passed down throughout the generations. They created balance through respect, reciprocity, and relationships to live cohesively with everything around them. Elements that give us life are sacred and must be treated with respect. Water is sacred and a living being with a spirit. Water is especially important to our women as they are the life givers. We possess the inherent responsibility and right to water. We are born from water, and as we grow, this water sustains us, and it surrounds us in all different kinds of forms. Without water, our animals would no longer give us food, our medicines would no longer grow, and our cells and muscles will no longer function. Water is connected to all life. In ceremony, we honor and acknowledge water's interconnectedness to life. If we do not establish proper relationships with the water or treat the water poorly, it may feel sad and not fulfill the responsibility to give life. When you take from Mother Earth, you must always give something in return. We put down tobacco on our land or in the water and say a prayer. It is important to respect the water, as it will then respect you. Since the arrival of the Western world view on this land, Mother Earth continues to endure greed and destruction, mining, drilling, industrial pollution, industrial farming and livestock, overconsumption and overpopulation. These acts degrade and contaminate our rivers, lakes, streams, and groundwater. An environmental issue that hits close to home are the upper and lower Qu'Appelle watersheds. Fishing in the upper and lower Qu'Appelle waters have always been a big part of my life, whether in the summer or the winter. We were fortunate enough to have access to boats that would take us all over the waters. I remember eating fish all the time and it being cooked in many different ways. I was taught very young how to feel the fish on the other end of the hook, how to properly handle fish, which ones to keep and which ones to release. My older brother and I also spent a lot of time swimming in the lake or casting in the shore. As the years went by and as we got older, we noticed a lot of changes happening to our lake. Green algae would start to turn up everywhere and would give you an uncomfortable red rash we called the itch. That green algae turned into blue algae, and we were told it was poisonous and we could no longer swim in it. Every year it got worse, and every year more and more fish would be dead belly up in the water floating to shore. More garbage was floating and turning up on shore. The lake started to smell worse and stuck to our skin. We do not take our catch home to our table in the summer as they no longer taste the same, but taste like the stink of the lake. If we eat our catch, it would be in the winter during the ice fishing season. I've noticed these changes to the water not only in Last Mountain Lake, but down the valley to Echo Lake, Crooked Lake, Katepwa, and so on. I have had people living in these areas tell me that they won't swim in the lakes, let alone eat the fish from them. Why did this happen? How did this happen? When I got older, I started to understand. The city of Regina dumped raw sewage into a system that is connected to these waters. Farming waste, pesticides, chemicals, garbage, mining, overuse, and overfishing are all rapidly affecting the water quality. The water quality of Qu'Appelle watersheds has a huge impact on so many First Nations communities, small towns, and locals. It is terrifying how much change has happened in a small amount of time. To think that my youngest siblings will not have the same experience I had when I was young does hurt, and it hurts even more thinking that future generations may not even get to have these experiences at all if it continues like this. These waters connect us to each other in the land. This water that sustained my family and I, the animals and the surrounding ecosystems, now have the growing potential to make us sick. First Nations communities all over Canada witness extreme changes to their natural waterways, rivers, and lakes. Pipeline and oil spills, dumping of raw sewage, industrial waste, and mining have all led to water pollution and contamination to the point of boiling water advisories: do not consume, do not use. Their water can cause serious health issues. There's a price tag on the water bottles these peoples must depend on. The water must feel so hurt and sad. When you feel a strong connection to the land and suddenly become unable to exercise practices of water, it impacts your physical health along with your mental health and spirit. The global demand for water is drastically increasing and putting a pressure on Mother Earth and her finite supply of water. Our water is a gift. As Western science recognizes water is essential for life, there are still so many wasteful acts occurring for the sole benefit of the economy: money. For far too long, this land has been dominated by the Western worldview and is seen as the only worldview. Our ancestors took care of this land and were deeply connected to all creation. The Creator's traditional knowledge is resilient and has withstood the test of time. Indigenous worldview and knowledge are vital to sustaining our water and our environment. At this point in time, we can see through two eyes and use combined knowledge systems to set us on the right path towards sustainability, towards a better future. We can still survive and maintain our lifestyles. The federal and provincial government's ignorance and discrimination towards Indigenous health and well-being is inhumane. We must unite our peoples and continue to stand up for our Indigenous human rights to our spiritual relationships with our waters, to push Canada to acknowledge our Aboriginal title to the land and treaty rights. In some way, we can all be water keepers. Generations of our people prayed for us to be here today, and it is our turn to think about the health of the water and the land for our future generations. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Julia. I just would like to thank all four of our panelists once again for their wise words. We have an elder and young people and people in between, and those messages were really important to hear. I'd like to, just before we break for lunch, invite any of you, if you'd like to ask any of the panelists questions. And we have a microphone here. All you have to do is maybe stand up and we'll bring you the microphone, or come to the front. Anyone brave enough to pose a question? I don't blame you. When I was young, I never put up my hand for anything. So I'm gonna put my hand up for you. And I'll ask any of the panelists to answer, and they can just use their microphones where they're sitting. So we heard a lot of things that that were very, well, for me, quite depressing and appalling. But there's also the words of hope that many people have expressed here already this morning about looking to the future and looking to what can be done. So I have a question for any of the four panelists on behalf of the young people here. How can young people get involved in water research and education with an eye to making our future a better one? Just a practical, one practical suggestion. Julia, do you want to go? Or Tim?
Yeah, so
I think so.
Okay. One thing to consider is to potentially partner with universities. Obviously, you know, as someone at a university, this is the perspective that I'm going to take, but we're seeing it actually across Canada where there's a lot of community sort of monitoring efforts as well, and that really needs local expertise. And so to develop that capacity, that local expertise, means that we need young people to engage and to come on board and be a part of this sort of co-developed research and monitoring that's happening. And so, but the fact that you're here today is the first step in that journey. Some of that participation, it would help to have a university education, so going to university. Other parts of it, a university education is not necessary at all. Simply having that motivation to look after water and try and understand it and work with others would be a big step forward.
Thank you. Elder AJ, please.
Young ladies and young men, listen up for water ceremony. Young ladies, get teachings from the old ladies, the water ladies. Young men, construct the water ceremonial lodge. Learn from the elders the water songs. You will be asked to sing and drum at the ceremony. I thought I'd just tell you that. Listen up. It's happening. Don't miss them.
Okay, so I'll open the floor again. I saw a hand back there. Were you just stretching or were you actually wanting to ask a question? Yeah, great. Come on up, or we'll bring a mic to you.
What are your thoughts regarding water when people come and do exploration? Yeah. How does it affect the water?
Could you repeat it, please?
What are your thoughts regarding the water when people come and do exploration, exploring? I think.
Okay, so a question about exploration and exploitation.
So I think those, the explorations, the exploitation, I think is something that we need to be very aware of and need to be informed of what's going on. This is going to continue to happen. I think, as I think Julia spoke beautifully about so many issues about this need for economic growth at all times. And so, yeah, it is concerning. I think it's positive that you're at least aware of it and hopefully can start the conversation and get at the table to participate and to provide the perspectives that are absolutely crucial in order to prevent overexploitation of our water, which we're already past in many cases. But yeah, it's definitely a concern, and as much as possible, if you can get at the table and have those conversations and make your voice heard, I think that's what needs to happen. Anyone else?
Thanks very much for the question. There's another question. Yeah. If you stand up, we'll see you in.
Right here.
Oh, there. Okay. And then we'll have another one after that. Please go ahead.
As for the sewage and garbage dumping into the waters, do you think that would be reversible in any way? And if it is, how would we be able to help reverse the stuffies that's happening?
While Julia's thinking, I'll just maybe. I guess it comes down to whether we think that whether we think we can engineer our way out of these problems, or whether we want to return to more natural methods. And so there's a big debate over sort of gray versus green solutions to some of these problems. So the technology is getting better. That's the good news. But again, it's more of a societal question about whether we think it's okay to generate the waste that goes into the water if we think we can treat it properly. And so that's an important conversation that's happening now. The technology can be our friend, but the technology can also create new problems for us as well.
Hello? Go ahead. Hello?
Okay. Okay, I agree with what you were just saying. It is more of a long-term problem. Ways to work towards that would be getting more Indigenous representation into sciences that specifically deal with wastewater management and finding new ways to make it have less of an impact on our environment. And also we are in a modern society where we have technology where it is at today, and people aren't necessarily attracted to the idea of going towards more natural ways. But when it comes down to our survival and being able to have our future generations, that may be something it must come down to.
For that question, pardon me. I think we have time for one more question. And there was a young lady up here, she's standing up, who I think had
was the first in line.
Tansei. So I'd like to just start by saying that I recently came back from Antarctica, and I was the first First Nations person to go there, and I'm on a mission to spread awareness about the drastic effects of climate change that happened down there that I've seen firsthand. And I learned that Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water. And so when I was on the ship with a whole bunch of people from all over the world, I kept telling them about traditional ecological knowledge and the importance that it plays in coming up with real world climate solutions that will benefit the whole world. So my question is how we can get traditional ecological knowledge incorporated into the work that you guys are doing with water systems, with water purification systems, and just, protecting the water and the water streams all over the place. So how can we incorporate this knowledge and work together with Western science, traditional ecological knowledge, and incorporate it within the classrooms, within curriculum, within the laboratories, and all the work that you guys do? What would be the first steps of doing that?
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
I think that's a really great question and a really great comment, and yeah, fantastic comment, and congratulations on that trip to Antarctica. Oh, there we go. I think the first step is this forum for us to listen. I think that's the absolute first step is for us to step back and listen. We've been talking for too long. And so I'm very keen to hear and to learn from traditional ecological knowledge. Absolutely. So I'd say that number one. And forums like this, where we bring people together, very different backgrounds, to allow that conversation to begin. I'm encouraged by the last several years that these things are starting, but there's a ton of work to do. So listening on our side for sure.
Is it good? Okay. The traditional ecological knowledge, being part of Indigenous knowledge, it's inseparable from culture and spirituality. So if Western science were to integrate Indigenous values and practices, it would need the collaboration and inclusion of Indigenous peoples at the table, and being able to make sure that the traditional knowledge is not being misappropriated or misused in any way. So respectful relationships on both sides would have to be established.
Yeah, it's such a great question and complex issue, but it's like you mentioned, it's the step. It's a step forward, and that's what we all have to do. We have a word from Elder AJ too.
Our connection to water is so vital. And I started to tell you that the ceremony that happened 144 years ago was, the speaker was water. And he said, just recently, he said, "You're forgetting me. You're not talking to me." I asked specifically for 2 cloths at this conference if I'm going to speak on water. I said, "Give me tobacco, give me a white cloth, and give me a blue cloth. The white cloth, I'm going to wrap tobacco on this cloth with a rock, and we're going to give it to water." He said, "Why are you forgetting to give me cloths and tobacco? I'm the one that spoke for it." The reason why the treaty is still here is because you're still around and I'm still around. Water, the sun, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows and rivers flow. Remember? You've seen that all over. That's what he's talking about. As long as you give me that cloth. So I'm going to get this. You, the youth, are offering a cloth with tobacco, and we're going to tie a rock on it. You, the youth, are going to ask the water spirit to continue to bless us and to protect us and clean our water. This blue cloth is from the Spirit, the one that you hear rumbling. Didn't arrive yet, but he's that thunder spirit that brings the water. And we're going to give this to the elders, and they're going to talk to him on your behalf, you, the youth, on your behalf. So our future generations are going to handle the dilemma and the problem that we have. You're going to have the knowledge, you're going to have the wisdom, and you're going to have the backing of our ancestors. Hi, hi.
Those are fantastic words to end the session with. Before we turn it back to our MC, Andre, I'd like to ask you all to give a hand to our 4 panelists. Once again, thank you for sharing your insights. Okay, I'm doing a drop prize for a beaded hat, and that goes to Jaron Maxey. Come on up. There he goes. Okay, they're beautiful. I was hoping I'd get one of those, Jaron. Well, I want to thank all of our speakers today. It was a great presentation. You can pick any hat you want. Not that one. Just kidding. Yeah, good job. Let's see. So take a good look at our panelists today, all of the speakers. If you have any questions, if there's anything you'd like to know, if you'd like to connect, if you'd like to speak with our elder AJ, please approach them and have those discussions about water. So I want to thank all of our panelists, and yeah, thank you. Have a great day. Well. So the gift bags were yours. All right, so next we are going to have Elder Judy Pelly join us to bless our food. Thank you again. Everyone say hi, hi. Miigwech, Marcy Cho, Paramia. All right. Well, thank you, Cookum Judy Pelly. So to start off with the food over here, I want each of the young people to find elders, to find old people, anyone that you would like to help. And please, you go first and you grab food for the elders. And any elders in the room that want to grab their own food, you can also proceed to grab food as well.
So we're going to start with the elders and the youth grabbing food for elders. So don't be shy. Approach somebody who's old or an elder and just ask them what they would like to eat and go grab that for them. It's one of our protocol.
Testing 1, 2. Go ahead.
Check, check. Can you hear me? Dance.
You can stand in the middle, Haley.
Here.
You're in the middle. Middle.
Okay.
Are we good, Willis? All right, you guys, welcome. Dance. My name is Nathan Ayers from IOPS.ca, and I'm with my co-host.
Yeah, Roberta Beaton, Sigadas Unida, Kumsampotnak Nidoche, Shambo Lake, Creelingo.
Boy, yeah, so I invited Roberta on here. Roberta, we're throwing her into the fire, so I want to say good job, Roberta, so far. This is her first interview, actually, and she does run a podcast called Creelingo, and she wants to kind of start doing this with her sisters. There's 2 others that actually do it. One's actually behind the camera. You guys will get a come in here real
say
quick.
hi real quick.
Real quick. So that's Edna Beatty. And then their sister, Melissa Beatty, is out and about somewhere in Alberta, I think.
Yeah, she's in Alberta right now enjoying her holiday.
So what we're going to do, we're going to introduce this young lady. Eventually, I'm going to kind of teeter out throughout the day and probably tomorrow. But we want to really encourage Roberta here to slowly take over, but we'll see how that goes.
All right, let's see how it goes.
We're going to start with this young lady here. So we're going to let herself introduce herself.
Hello, Tanse Nitiwagana, Kegwani Wagumagana, Get That Dumpskit Now, Haley Rosenit Siga, Sun, Mosquito Grizzly Bearhead, Lean Man First Nation, Egwa Red Pheasant First Nation, Ochinia. So I'm here today at the FSIN Youth Assembly and Water Symposium. 3-day event, and I'm proudly and humble to say that I will be running for the FSIN Youth Representative, the female chair, and I'm just really excited to be here and represent the youth in a great way, in a positive way, and spread hope, spread love, uplift, empower youth, and be a great role model for our next generations.
All right, sticking to the theme of the youth conference, what does resiliency mean to you?
What does resilience mean to me? I think our ancestors was a great role model to show us what resiliency really is, and how to hold your strength and power within yourself, to really be confident about who you are, to be confident in your skin, to let your voice be strong, to voice yourself and your identity and where you come from and who you are as an Indigenous person. Resilient. I like how they put that in. Resilient.
We need to stick with our culture, learn our language again, and like what they were talking about ceremony, we need to keep doing that and show the youth that they're going to be our future leaders for sure, is what they were talking about. And obviously about climate change here too, that's very important. Like we need to share that knowledge. We need to improve. We got to think about the next generation.
For sure.
About that.
You know what? Women hold so much power, and I've been taught by a couple elders how powerful our water is to Indigenous people, and as women, when we give birth, the water that flows from us. I actually heard this saying one time that how the rivers flow as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. I heard this one time that the rivers referred to women. And I wasn't sure if that was true or not, that if the rivers flow was as long as women are giving birth, that Indigenous people will stand here and stay strong and be resilient.
Resilient. There you go.
But we have to protect our water for sure.
I'm just going back and forth here. You did a good job. That so far so good. Haley, hey, it's your first interview. Honestly, just like Haley was saying, women, you guys bring so much power, and energy to the world, man. Obviously if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here.
Mhm.
But we're gonna move on, and I want to thank you, Haley. We'll probably get another interview with you sooner than later because you are running. But thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon again around here. Back
Thank
to wherever we're
you.
going.
Thank you. Hi.
Inige moistas.
FSIN youth rep, you sit on that youth council. And even then, you have the opportunity to run in another election to become co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council, which means you represent First Nations youth collectively across the country. So it's a really important, great opportunity for young people to have their voices heard, to grow and develop your leadership skills, your speaking skills, and your confidence. So I really encourage all of you to consider putting your names forward for youth representatives, and have fun campaigning, meet lots of people and make lots of friends, and enjoy your lunch.
All right, you guys, we're back here. We're gonna get a couple other. Am I still on? Am I good? Mike's good. Good. We're good. We are.
Yeah, keep it going.
Yeah. So just to let you guys know, Roberta is actually fluent, and that's why they started Creeling. Let's introduce you.
Yes,
Right.
my name is Roberta Beatty. I'm from Deusingbird Lake. Nilutse Kumsumpatnak. I'm here speaking to you on Treaty 6 territory. And yeah, Cree lingo is just about like just bringing back the language is very important. Like language is like a muscle, like you gotta use it, otherwise you're gonna lose it. So that's what we're trying to do with our podcast here. So, and I'm doing that with my two older sisters here. She's here, Edna, and then Melissa.
Actually, Edna,
can come over here.
So this is Edna. This is the other part of Cree lingo. Remember, there are three of them right now. So introduce.
We're coming to you live from the Rezilient 8th Generation Conference.
Whoever is
They were talking about this morning. I am
over there, and just double check that you
I had a lot of good speakers today. Chispa. Hear you.
We're live, sorry, buddy.
We're doing it
we're like literally in the wrong spot here. We're like in all the water.
Or the water.
So we're gonna just switch the cameras soon here because we're in the
Okay,
way
right.
of everyone's water. So we'll come right back to you.
To register for FSIN Youth Representative, there's a back room with all the FSIN staff outside this door. Go south to the next door. That's where you register.
All right, we're gonna. Are we live, Roberta or Edna? Can you hear us? We're good. Sorry, you guys. We're
That's it.
how we look
Pipito
there.
na.
Good. All right, so we are going to be the filling in. We are eating lunch right now. We are going to start interviewing candidates, and like I said, I'm kind of a vet when it comes to like interviewing stuff, and I do really like what's the word? Sharing Indigenous success, but really encouraging other Indigenous people to get up and start doing stuff like this. So I'm really happy and proud of Roberta for stepping up and taking on the assignment because you know it's needed, right?
Yes, I'm taking in this whole like conference as well. So like I'm learning a lot here. I'm meeting new people, and I want to share the Cree language. Definitely help people learn.
We're trying to find like the best cameras.
Yeah,
angle
we're
here,
like
you know,
we're
just-
in the way of people. We're trying to
We're
find
going
a
over
spot
here,
here
going
still,
over there.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so you guys, just a reminder, we are going to go live tonight at the Round Dance. Round Dance starts at 8, right?
8 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to be going probably about 2 hours. We'll see because, see that? We're rating the fire of everything. That's
Yeah.
But yeah, we are going to be doing the Round Dance tonight from 8 to, it goes to 8 to 12. We'll see how much energy we have because we've started already at like 8 o'clock. And then I think tomorrow we start at 9 again, but we'll try and bring it all to you. We'll see what happens. What else do we got going on? Let's see who we have here to interview.
Let's see the
book, The Resilient Bible. Who do we got? A lot of speakers coming in. You guys want to chit chat real quick? Can we find out where you're from? You want to come in here? You want to come in here real quick? All right, come in. We are live right now, so where are you from? Oh, go ahead. Where are you from?
I'm from Waterhen Lake First Nation.
Waterhen Lake First Nation.
Yeah.
Okay, where is that?
It's up north, the Meadow Lake area.
It's up north?
Yeah.
Okay. How many of you guys did you come here with? See, what grade are you in?
I'm in grade 11.
Grade 11?
Yeah.
Are you excited for this conference?
Yeah.
Are you? Who are you most excited to see?
Probably Ethan Bear.
Ethan Bear is coming to us live tomorrow, I believe, through the live stream. Are you going to ask him a question?
No, my mom wants me to get a picture of him.
Oh, okay. I think he's coming in from like the live stream, but you can definitely have a question for him though. Have one ready and then, yes. How are you liking so far?
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting?
Yeah, I was interested in like in the beginning.
In the beginning?
Yeah.
Well, it was nice to meet you. And I'll see you around. Okay, thank you.
Roberta, we got another one.
All
here,
right,
Denzel.
another interview.
I'm throwing you in the fire here. We got everyone walking by, but go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Denzel Harris, and I come from Seagrass First Nation, born and raised. And yeah.
Talk about yourself a little bit here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I come from Seagrass First Nation, and I grew up around sports. I play a lot of volleyball, and that's what makes me the person who I am today. Oh, yeah, it makes me who I am today, being able to play sports, and also I do power dancing, and I travel the world, and what has helped me travel, like explore and try opportunities was putting on the power outfit. And it showed me how much places it'll take me, like around the world. And
So you're
like,
very active with your sports and your round dancing. That's so awesome to hear.
something that's important in our culture, and should be taught to all the younger
Yes,
generation.
for sure. And sticking to the topic, what does resiliency mean to you?
Resilience.
For sports and round dance, how do you deal with setbacks? It is a loaded question. You can take time to think. It is. It's a serious question for sure.
I would say it's finding who you are and like contributing to like those hard factors and like building around those obstacles and just being yourself, really. Like,
Authenticity.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's good to hear. You play a lot of volleyball, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, here in town or?
Oh, yeah, I'm down here like here, but I come from like North Alfred, Seagrass.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you play over there, and
Yeah.
then you're out downstream.
Yeah, and I play like club volleyball as well.
Oh, nice.
In Stoon here, like a JCVC club team. So,
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you. Thank
nice
you.
to meet you, yeah.
All right, we're gonna do another interview here. Okay, tell us about yourself. What's your name?
Mackenzie Whitney.
Mackenzie Whitney. Where are you from?
Flying Dust First Nations.
Flying Dust First Nations. Okay, so how do you think of this? What do you think of this conference so far?
I think it's pretty good. I like that the young people had to serve the elders.
Oh, you guys did that this morning. That's awesome. Yes, you gotta respect our elders for sure. Let them do first. And what are you excited about for this weekend?
I'm not too sure. People talking, I guess.
People talking and want to take in all the knowledge that you can grab from this weekend?
Yeah.
Nice. That's good to hear. All right. All right. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Let me grab the mic from you. Let me say.
All right. So as you can see, we're getting in everyone's way right now.
I know where they're eating.
They're eating.
Me
So
too.
we're going to switch cameras here soon. Oh, does he want to do it now? Oh, hold, just go. We got
Elder LG?
AJ Felix here. I'm going to let Roberta, as she is fluent in Cree. We want to hear
Enseguida.
yeah.
Enseguida.
Only mio macho.
Roberta Nilisigilasun. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
The Shambo Lake Nidutse. Musumbatnak. So up north, yeah. TH dialect. Machine gun Cree. Kidamaga.
Nia.
Yeah, oh, why dialect?
Nilio.
Niyun. Tagage, why? Here you go. Tell us about yourself here.
Well, I was invited to this gathering, and I'm glad to be here. Meeting. You want this in Cree?
Meeting, yeah, both, yeah. You can speak in Cree here.
Meeting utepe with komigawian ego skayak. Umanipi etasita. Speaking on water, very critical time. That's why my experience here is one of I appreciate the topic, very critical. I mean, I'm enjoying it. Bringing the crowd together and the expertise.
Tapuida, we get to hear from the scientists here too, and then we get to hear the stories from the elders as well, bringing that together. That's very important.
Yes, and I think it's very important for the youth to
experience this,
to take over,
yes,
and be interested,
Tapuida.
not only in the science, but also in the practicality of the environment, the water. I think one of the things that we should do is we should invite the young people to go back to their community and clean their waterway.
Tapuida.
You know, there's a lot of garbage in the river.
Yeah, in the rivers, along the lake. Yeah, they need to clean it up for sure.
They should be the organizers of cleaning up their water.
Yes.
Young people.
Yeah, because we do have our yard cleanup, but we definitely do need more initiative.
We need more initiatives in the water.
Yes.
Because water affects
commercial fishing, which is like what North like they rely on that.
That's right. And the fish, the quality of the fish we eat. And if we're letting junk along our waterways, then that means we're polluting our food.
Yeah.
We're polluting our food.
Stop with
So that's why I'm glad to be here.
Okay, all right. It was nice to meet you. We're gonna have the speakers talk here soon.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you again here.
Thank
you.
I know. You guys are doing a good job. Yes.
Yeah, we have a trilingual podcast. We're just trying to bring back the languages with practice, you know?
We don't want her to forget. She's so
Yeah.
young, eh?
Yeah, I'm forgetting too, so it's like good for me to learn again.
We need our
Diba?
language
Yeah.
back.
So that's what we're trying to do here. Just using technology.
Our language and our language. We can say what we want, what we need to say with our language specifically. We can't do it in it.
And mostly be talking about water here, but also be talking about infrastructure, which is very closely related to how water is managed. I want to acknowledge the elder this morning, although unfortunately I was not able to be present, share with your breakfast this morning. I also want to thank the elders and the speakers, and in particular Vice Chief Ali Bear for her good words, and also Chief Roberta Su Oewashti, and also to the Whitecap First Nations Treaty 6 territory for the host. I'm want to acknowledge that I'm in the where I am in Ottawa. I'm in the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquins, and want to really hold up the speakers before. It's very interesting, very knowledgeable, and sharing the information, the knowledge that they have. Our work here at the Assembly First Nation goes way back to, it was mentioned earlier, Walkerton, year 2000, when there was the tragedy of the tainted water, contaminated water. When I first got involved, it's now 2022. I've been involved with this now for a good 22 years, trying to get to the point where we are today. Really enjoyed the talks and the lessons from elders and others, knowledgeable speakers, to the youth that are present here. It's very encouraging to see youth present at these meetings, and like hearing the suggestions, I guess, or the teachings of that the youth are the ones who are going to be inheriting what we have to give to them. And I don't mean it as we're handing you a big problem, which many of us probably responsible for in some ways, not just us as Anishinaabe, but others who have come to the point of the talk about where we are now with the plastics. They're everywhere. They're now being found in the flesh of fish, and also, as was mentioned, in a human being also. So, from our perspective, what we do here is more from a technical perspective, but also at the same time looking at the parallel view of what we need to do in terms of looking at ways to restore the health of the water, but also to look at how water health can be restored. I'm a civil engineer. I'm one of the first few First Nation engineers to graduate from University of Waterloo way back. I'm going to date myself for 1971 when I graduated, and I'm still working, doing my job, and now past several years fully devoting myself to work on water in all areas, not just the legislation that I'm going to be talking about today, but in all areas of sharing information, sharing what we know, providing that forum for learning, and making those connections to everybody across the country. So I also want to, before I start, recognize also the host organization, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations on Treaty 6. And a little bit of something we have to say all the time, that we're the role of Assembly of First Nations. It's a national organization advocating in support of First Nations in Canada, and First Nations leaders, chiefs from coast to coast direct the work of the AFN through resolutions passed at the First Nations assemblies, normally held twice a year. And this year, it looks like we'll be going back to a hybrid in Vancouver in July. And I think, as people were saying, it's time we started traveling again, but at the same time, we have to be very careful. Very careful. It can just jump on you anytime. From my own personal experience, my family, just within the last week, they've contacted the COVID-19 BA2, and they don't know where they picked it up. It's just everywhere. So we have to be careful. So the AFN infrastructure sector, which includes water, advocates on behalf of Canada's First Nations in areas of infrastructure, water, wastewater, and source water protection, among other areas. This photograph, every time I look at it, really touches my heart. We were involved in one of the First Nations in northwestern Ontario, where the First Nation was not on a drinking water advisory, even though 400 out of the 440 homes had no water. And many of the houses still had slop pails and hauling water to the house. And during one of our trips, we caught this young fellow filling up the water jug and going home at a watering station. And there's 6 of these in the community. And it's a daily chore that members of that community do on a daily basis, sometimes twice a day, to go and fill up with water. And this young lad here is going to haul that water jug home. And I don't know what, it got to be at least 10, maybe too much, 5 gallons anyway, which is about 50 pounds, haul that home. And that's always stuck in my mind, saying, well, that's why we do this, so that First Nations can have access to safe water. And that's been our work, I guess, to continue to facilitate and provide that forum for discussion. That's what's happening up to date. So that stays in my mind all the time. I like using it. Just reminds us that there's still a lot of First Nations who still do not have access to safe water. On this deck, we'll be talking about the National Class Action Litigation on Drinking Water Advisory Settlement, status of the repeal and replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, our water strategy for 22 and 23, update on First Nations infrastructure needs study, asset management planning, train the trainer, asset management plan comprehensive pilots. A little bit about probably most of you know already, the federal budget and operation maintenance updates for water and wastewater, and something that is we are a bit concerned about, and we are working closely with our Indigenous services partners to make sure this is done properly, and that's closing the infrastructure gap by 2030. 2030, we're now at 2022, it's only 8 years away. We have serious concerns about whether the infrastructure gap can be closed in 8 years, considering how slow things get around. The National Class Action Litigation Settlement, was initiated by 3 chiefs in Manitoba and Ontario. It was a class action suit against Canada to take them to force them to do something about the drinking water advisories. And in December 2021, December of last year, the federal court and Court of Queen's Bench of Manitoba issued a joint statement approving $8 billion settlement. That's a minimum to support reliable access to safe drinking water on reserve. And there's a few details there. It was not an AFN action, but a lot of it was based on the work that we've been doing for the past 10 years anyway, 2009, when the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act was introduced. High level 1.5 billion compensation for individuals deprived of clean drinking water, and there's some specific requirements for that. Since 1995, if you were impacted by unsafe water, you would qualify for compensation. Added to that, 400 million for First Nations Economic Cultural Restoration Fund. Again, the main reason for the suit, renewed commitment for Canada's action plan to lift all long-term drinking water advisories. And that's, as we know, 2015, the Prime Minister committed to eliminating all drinking water advisories by March 31st, 2021. That has gone and passed, and there still remain around 36 First Nations with long-term drinking water advisories still. Associated with that, create a National First Nations Advisory Committee on Safe Drinking Water, and you'll see later on how that applies to the work that we're doing. Support for First Nations to develop their own safe drinking water bylaws initiatives, and that's a very interesting point of First Nations self-determination, I guess you can call it, to develop their own bylaws initiatives. And also the planned modernization of Canada's legislation for First Nations drinking water, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, which is where we are today. It's also important to note that the settlement is a minimum amount, but the focus of the settlement is to address the full and true cost of ending drinking water advisories. No more of these band-aid solutions that the government has been doing just to get that one drinking water advisory off the list. These have to be long-term, sustainable solutions so that they don't return, so that First Nations do not go back into, drinking water advisory mode. So I said before, December last year, the class action was brought on by the Tasqueam Cree Nation in Manitoba, Curve Lake First Nation, and the Skandaga First Nation in Ontario. So there's as part of that whole process, there's a compensation process in place. And we believe, it's been brought to our attention by some of our chiefs on our Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, that chiefs have already received a letter from the government and a quite lengthy application process to go through. And you can get all that information on the www.firstnationsdrinkingwater.ca. The deadline to submit a claim is March 7, 2023. It's, I think it's rather short, but that's the basis of that agreement. So we are basically just forwarding information. AFN was not part of that class action lawsuit. And part of that, the class action lawsuit commits Canada to repeal the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act by March 2022, this past March. And that is one of the things that we've been working on for the last 10 years, directed by resolutions from the Chiefs Assembly to work to that, specifically repeal and replace the Safe Drinking Water Act. And those of you who have been following it, the Safe Drinking Water Act was developed by Indigenous Services Canada, or INAC at that time, or ANSI, without proper consultation, without addressing or identifying where the resources are going to come from, and also paid little attention to water rights and First Nations rights to water. So the repeal process is underway. It's just checked with our federal partners for information, and even though the process is underway, there's a bit of a parliamentary process to go through, but it's something that's happened already, but hasn't been fully executed yet. There's no going back. And also, as part of the work that we're doing, we have several resolutions that are supporting the work we're doing from the Chiefs Assembly. One of the main things that we'll be starting up very soon is the kickstarting the joint working group on safe drinking water for First Nations, which is tasked to develop the draft framework of the replacement legislation. That's going to be the major activity starting now until the end of December, when Canada is also committed to put a new legislation in place by the end of this year. We have doubts about that timeline, but we're going to do our best to get going on that, involve First Nations organization and others to help frame that draft framework. So our work moving ahead is to, for 22-23, start that the joint terms of reference has been approved, and we'll kick off the meeting of the joint working group. The joint working group includes representatives from the government, Indigenous Services Canada, Environment Canada, Treasury Board, what's the other one? The other departments within the finance, including finance, and we will set up ourselves similar counterparts to set up that table. Joint working group meetings will supplement ongoing regional engagement sessions on the ongoing legislation, and that's kind of an important part. We will be planning more engagements. I know we've done that around 2019 and followed up with some other meetings in 2020, early 2021, to continue searching and seeking input on what the new legislations could contain. And it's opportunity to, this time, for us, First Nations, others, to have a voice on what should be in there. There was a lot of things missing in that government developed act, and a lot of things that First Nations were not happy with. We'll have some national level meetings, like a national legislation summit, currently planned. These are go hand in hand with the development of the drafting of the framework, so that we can continuously get information as new topics come up. We'll go back and forth and seek more information on what should be in the legislation. Make sure that we don't miss anything. So we did some engagements, as I mentioned. A lot of the findings, recommendations from those engagements will look at targeting specific groups, leadership, youth, women, and knowledge holders. And it's important to note here that with the youth here, that we are planning 2 youth sessions, possibly towards the end of August, virtual, and then probably a face-to-face meeting in late this year, maybe in October or November, to have a youth voice in what goes into the legislation. So other areas to look at.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Legislation, informing First Nations on the process towards the development of that draft legislation, coordination between First Nations and legal advisors to ensure that specific objectives are clearly reflected in the co-development of towards legislation. Legal advisors are very important because the feds are going to have their Department of Justice, DOJ folks, and those people, that's their job 24/7. So we have to be very, very strong on that approach and have our own legal advisors to work with us. And also promotion, make sure the First Nations are involved, participate in the development of the draft framework and fostering of constructive dialogue. So at some point, probably not this AGA, we're still early yet, but at some point we will have to go to you, leadership and others, to say, here's the draft framework. What do you think of it? What's missing? What do we need to do? And it's a compressed timeline between now and of December. We'll have to find time for that. So some of the items that we planned this year, legislation summit, a virtual one around June, legal think tank, fall of 2022, to kind of go step by step with the work going on with the development of the framework. Our third annual water summit, and that's more of a broader summit. So some of you who have attended it, it's emerging issues, other big topics. We brought speakers from North America and Canada, all big warriors in terms of water. I mentioned the 2 youth sessions, July 2022, maybe a little bit later than that, and then in person in January 2023. And sure, I would like to start to get some interest of youth in getting involved in that. Certainly the AFN Youth Council will be involved. And then continuing with our annual water symposium, which have been quite successful, 6th annual, February 2023. And with the Safe Drinking Water regional and national engagements going on this summer and into the fall. So that's the kind of the wrap up, high level on the work that we need to do this summer. Again, all directed by resolution over the years. It's really an exercise to go through the number of resolutions we have had over the years, starting way back in 2006, when the expert panel on water and wastewater, safe drinking water for First Nations, was released, going way back when. And so I'm going to go through some slides related to the infrastructure. And as I opened up, infrastructure is really related to how water is managed, what First Nations have to manage water, to provide safe water to our members so that they have safe water to live. It is kind of, I wouldn't say it's not a narrow area, because at the same time, we're also looking at what goes into the water, what's discharged, the whole thing. And but at the same time, advocating for much of what is spoken to before, ahead of us here, resource development, plastics, all the other contaminants that are going into our waters. And you can't, some people say, as an engineer, I've heard that any water can be treated. But that's not really the reason, actually, the real solution. We need to protect the water so we don't have to treat it when all these contaminants go into the system. Water which is distilled or had gone through reverse osmosis has all the minerals taken out of it and doesn't taste very good. So we need to protect the water as much as we can. But at the same time, when we run into contaminated waters, there are some ways that they can be treated. So part of the work that's going on is to try and identify what First Nations need in terms of infrastructure in the next 20 years. And we've engaged a consultant to look at that. And I'm just going to go through that very quickly. Part of it is we could have done a detailed study, but the feds thought that would be too expensive. So the best next thing we had was to access the information that the department has, that First Nations have been providing them. And there's been other work that's been done. Probably some of you are aware of them. There has been a national housing study done, which was completed last year. And the housing department, housing sector is working on providing that information to the federal government. Their numbers for the next 20 years is about $66 billion for housing. About 40 of that is for new housing. Another additional amount there is for other areas related to housing. Also, the education sector has also done their study on education needs. And for us, we've done our asset management needs study. And we looked at the operation and maintenance, O&M, and capital investment in upgrading water and wastewater facilities. Some of you youth who are here, there's work being done at the University of Saskatchewan. We have some good representatives there. There's a lot of opportunities for research into what can be done. Right now, I believe it's still open. University of British Columbia, Reso WaterNet has a challenge out for just to high schools to select up to 8 teams to come up with a solution to treat water. And this could be anywhere from treating water in simple, in other ways, or methods of detection of pathogens, or whatever the students come up with. So there's an opportunity there to look at the research side of things, and based on what you heard here, to bring in that traditional ecological knowledge, at the same time build that into the program. So I think that's still open. And also part of the work was to provide the background data and cost substantiation to inform the next stage of operation and maintenance policy development, which is another area we're working on. I'm going to go through these very quickly. I'm not sure how much time we have. Altogether, the work that we did, we've identified $73 billion needed in the next 20 years. And we've broken that up into chunks in the next 5 years, which will be our ask to the federal government. We will need about $20 billion for the next 5 years, 17 for the next 5, 15, and 20, totaling up of $73 billion. Adding that up with the $66 billion in housing, and I believe it's around, I can't remember how much it is for education, but it's up there, $9 billion, I believe. That is a huge need, and that's because the funding has been so inadequate over the years that this is a huge catch-up. Also looking at growth, sustainment, which means operation and maintenance, upgrades of systems that are being dated due to capacity or just rusting out, and the need to operate and maintain those systems. So that's a big number that government has to contend with. If we look at kind of a step up approach to that. We talked about O&M, sustainment, 23 billion, growth from growing the population needs, some meeting regulatory requirements, new regulatory requirements are coming into place. For example, how do you get arsenic out of your water? Some provinces have different maximum guidelines. And if those come into play, how do you improve your system? Operation and maintenance was always a big component of it. The 20-year investment is 73 billion. And I think those was talked about a little bit here too. Looking at the level of service, not a level of service standard. For those of you who deal with that, the government has level of service standards where they say, we'll fund you this much for that asset. Has nothing to do with what that asset is supposed to provide service for. And that's where the big fallacy has been over the years. Underfunding makes assets disintegrate and impact the health and safety of the community. Also, a big item now that we need to look at, everybody needs to look at, is climate change. We saw the impacts of the BC floods and fires last year. Weather events are becoming more and more severe. I don't know what the numbers are, but 100-year floods are becoming more like every 20 years now, or even more. And
Yeah.
we'll talk about that tomorrow. How do we protect First Nations assets to be resilient now and in the future? We can't continue to build the way we build today. We have to protect them from being washed away, or waters, lakes, increasing in height, being washed out because of shoreline effects. One of the things that we have.
I'm coming to you live here, the Epicine Youth Conference with Isabella Kulak. Okay, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
My name is Isabella Kulak, and I'm 11 years old.
You're 11 years old? Okay, you have a nice dress on right now. Nice ribbon skirt. Yes, because I know you made that yourself?
I got sent this one.
You made this one?
Yeah, somebody gave it to me.
As a gift?
Yeah, I made a different one.
You made a different one. Okay. Because you were involved with like a huge movement that's going on right now, right? You want to tell us a little bit about it? Ribbon Skirt Day?
There's a ribbon skirt day on January 4th. One of these years, like next year, I might be going to Ottawa to go speak there.
Oh, that's awesome. Are you excited for that? Go speak in Ottawa? Yes. You know, this is so awesome that, like, out of that event that happened, that you were able to, like, overcome that, you know, like, you were resilient. You know, that's so awesome. And now you get to go to Ottawa and go speak about it. That's so awesome. All right. Well, we're coming to you live at the Epicine Youth Conference here. I'm with Isabella Kulak. She's 11 years old. She's going to be going to Ottawa next year, hopefully, January 4th for Ribbon Skirt Day. All right. Well, it was nice to meet you, Isabella. My name is Roberta, by the way. Thank you. All right. I'll just wave at the camera. Say, Iguse.
This is just the process of how we went through that training, developed that training. So the other part we're working on is now asset management pilots. As some of you hopefully were involved in some of the engagements we held in 2019, O&M, what is needed in O&M, from hearing firsthand from organizations, tribal councils. And one of the things we heard is, can you show us a fully developed asset management plan? We're really not sure what it looks like, what's involved, what do we need to do. Recognizing that some First Nations already, tribal councils across the country, are moving in that direction. And so we're going to be developing, engaged a consultant to develop several examples of that, and we'll share those with everybody once we're done. I'll go through it very quickly because I talked about it already. What's in the budgets? 2019 for 605 million over 4 years. That's coming pretty close to the end of that, beginning in 2021, and 184 million each year. That's going to be on the A base. For those who know what A base is, it's going into your annual funding. Another announcement in 2020 called the Fall Economic Statement. Another 613 million over 6 years, beginning last year, and then 114 each year going afterwards after that. And Minister Miller also announced an intention to move 100% O&M funding based on the funding formula. To many people, that sounded like a great idea, but it's only 100% of what their formula funding provides now, which is nowhere near what is needed. What we had hoped would be they would provide 100% of the actual cost to operate and maintain system, and that's what we're striving for. That's our target. So all of these, I think, are providing support indications that there is support to move to a asset management planning approach. Budget 21 last year, 4.3 billion over 4 years for infrastructure and other areas, and particularly 1.7 billion over 5 years for operation maintenance on reserve. So that's more money there. I won't go through the details there. For that 4.3 billion, 2.8 is going to First Nations on reserve, and then it's broken up into other areas. So 4.3 billion sounds great to us, but then once you look at the breakdown, it's we're getting 2.8 billion of that. And then of that 2.8, 1.4 billion for water and wastewater over 2 years. Again, once you start to break it down, the amount of money for water and wastewater gets smaller and smaller, even although to you and I, 1.4 billion is a lot of money, but over 634 First Nations, it doesn't go very far. Some of it's for schools, housing, and health facilities. And this most recently, March budget 2022, additional 398 million, includes 247 million for water and wastewater, and an indication of the government support for regions going towards care and control of their facilities, programs, 173 million over 10 years for the Atlantic First Nations Water Authority, which is an authority that's being set up to take care and control of First Nations water and wastewater assets for part of the First Nations. And also they threw in the Rubicon Lake Band, 162 million over.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Coming from different directions, but the drinking water advisories are still the big standout. When will they be able to do that? One of the things I mentioned earlier, which we're a little bit concerned about, is closing the infrastructure gap.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Danse. Independence I'm with from with from it. Nido mo si Krilingo. Agua. The same as what they do. It's a gap waste it.
Yep, my name is Roberta Beating, and coming through live at the Inside Youth Conference here.
And I'm Dawn Pratt from Muscopedian First Nation.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm an Indigenous scientist, and I started my own Indigenous STEM company called ASCII New Tau STEM, and STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. And I focus on indigenizing the science curriculum, and I develop workshops like on the teepee. I like to talk about STEM and the aerodynamics of the teepee on how it was built. So that's just one of the examples of a workshop I deliver, but I deliver workshops to students, to teachers, to actually engineering professionals, and I'm getting invitations to, I got one to Chicago, and I got one to just recently to Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so I'm going international and global now. So yeah, but it's been really exciting since I started my own Indigenous STEM company, and I also like to focus on Indigenous knowledge, incorporating it into lesson plans in my workshops, and finding those intersections of where Western science and Indigenous knowledge meet.
That is so cool.
We don't have a lot of First Nations people in this.
Yeah, and I kind of I see myself. I put myself out there as like a mentor and a role model to youth and other Indigenous and First Nation people that I didn't have that role model, when I was growing up, and I didn't have conferences like this.
Okay, so to have a lot more role models, how do schools get a hold of you or the bands?
I have a website. It's askinewtaustem.com, and I post a lot of the material I find on my LinkedIn, Dawn Pratt. I have some like business web pages like Facebook and a LinkedIn business page, but I'm mostly active on my LinkedIn, my own LinkedIn page. But I put a lot of my material I find where those intersections are.
So do you have like an access? Because I know for like non-students, they don't really have that access.
Thank you very much, Urban.
Research database that they provide for like Indigenous.
I find I can get access to research databases if I need a research article. So I have that ability from going to grad school because I did my Master's of Science in Chemistry. Yeah. So I have that experience as a graduate student on finding research and having access to research databases.
Did you share that research?
I want to do one more draw.
Like on your LinkedIn?
Yeah, I post like it on my LinkedIn, and I share it in workshops I give or professional developments I give for teachers and educators.
Yeah, because I like reading like peer-reviewed research, but sometimes I can't get past the firewall, so I gotta like email directly. Can I read your research article?
Yeah, you can email them too for their
directly.
research directly, and they'll give you their articles.
Yeah, because usually you have to pay for each
Yeah,
database. So.
through the journal. But if you contact the professors or the researchers of the articles, and you can get them. You can get access.
There's a way around it.
Yeah. So they just asked me to speak about women in water today. Yeah. 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 Nippy?
TH dialect. So we're like interchanging from Y dialect to TH dialect.
Yeah, because I always thought it was nippy or nippy.
Yeah.
I try when I do the science classes with students. I try and use the language keepers in the communities, and I have them translate like water, air, earth, or the dirt. Like ASCII is earth, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So I try and incorporate language into my science classes.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. They were awesome. Tapos let's go. Smart lady. Eh? My God, happy though. Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Neoma Edna Beatty Circa. So I work with Krilingo. It's my little sister, Roberta Beatty.
Nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have Chief Melissa
Tansi, Niama, Mikusko.
Nitiga sun atakagupo chinia. Upsis.
Yeah, that's where you start the Apsis.
Mhm.
Keep building it.
Yeah, you can't give up. You just gotta keep going at it. Like even just a little bit. If you stumble, somebody should be there to correct you, and you should be able to learn. And that's how I mainly learn. Is like some people correct me, and I hang on to those corrections.
Yeah, you learn by doing them too.
Mhm.
Yep, you use it. Muscle memory.
And there's a website called Cree Lingo where you can learn Cree in experiential learning where we use Cree in our everyday lives. So you can, and you can hear and hear and hear every day.
Yeah, that's like I'd say one of the best ways to learn Cree is by actually speaking to people who speak Cree, or even listening to the songs and like picking up a word of that song, and then when next time you hear that song, pick up another word, and then eventually you can piece the entire song together, and it sounds like a conversation almost when
I totally agree. That's like through conversation. That's how you're gonna learn because like Cree is very expressive. It's how you say it. Like
Okay, so next
one
we
word can
have
mean two different
the
things.
current
So it's
and
definitely
future
important to have that
challenges
conversation.
to water presenters, Dr. Emily Eaton, University of Regina, Dr. Helen Balch, University of Saskatchewan. Chief
I totally agree. It's so nice seeing people here with long hair. It's not something I see a lot in my own community, but like it's so awesome coming to these conferences and seeing other guys like me with long hair. Last time I seen something like this with this much boys with long hair was at Bold Eagle.
Bold Eagle? That's army training?
Yeah.
Okay. You did that?
Yeah, I did that in the summer of 2021.
Okay, how was that experience for you?
Oh man, it was so. I honestly can't recommend it enough. It's not like it's not gonna turn you into like the hardcore super soldier. You know, you're in the bush. You know, you're just gunning it and stuff like that. It's like it teaches you how to conduct yourself very well. It teaches you how to work in a team very well. It gave me a really incredible work ethic when it comes to working and stuff like that, and it really helped me prioritize what I need to do to be the best me. And I found that a lot of my talents lie in being a soldier, so I continued with being in the army and stuff like that. But some of my other friends there, they were like, okay, this was a good experience, and they just left, right? That's what the Bold Eagle is there for. It's like
Introduce you?
yeah, it can either start your army career, or it's just a really good experience. You know, you get paid to train, and it's something totally out of this world that we live in right now. It's totally different, and it really like makes your mental strength so much stronger. One of the things that my sergeant taught me was that your body gives up faster than your mind does. Oh wait, no, your mind gives up faster than your body does. And after I heard that, I started implementing that into my work ethic, and I find that I can push myself, and then I'll wake up, and then I'll still feel the same, even if I didn't push myself, kind of thing.
Wow, so that Bold Eagle, what is it?
Bold Eagle.
Bold Eagle probably gave you a lot of good habits, I'm sure.
Like aside from the army training, what else did they provide as well for like Indigenous youth?
What was your question?
Like aside from the army training, what else did they provide for Indigenous youth?
They provide a lot of options and inspiration for future careers, right? Because one thing that I never heard about was the Alloy program and the Aboriginal Leadership Opportunity Year, and that's where you go. It's basically like a free year of college, basically. Free books, free flight to there, free tuition, and it's for that year, and it's for Aboriginal people, and I wish it was a lot more capitalized on. And that's one thing.
Sweet to share all
Yeah.
of that information with
And
people.
thanks to Bold Eagle, I've been sharing that. I've been like spreading it like gospel.
Nice, that's awesome. That's good to hear.
All right, tinigi. Yeah, tinigi tagagi piyamiyak. Thank you for coming. Oh, one more. Chief Roberta. And this is Roberta. Kigwi miss. Ogoy me saway piyamiat.
Here to become involved in the protection of water for environmental, cultural, and treaty reasons. Our panelists.
We're from Krilingo. It's not. Okay, yeah.
Dakota.
Dakota. Ah, can you give us a sample?
How may talk you? It's like, hello, how are you? Hello to the people. All right, tell us about yourself.
My name is Roberta Suewashte. I'm the Itachan, the chief for Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, Tatanka Naji, and one of the organizers for the conference here for the Youth Empowerment Water Symposium. And I'm glad to be here amongst all the youth and that the youth have finally come together and be able to socialize amongst one another between the nations to hear the importance of the past, present, and future of water sustainability from our First Nation elders, our First Nation leader advocates, our professors, and many other experts in this field.
Yeah, we heard a lot of them this morning. They were so good.
I heard from like earlier, like were you one of the organizers as well for this?
Yes, Standing Buffalo. I initiated the idea in early fall 2021 to Vice Chief Heather Bear, and we just rolled with it with Vice Chief Ellie Bear and with the support from the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, as well as our my nation, Tatanka Naji, and our tribal council, the Vahels Capel Tribal Council. We came together and along with the co-host, which is Muscopeding First Nation. So within our 11 First Nations, within our tribal council, we're the 2 women chiefs that were directly affected by some of the projects coming down into the valley. So this is how this came about and why water is so important to me. I live adjacent to 2 provincial lakes, and we cannot swim in them. We shouldn't swim in them, and the pollution is very high.
When did you decide that you were just going to go through with the conference considering COVID? When did you decide to go ahead with the conference?
We decided to go ahead with the conference. We postponed it twice in the fall. In December, we decided the springtime, and it would have to be when the youth could attend. So we had the spring break, and then we went to ceremony and made sure we had the blessings of the elders for that.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'm very grateful that you guys put this on because I'm learning a lot too, being here, like listening to the speakers, listening to you guys, like climate change is important, water, and like having the youth involved and all of that. That's so awesome. Like I'm very thankful for you guys doing that, putting this all together.
Mopida.
And ask them.
Yeah, very grateful.
We talk you Weston.
I was say, Moises, later.
Her research interests include studies of the industry and impacts of fossil fuels, just energy transitions, natural resource economies, and political ecology and economy. Her previous work has included studies of the oil industry's influence on rural institutions and culture in oil-producing communities and in public education. As a colleague of Emily's, I'll certainly attest to when Emily speaks, I listen. We're also very pleased to have on the panel Dr. Helen Balch, Associate Professor of the Global Institute of Water Security at the University of Saskatchewan. Helen uses Western science to understand threats to water quality, aiming to integrate landscape and ecosystem scale understandings and foster better water management. Helen sits jointly in the School of Environment and Sustainability and in the Global Institute for Water Security at the University of Saskatchewan. And it's a pleasure to have her join us this afternoon. Finally, I'd like to introduce Nathaniel, who is better known as Nat to everyone, Nathaniel Bergbush from the University of Waterloo. And Nat is originally from Saskatchewan, and he is currently a doctoral candidate in the School of Environment, Resources, and Sustainability at the University of Waterloo. Nat is also an environmental science consultant with the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, and his current research focuses on making environmental impact assessment and watershed planning more inclusive of regional ecosystems and communities. Welcome back to Saskatchewan, Nat. Okay, so we'll start with a few words from each of our panelists, and so it's my honor to invite Chief Pagan to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Farnick. I told my fellow panelists I'm going to take my book up with me so it look like I'm reading a speech or something. I want to thank our elder this morning for the prayers. And I always want to instill to each and every one of you to always walk with prayer, because that's what our elders talk about. We heard it reiterated from our elder, Mr. A.J. Felix. I also want to thank Chief Roberta Suiwaste and Chief Melissa Tavada, FSIN and Files Qu'Appelle Tribal Council for hosting this special event, this very important event. To our youth, I know it's your Easter break and you're trying to study and some of you don't want to be here, but I have a question I have to ask you all. How many of us had to go through, not just students, everybody in the room, how many of us had to go through a boil water advisory? Let's put up our hands. Okay. How many of us know what Anthropocene means? Okay. Anthropocene is the start of human, I guess, impacts to the environment. The scholars figured it happened in the 1800s during the Industrial Revolution. Some figured it happened in 1945 when the atomic bomb was first tried out. Now, maybe about 1950 when these scholars get together. So if we use 1950 and we're in the year 2022, what is that? 62 years? So all you 15 and 16-year-olds in here, in 62 years, you'll be 79, you'll be 80. And if you're involved with a boil water advisory today, what's it going to be like in 62 years? We take these things for granted. When we go to that tap, we run that water. When we go to the bathroom, we flush the toilet every time. When we take the extended showers or the baths. And what I'm talking about is just think about those things. Think about them. Have I ever done that? I have. And the next person is not going to do it. Why should I? But when we put all the people together to do those, there's an impact. Where is that impact? And I'm going to be concentrating on an area that we call the Lake Diefenbaker Irrigation Project, a current problem, a current issue facing each and every one of us. Some of us may be living up north. Diefenbaker's in the south, not going to impact me. Some of us live eastern Saskatchewan in the Qu'Appelle Valley. Diefenbaker's not going to impact me. But it is. It's going to impact each and every one of us that are depend on the North Saskatchewan, the South Saskatchewan. That's the impact that's going to be had. A lot of us may think, well, it's surface water. I don't drink surface water. I don't drink lake water. I get my water from the ground. Well, surface water soaks through Mother Earth and provides to our aquifers. So if you have surface water, not very good or none, you're going to have impacts to your aquifer. And if it impacts your aquifer, you know, we all have water treatment plants on our reserves on our First Nations. And we're assuming our water treatment plant operator is going to make good water so we could drink it. But many of us, because we're involved with boil water advisories, we don't. We'd go to the store and we'd borrow, we'd buy that bottle of water. Many of you are probably afraid to drink that water from that pitcher in the back because it's not in a bottle. That's how we've become accustomed to. So in 62 years, if that's what we think like today, what it's going to be like in 62 years? Are you going to have any water? I've always made a comment that you give me $1 million or 1 million gallons of water. What will you take? Only condition on that $1 million is you cannot drink coffee, tea, pop, water, anything. And you know what? You will die. Those are real issues today. All you young people that you're going to have to face, that we as the older people are facing today, that we're trying to address. We may not think it's a big issue. Lake Diefenbaker is the biggest man-made lake in southern Saskatchewan, built in 1967. It's fed from the mountains. And a lot of you heard about climate change. The glaciers in the mountains are dwindling. What happens when there's no more? Will Lake Diefenbaker get their water? Because Lake Diefenbaker is fed by the Old Man River and the Bow River near Tabor, Alberta. And as it makes its way south towards Diefenbaker Lake, it's fed in by the Red Deer River. And when it gets to Lake Diefenbaker, it goes in, that's all part of South Saskatchewan. It starts going north, west of the Dakota, west of here, of Whitecap Dakota Nation. Just west is the South Saskatchewan River. You heard a presentation about the Saskatchewan deltas. Those are going to be impacted. And while I'm saying all this, you're all saying, well, how is it going to be impacted? What's going to be going on? When the South Saskatchewan gets further north, it feeds into the North Saskatchewan. So we're dependent on a number of rhythm. Someone talked about rhythm earlier. That rhythm of that water flow, the rhythm of the snow melts, the way in which the water makes its way to you all. We take those for granted. We don't think about those things. Lake Diefenbaker supplies about 70% of the population for the consumption. There was an announcement made for a $4.5 billion, a project called the Lake Diefenbaker Irrigation Project, where they're going to use that water now for the lake to irrigate 500,000 acres of land. So that means less water flowing into South Saskatchewan coming just west of the Whitecap Dakota Nation. It's going to mean less water flowing down the lower Qu'Appelle to many of you First Nations that are in the Qu'Appelle Valley, which is my First Nation. As I mentioned, if Lake Diefenbaker lake levels drop and you got the glacier melt, and if you can't get the aquifers replenished, we're in trouble. That is why it's imperative that our schools, our First Nation schools, because our First Nation leaders, they control the curriculum that they should be implementing. Current issues of the environment and the impacts. The impacts to each and every one of us is critical. And what do we need to do about it? Many of your First Nation leaders are currently engaged with the provincial government, the federal government, to try and address this, to try and stop it. How do we get involved? There was a comment earlier about how do we get involved as Indigenous people. Bill C-69, Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, calls on the involvement of Indigenous nations through traditional knowledge. But you know what? We're not. We're not being involved. Many of our First Nations are faced with poverty, faced with social issues, that it's hard to try and deal with everything else because it's thrown at us. It's thrown at your chiefs, it's thrown at your counselors. And honestly, truthfully, they can't keep up because there's so much issues impacting us, impacting you children. I commend you for being here. I commend you for listening. Go home, go to your schools, ask your teacher, can we learn about the environment that's impacting us today, my First Nation? That is a challenge I place to each and every one of you. Ahai, miigwech, plamaye.
Oh, okay. We'll do for the speaker here. So Chief Pegan's going to do a draw for us for the speaker. Got a big old speaker here.
It's a Marley.
A Marley. I don't know what that is. I guess Chief knows.
Wasey Albert, come on down. You're the next contestants on The Price is Right. Wasey Albert. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Wasey Albert, are you in the room? Is she not in the room? We're gonna have to do a redraw. We'll give her something else. We'll do one more. Sorry. For the speaker. Oh, sorry.
Akita Waditaka.
Akita Waditaka. Okay, thank you. You want a speaker? Okay, I'll bring it to you so we don't interrupt the panel much more. Sorry, guys.
Our next panelist is Dr. Helen Balch from University of Saskatchewan, and she'll just take a moment to set up her presentation.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. It's a real honor to be here today. And I think I have a few jobs. The first one is getting the microphone in the right place. The next one is to try to get us all to talk and think about water and water problems. And I'll say I'm going to fail right off the hop on that first job because I really want to try to focus on water solutions. So as mentioned, my name is Helen Balch. I'm at the University of Saskatchewan, and I live and work on Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of the Métis. And my work is really dedicated to trying to help secure water security and really focus on that area of water quality that we've heard quite a bit about already today, thinking about safe drinking water, thinking about microplastics, and so on. So I'm in good company with many people in the room who are thinking about water, including all of you. And I think, you know, as youth move into careers and futures, some of you will work in water, some of you won't, but all of us will continue to be touched by water, and all of our actions continue to touch water. So I spent a fair bit of time today really mulling over what I'm going to tell you. Oh, and I might have waited to, oh, there we go. And I had a few titles, but what I really want to talk about is water solutions. There's a lot of positive changes that we can make to help sustain, protect, and improve water quality and water security. And I'll focus on what I know the most about, which is water quality. But I'll start with a story from less than 62 years ago, about 20 years ago. And that was when I was finishing my undergraduate degree, feeling pretty good about what I knew and what I could do in the world. And I saw this article, and it, if you can't see the title, it says, Deafness to the Global Water Crisis, Causes and Risks. And I read this article and I thought, that's interesting. It seems a little overstated. That was in 1998, if I can see this number correctly. And what I'll say is, with the benefit of a couple decades hindsight, this article was right and I was completely wrong. Now, I grew up water secure, so that was a privilege I had, and that was part of the reason I was blind to some of these issues. It didn't take me that long to realize some of these issues. And these are some of the reasons. So when we think about Canada as a nation and what we're known for around the world, we're often known for water. And many of us will have seen a map like this in primary school that shows, this dark blue color, placing us among the most water-rich nations in the world. And that was part of the narrative I grew up with. And I grew up on the Great Lakes, seeing this incredible quantity of water that was in great shape, for a brief time, that is. So it was easy to be a bit overconfident or a lot overconfident about water. And the image on the right is where I grew up, or where I like to say I grew up, where I spent all my summers with my dad on the beach, actually not far from where Carrie was turned into a water scientist. But that beach has changed completely. So my overconfidence about water started to come to an end when that lake was invaded by zebra and quagga mussels. And when I go back to that lake with my daughter, the lake is different, right? She collects shells on the beach and they're not the same shells. And it's, a small change in terms of all of the changes we see in the environment, but that was a really important one that certainly influenced me. So I would argue that this narrative of being a water-rich nation has really hurt our actions. It's really slowed our actions. And when we think about power centers in Canada, Ottawa, and the Great Lakes region, where so many people live and look out on these vast resources, is where a lot of important decisions are made. Now, I moved to the prairies 11 years ago. And I think in the prairies, we're a whole lot more attuned to the importance of water and the impacts of water. My family's story was impacted by water, and I think many, perhaps all of us in the room, will have different stories of both positive and negative impacts of water. My dad was born in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, but I grew up in the east, as I told you, because my family couldn't make it in the Dust Bowl. They headed east, and there are many worse stories. We were all okay, or they were okay, hence I am here. But all of us have stories about water. So what's the water crisis about now? And I'll say I won't talk a whole lot about the water crisis because it really can't handle another crisis, I think, like many folks in the room. The water crisis isn't about dust, thank heavens. I think that's a really important example of how we've adapted our actions and our environment to help mitigate disasters and catastrophes. And I think that's an important lesson for us to think about now, of some of the positive changes we've made to agriculture that have prevented similar disasters from occurring. But the water crisis still has many facets, of course. We saw how many folks have had a boil water advisory. That still, is lived experience for so many people. There's floods, there's droughts, with their tremendous costs, both economic, but also in terms of the stresses that people endure. And then there's this issue of water quality, which is the one that I'll focus on. So as I mentioned, this is my passion, and I've had a few nice chats with folks talking about what they want to do. And I encourage you all to think about your passion. I was lucky to find mine, and there's so much about what's fascinating in terms of water quality, about why lakes look the way they do, their histories, but also thinking about their futures and what futures we want for the water we depend on. So we know that agricultural settling of the lands, as well as towns and cities, have changed our lakes, and it's really functionally greened our lakes. They've become greener in color. One could consider them more productive, but with that, a whole lot of impacts. So the headlines you see in Lake Winnipeg are not isolated to Lake Winnipeg. We see these types of greening impacts across much of the prairies. And if you remember one thing from me standing up here today, just let me tell you not to put your hands or your feet in this goo if you see it on the beach. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why. But these issues that have made headlines on Lake Winnipeg, also impact the lakes of the Qu'Appelle, also impact many prairie lakes and very many lakes across Canada. So why do we care? Well, two big reasons, probably a lot more than two. First, the blooms that we see can be toxic, so it's really important to stay out of them. So it can lead to things like rashes, but at its most extreme, when really dangerous toxins are present, it can lead to death. So keeping cattle and dogs out of waterways with blooms, and of course not drinking that water untreated, is really important. The other reasons we care is the conditions that occur with these blooms have really complicated effects on lake ecosystems, but they impact many of the things we rely on in lakes. They can lead to things like fish kills, and these conditions can take decades to solve, decades or longer. I was at a meeting with a policymaker on Lake Winnipeg, and she said out loud, it'll be decades. She may not even be alive when this problem is solved. And it's important to say that, but it's also important to work. So there's no quick fix, but there is a whole lot we can do. So this issue of greening lakes, of blooms that's capturing the headlines, and many of us have seen firsthand, is driven by nutrients. And we see this in a really powerful, really old image here, where a lake was basically cut in half with a curtain to try to understand what was causing these conditions. And the bottom half, phosphorus, was added, and we can see that greening of the lake occurred. And it can happen really quickly. We've seen it happen in a matter of months in a new lake with phosphorus added to it. So it's important to emphasize that it just takes a little bit to have a big impact. And when we think about nutrients and nutrient management in the environment, we're all contributing nutrients, and we all need to manage them really carefully. But as I mentioned, I want to think about solutions, and I'm an optimist at heart. So what I'll say is I do see workable, really pragmatic solutions ahead. There's some fun ones, like you can see the image in the middle. In about a month's time, you'll be able to use your phone to go onto an app to check out the conditions on the lake that I work on, Buffalo Pound Lake, and understand, for example, when the bloom is on, when the water is really clear, when it might be good to go for a swim. And that's a neat tool, a little robot in the water, but it's also a really practical tool in terms of allowing us to adapt drinking water treatment to these issues of water quality that we're seeing in the lake. And Buffalo Pound there, you can see on the left with that bright blue color, is a very seriously bloom impacted lake that, of course, many of us rely on drinking water from. So some important technical solutions that we can start to apply. And then we can also adapt to these poor water quality conditions, and we have to, by knowing when to stay out of the water. And approaches as simple as posting warning signs saying it's not safe to swim here right now, or having things like apps that can tell you which lakes will be good to swim in. So adaptation is important and really crucial, but as I've mentioned, my hope is to do more and actually contribute to improved water quality. And there's a lot of work we can do and we need to do to prevent things from getting a whole lot worse. So what can we do? Well, if we think about nutrients in the environment, there's three major human sources. One is wastewater, one is manure, and one is crop production and fertilizer use. And in each one of these areas, there's a whole lot we can do to try to reduce the excess nutrients that are going into our lakes and causing those blooms. So the bottom one, wastewater effluents, that's a technical solution. We can do that. We know how to do that. There's lots of good options. They cost a lot of money and they take technical expertise, but we can do that. And we see that downstream of the Regina wastewater treatment effluent, lots of really rapid positive changes with an investment in improved water treatment. When we think about livestock manure, simple rules like not putting manure on frozen ground and being really careful about where we put manure in our livestock. And then when we think about crop production, which defines so much of the landscape of the prairie, again, there's a lot that we can do. And that's one area that I think I see some of the biggest benefits. And it's a really interesting one as we talk about water solutions, because as a graduate of biology who has never farmed, it was easy for me around that time. I read that article for the first time and thought, there's no water crisis. I thought, oh, water quality issues. We just need to stop this agricultural runoff problem. No problem. And it took some time for me to realize that it was a whole lot deeper than that, because interestingly, farmers are doing an amazing job managing nutrients, and they have to do that amazing job managing nutrients to sustain their crops. But what we see is almost everything they put in, they take out in crops, and it's just this tiny proportion that's lost to runoff. It's just a tiny proportion that makes it to the lakes. But these lakes are incredibly sensitive to that. So it's a really challenging, deep problem with a lot of people, including farmers, dedicated to trying to resolve it. The other problem, not just around the nutrient runoff, is around all of the complex changes that are occurring. And I think what I want to say here is there have been a lot of changes in agriculture in the prairies, from the days that my grandmother and grandfather left the prairies, that have had really important benefits to things like soil health, like adoption of reduced tillage and cover crops and perennial forage. And these can have many benefits. And then drainage is another big one that we'll talk a little bit about. So these practices all have big benefits for producers. Some have really big benefits for soil health, but all of them have really negative impacts for water quality. Now, as I mentioned, I like to talk about solutions, and this is just one example of an area we've been able to advance some work on solutions, showing that hotspots of phosphorus in the landscape can be drawn down really quickly, actually in a matter of years, leading to almost immediate benefits to the water quality running off those fields. And the real exciting part here was that there was no impact on crop yield. So we're looking at one pragmatic solution that we think can be applied in the landscape to help improve water quality. But we need to be really careful about many of the ongoing changes that are occurring in the landscape. And some of these are going to be really challenging to handle. Drainage has been going on in the prairies for more than 100 years, and it's continuing pretty rapidly in some areas. And we know that by draining the landscape, we're increasing the water coming off that land, but we're also contributing to more nutrients coming off that land. So again, causing some of those water-related risks and issues. And drainage with any changes in the landscape has really complex impacts and a whole bunch of different impacts that we need to be aware of. So the plot on the left really just is a complicated way of telling you there's an increased risk of floods. We're going to get floods more frequently, and we're going to get more severe floods as we move through draining the landscape. But we also know that draining wetlands in the landscape removes critical habitat. So we're influencing wildlife populations, really important impacts on migratory wildfowl, and of course, those impacts on water quality. So if I come back to water quality and most water issues, we're really dealing with this idea of cumulative effects. There are many complex concurrent changes that are happening in our landscapes and in our ecosystems. For water quality, it's that intersection of changing land management, climate and sewage coming from our towns and cities. Now, as I mentioned, there's a whole lot we can do. The immediate things we can do include being careful with nutrients, managing our wastewater, and with things like high fertilizer prices, there's opportunities for being more careful with nutrients and improving our water quality. For now, we also need to be careful around blooms. Make sure that you're not swimming in that water, and we're really careful with our drinking water. We can safely treat that water, but make sure we're doing so. And fundamentally, I think we need to think about resilient collaborative solutions. Are we making the right decisions that will help us through those really, really dry conditions we've seen in the last few years? Will they be resilient to flood conditions that we know will also come because we live in the prairies? How will these decisions impact wildlife? And how will they impact the vulnerability of our own communities to some of these water-related risks? So there's a lot of learning from past mistakes I think we need to do, but also a lot of opportunities to look at promising areas and replicate them. And I think that's why it's exciting to be in a room of so many smart young people, because it's complicated, and I think there's a lot of really important work ahead to do. So I'll close with just a few notes, and that's talk about my age, and I won't confess it, but it starts with a 4. I'm not young. I'm not young by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm also not old. And in my lifespan, I would argue there has been unprecedented change. Starting with that first observation I had of holding a zebra mussel in my hands and realizing something fundamental had changed. We've had a doubling of fertilizer use globally. And of course, we have these massive changes in atmospheric greenhouse gases. So many, many changes that have occurred. And we know that the decisions we make today and in the coming decades will really define water futures for my kids, grandkids, your kids, grandkids, and many generations to come. And it's a really complex, fascinating, but rewarding area to work in. So the bottom line is we have a long list of water problems. And what we really need to do is have more water solutions, more broad thinking, and more work on sustainability. So ideas like integrated water management, integrated decision-making, water education, bridging local knowledge and traditional knowledge, and water research make me optimistic that hopefully we can make some better decisions for better water futures. And with that, I think I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say I wouldn't mind if my age started with a 4. Our next presenter is Dr. Emily Eaton from the University of Regina.
Thank you. I guess I'll do that. I want to thank all the youth who are here today, the conference organizers, the elders, the chiefs, and it's really a pleasure to be here with you today. Unlike the other academics who are here, the people who are working in universities, I'm not a scientist. And actually very little of my work has to do with water. So you might be wondering what it is that I am here for. And I grew up in Saskatoon. I did all of my graduate work in Ontario. And when I moved back to Regina in 2009 to take a job at the University of Regina, the province was in the middle of an oil boom. And I was interested in studying this oil boom and its impacts in Saskatchewan. there was at the time quite a bit of talk about the impacts of the tar sands next door, especially on First Nations that are downstream and Métis communities that are downstream of the tar sands. But there was really nobody talking, at least visibly in the media, about the impacts of oil and gas extraction. And so I set to work doing that for a while. And more broadly, I teach sort of in the area of resource management, and I look a lot at the impacts of mining, and oil and gas, and also a little bit of agriculture as well. So I think Peter invited me here today in order to think about some of the uses and abuses and pollution associated with water that's coming from an economy that we have in Saskatchewan that is very much resource-based. And so I have just 2 slides. If you want to bring up the first one, that would be great. This is just data from the Water Security Agency, which is the agency that's charged with water management and licensing in Saskatchewan. And every 3 years, I contact someone there and they give me these pie charts of water use in the province. And so I just have 2016 and 2019 there. The one for 2022 isn't yet available. But you can see broadly how water use in the province is divvied up. And so it might come to a surprise to you, that actually, we don't have that many irrigated acres of agriculture yet, although Chief Pegan talked about how the plans that the province has to really significantly enlarge the number of irrigated acres. But they account for a very significant amount of our total water use in the province. Some other things that might be surprising include the amount of water that's being used for mining operations, and especially for potash mines, especially the new mines that are solution potash mines, where they are using pumping water underground to bring the potash up in a solution, and then having to usually dispose of that water after. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that as well. But you can also see the increase in growth associated with the oil and gas industry there. So in a lot of my classes, when I talk to students about whether that is greenhouse gas emissions, because my primary area of research is really in how we transition away from fossil fuels in order to rescue a habitable planet. When we talk about climate change impacts, I find that students often want to talk about the things that they can do personally in their everyday lives. And I certainly encourage students to do those things. It's great to, if you're in an urban setting, ride your bike when possible, take public transportation, do all of the things that decrease your personal footprint. But when we look at a problem like water consumption or the emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, we're really talking about a few large industries who are responsible overwhelmingly for the majority of the impacts. And so I think, as a social scientist in universities, we study not just the problem from a sort of scientific point of view, but we study what are the blocks that are in place. Everybody knows this, right? We don't actually need these graphs or any of this data to know that our world is in a dangerous place. We are moving very quickly towards all sorts of tipping points, right? And that's the really depressing part about it. But I think what people may not understand is why we can't pull ourselves back. And so in the social sciences, we look at some of those things. And my research with a number of academics across Canada has looked at the power and the influence, for example, that the fossil fuel industries have and how they exert that influence basically to get what they want. And so I think returning to the issue of water and at the scale of the province, one of the things that I would identify as a significant barrier to us using and respecting water and exercising our responsibilities to to the water and to the land is that we have a provincial government that believes that we have an abundance of surface water and that we should make it available to industry as the industry requests it, no matter how much they request for no matter how many new mines or new holes into the Earth's crust. And so I'm very much interested in understanding how we can turn that around for the province. What can we do as young people, as scientists, as people with inherent and treaty rights to make our voices known, to put pressure on the government, to bring them to the table, to have a more fair division of water. And one of the things that I've been trying to learn more about is the treaty agreements, which allow for the existence of people like me, settlers in these lands. And as I understand it, those agreements were made in order to share the land in ways that would be mutually beneficial. That First Nations, for example, would have all of the things that they had before and more on top. That settler economies would exist in a good relationship with Indigenous economies. That our land uses, and here I mean settler land uses, wouldn't diminish the land base, the habitat, etc., to such a point where Indigenous economies couldn't thrive.
All right, you guys, we're live here again. Thank you, Willis. And if here's a weird thing, we're going to do something different here. If you guys want to continue watch the panel, there's another live being played that is strictly just a panel. So you guys can go through that. Our live is going to consist of interviewing all the delegates, all the guest speakers. So we're going to be doing that on ours, but we will once in a while go back to the speakers. And like when Jesus is talking, JR, is it JR or JL? JR Rose, JR LaRose, like all those big, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to go back to them, yeah. But anyway, my name is Nathan Ayers from Red Pheasant First Nation, Treaty 6. I'm the owner of this one right here, IOPS.ca, striving to become the #1 Indigenous board within Canada. And I'm with we're with
Vice Chief Ali Bear.
all right, so we've interviewed Ali Bear over at FSI and hockey, so this is kind of becoming like a normal thing now here to bring. So can you tell us about this whole thing? Like, what's the FSN Youth Assembly about? Why is it here, and what's your thoughts on it?
So can I pick it? Okay, cool. Yeah, so the Youth Legislative Assembly hasn't happened in almost 5 years now. And so every time that there's a Youth Leg Assembly, we have 2 new youth representatives elected. So there's been 2 youth reps, and they've been in there for over 5, almost going on 6 years, I'm pretty sure. And so it's because of COVID, but also it should have happened earlier as well, right? But this is the first time we've put together. Yeah, so this is the first time we've been able to really gather and get this event on. So when I got elected, the Youth Legislative Assembly was in my portfolio, and I knew that I wanted to make this a priority for us. We need to get our youth together. We need to get some motivational speakers out here, and we need to talk about our issues, with water. But as long as, hear our success stories and all of our First Nations that are really pushing forward despite everything that we've gone through. And so I really want to inspire our youth. And at the same time, at the very end of it, we're going to have elections, and we're going to have 2 new youth representatives who are going to, help lead our youth and be a voice at the table. They're not just FSIN youth representatives, but they're actually AFN. So they do national events. And so it's a really good platform for whichever youth get elected in. And it's really good for them to understand the process of elections and so forth. So if they want to do it in the future, right? It's a good way to start, get your foot in the door, meet people, network, and learn.
Roberta? Yes, I definitely can't wait to hear all the speakers. Definitely like the athletes, like all the influencers as well, to hear about their stories. Definitely want to be inspired as well.
That's pretty cool that you get to go AFN and travel like Canada, right, to every single meeting. Is that what they do, or how does it work? I don't know how it works.
Yeah, so the youth get to come, they get invited out to AFN events, and they have their own AFN Youth Council. So there's 2 from each region, from each territory in each province. There's 2 youth reps. And so these 2 that get voted in will get to go to all these AFN events, and they get to network and meet other nations from across Turtle Island.
And that's every 2 years?
Every 2 years. Yeah.
So these ones were on for 6 years.
Yeah, these guys have been on for a really long time.
New male and female representatives this year.
Is it always male and female?
Yes, but we wanted to be more inclusive this year, so that's why we invited 4 youth per nation. It's actually used to be just 2 youth per nation. So we opened it up to 4 youth because we understand that we need to be more inclusive when it comes to gender diversity. And also we need to be more inclusive when it comes to all the different nations and tribes that we have in this region alone. Saskatchewan's very diverse from north to south. We're Dakota, we're Anishinaabe, we're Dene, we're Cree. We're not just 2.
There's different dialects, like different accents, for sure, coming together in one place. Share our stories and learn about climate change as well and how that's affecting us. And we got to make sure that youth are involved in that too, because they're going to be our future leaders.
Sounds like someone wants to run. Not only is she Cree lingo, she's also a candidate. What's the age group? How old do you got to be to run?
15 to 24.
Ooh, you just missed. So, no, but so we just seen the agenda, and day 2 is going to be a packed day of a lot of obviously speakers and everything. What favorite part are you looking for? I know it's 3 days packed, and now you guys are had to do this on a whim. What part of this whole conference are you looking forward to the most?
Well, tonight we're going to have a round dance. I'm really excited for that.
We're doing that live. We're going 2 hours live.
Yeah, we're going to be honoring. Oh, really? Yeah.
Ever in your life?
Like for the Shambo, we speak Cree, like there's lots of fishing, there's lots of hunting, but there's no we don't do powwows or any of that. So that's one aspect of my life that I want to start to involved in. So being here too is I'm super thankful. So thank you for holding this event.
Yeah, no, of course, and especially here on our home territory of Whitecap, Dakota First Nation, we're able to have a hotel that's Indigenous owned, so we got to support our Indigenous entrepreneurs, our Indigenous businesses, and, that's how we're here together supporting each other. But yeah, during our round dance tonight, we're going to be honoring Isabella Kulak. So she is 11 years old from Cody First Nation. And she had faced discrimination in her school about wearing ribbon skirts. They were supposed to dress formally, and her teacher was saying, that's not formal. She stood up to her teachers at 10 years old. And now there's a National Ribbon Skirt Day on January 4th that's been declared in Canada.
That's amazing, man.
Talking about that. We had her on here earlier, so that's what she was talking about. I'm going to Ottawa, I'm going to go talk about this.
Yeah, and see, those are our young leaders, right? It's not just you guys are the leaders of the future. These are our leaders right now. They're standing up and for what's right, and they're making these changes already in society, which is huge. And we need to honor those, right?
And you see a lot of it on TikTok. I know I mentioned this before. TikTok online is that big, massive platform where Indigenous people are really hearing their voice. You know what I mean? The one guy there who went viral by mistake by doing the bathroom thing there, he was like this. Honestly, I think it's being seen by 500 million people. But you know what's cool? You go on his TikTok and you see powwow, just powwow, and there are millions of views on everything. So I mean, that online voice is what is actually really helping push it. And I think hashtag blah blah. I think hashtag native TikTok is huge, right? So it's trending.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then also tomorrow night we have a comedy hip hop show. That's another thing I'm really looking forward to. So we have
Roberta.
I wasn't either. I'm only gonna watch. There you go.
Uncle Deadly Conway, right? And we have Auntie Beatrice, Tanya, and we have Joey Styles and Dreezus that will be performing tomorrow night.
Yeah, we just Yeah, we just met Jesus there, man. He's tall, man, eh?
Yeah, he's definitely a big Soto man.
Naskasa. Naskasa. It's so nice to have a fluent speaker here next to me here. Jeez. But we want to thank you, Ali, for Chief Ali Bear, for stopping in here. We'll guaranteed get you in here again throughout the next couple of days, and just keep filling us in about all the awesome stuff.
Yeah, I just want to say good luck to all the youth running. I'm really, really excited. I'm really happy there's so many youth putting their names forward this year. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Ali.
Hi. All right, so there you guys go. We're gonna keep getting. We're gonna probably go back to the panel real quick, and we're gonna get somebody else here to interview us. So we'll see you really quick.
What I want to talk about challenges is how do we change water's story? So a bit about me first. So as I said, I'm a water scientist, and I'm working with Fowler Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council as well, and thank you to them. So by day, you can see me in that picture at the top. I'm in the stream, I'm swimming in the Qu'Appelle River, and I'm a water scientist. By night, I'm a toxic algal blob monster. So that's actually a costume that I was able to wear in a kind of a theater thing that we did. But I'm so passionate about how do we make science accessible and make change possible through the conversations that we have. And I grew up in Saskatchewan in Regina, and now I'm doing research at the University of Waterloo. How do we make decision making about water more inclusive of people and ecosystems downstream and those that are regional? How do we think about water for the environment, water for livelihoods, for culture, for rights? It's a challenge, but it's something I think we can do together in a collaborative way. And I also am very passionate about water jokes. I have some for you. What did the dried up stream say to the cloud? Please cry me a river. Okay, I have one more. Where do fish keep their money? In riverbanks. And I know you're not here for humor, or maybe some of you are, but it's always good to start a discussion about challenges with humor. So let's talk about those challenges. There are many ahead of us, and it's almost a new normal for us as well. We have climate change and the effect of that on water. We have drought and flooding and fires. We have industry and cities that are taking water, they're using water, and they're polluting water as well. We have this idea of decision making and who gets to manage water and what choices can be made. Then we have equity and health, the quality of water and the distribution of water, and then how that affects water for drinking and for sanitation. These are all things to consider. We also have to think about population growth, this boom in people. We're continuing to grow, and the issues then with water scarcity. And all of this fills us with this idea of ecological grief. We're losing these ecosystems that contain water, and then we're grieving for them. We're starting to mourn for them, and it's time to act. The time is now. I would actually argue the crises you see here are maybe not the crucial challenge. The crucial challenge is in something we need to change. So I would say, the global supply of available fresh water is more than adequate to meet all current and foreseeable water demands. We need to be diligent in our water allocation because there's regional scarcity. These regions that have freshwater resources, the water that's allocated, it's inadequate to meet domestic, economic, developmental, and environmental needs. And many think that technology is the way forward. And I agree with that. Tools and methods, used in the production of goods and services, and how we can use technology to make the future we want possible, the future for water. These are things like cybernetics, like AI, like algal-based fuels, like greening of deserts, geoengineering to reverse climate change, desalinization, recycling, genetic modification of crops, mapping tools. I agree, technology is crucial. I also think we need to change how we, society, value water. This will help us create a new relationship with water that directs and reinforces technological change and helps us with new policies and dreams for what water could be. We have to be creative and bold enough to make a change. So thinking of how we value water, I have an exercise.
All right, we're live right now. Are we good? All right. So we're back here again with another youth candidate here. And to my left, we have.
Hirak Makad Wadirika.
From where?
Wapaitin, Dakota Nation, Saskatchewan.
So we're going to get right to it. Obviously, you're a cowboy, right? Young man. And can you tell us first what's it like being a cowboy, Indigenous cowboy to boot? And then we're going to get into why you decided you're running, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll get into this, why he's going to run.
Well,
So take a second to look
it's like
at this
passed
photo.
down from my
Look
adopted
at these
dad.
eyes.
Like, she was ex-boat rider.
Just think about this photo for a moment. And then I'll get you to close your eyes. This part is about how we have valued water.
So your whole family's like into the cowboy lifestyle?
Well, we're into horses more than like just trail rides. Like my family, but
what does
me,
water feel like?
I'm gonna attend
You're
a couple
wet,
of rodeos this year.
Connected.
Oh yeah, what are you gonna be doing? Riding bulls? Really? Wow, man. Do you know JC Curley? No, he used to be one of the few Indigenous bull riders out there. Yeah, so it'll be nice to see another up-and-comer Indigenous young man taking the reins and hitting the circuit maybe.
Yeah.
What is it called, the NFR?
INFR. I'm not that good.
Hey, you never know, man. You never know what's gonna happen, right? It's you're putting yourself out there, right? That's the whole point, and that's what we try to really tell the youth. It's like you got to put yourself out there if you wanna experience life, right? So, can you tell us what made you decide to run? Not like Tom Hanks. I just decided to run.
Well,
you're moving through a pipe.
I want to make a change.
Somewhere where
We always hear that lots, but
you sprinkle onto soil.
some don't really
impart energy as cities.
own up to their work.
2,700 liters of you become
And
one T-shirt.
I'm always
Some
around
of you are
youth,
packaged
and
into plastic bottles.
that's basically
15,000 liters of you become
leaders'
1
main
kilogram
focus is
of
the
cow.
youth, because there's some that don't even have a home, some
and feel
some
fulfilled.
that
Some
that
of
are
you
in
has
care.
been used in
Some
pulp and paper mills and
I don't know,
helped
it's
in
like so
oil
much things
production
that are
for
hurting our
hydrocarbon.
people right now. Like
There are some
this
contaminants that are moving
gangs,
back into
alcohol, and
water that
drugs.
you're not sure about.
And
You become the good.
right now I'm a youth chief for Wapaitin, the coordination.
Oh wow!
You're amazed at what
And
you've done, but at the same
I
time,
see a lot
you
of
feel
that.
empty, sad, and you wonder
And
what happened to that ecosystem you came
I
from.
told my mom,
That stream you called your home.
because that's who I look up to, my mom.
Mm.
And other journeys you could have taken.
She's a leader in her own way.
So I'll get you to open your eyes.
Whatever she does. And I just want to follow the
And look at
footsteps
this
of my
next
mom.
slide.
And there you guys go. A parent living a healthy lifestyle, and your child following in the footstep, and that's what it's all about, you know. So, what kind of platform, if you do get in, are you gonna push? Like when I mean, like, you know, we always say we want to help the youth. Do you want to push sports? Do you want to push gang? What's the word? Gang prevention. Like, what kind of thing are you really gonna advocate?
So you stay put and follow the natural current. You start noticing more.
I
than you
wouldn't
did last
only
time.
pick one
What do you
because there's
see?
youth
Good answer.
out there
Good
that
answer.
have
Is there anything
their own
that you
paths in
want?
life as they want to take, as
Some of you
it's going to
see
be
pearls of
sports,
green,
going to
diamonds
trades,
of
business,
The algae floating by,
anything.
you get a whiff.
There's
smell
not
of
only
that
one
fresh
thing
cut
that we have
grass.
to look
You
forward to for the
experience
youth.
sunlight being
It's the
absorbed.
whole,
You see big mouth buffalo.
look
some
at it
walleye,
as
and
one,
other fish start by
because
and swim
that's
in the
who we
weeds,
are.
looking for
We're
larvae
one,
and insects
and we
in
got to
habitat.
help another the best way we know how.
You feel
And that's the answer I was actually looking for, you know, because you can't just pick one. You have to bring it all together and, you know, make a nice general plan. So, well, Brock, I want to thank you for taking your time to look at that gentleman, eh? Takes off his hat. Any last words you want to say?
I like to say I'm grateful to be here with the youth. I'm grateful to be learning about the water as the topic is right now, and I really hope the youth take something positive and good home with them. And I just wish you guys all the best and a good day.
Oh, man, you did awesome, Brock. Thank you for stopping in and we'll probably get you back on here sooner than later because we're here for the next 3 days. So we're guaranteed day 3, we'll get you back in here to hear your platform and all that other fun stuff. All right, buddy. Thanks, man. All right, we're going to go back right to just wait. We're still waiting for them. They're on their phone. They are actually on their phone. Go ahead and go grab them and I'll continue. But while you guys are waiting, while we switch cameras, we want to just let you know that we're going to be doing interviews here throughout. And we're going to have all the guests on here, all the candidates, all the speakers, and just random people here. We're going to have elders. As we did, we had AJ Felix as well. So just waiting to go.
And people, you are not a good. You're part of the ecosystem and the people nearby. So I'll get you to take a breath and to open your eyes. So the slide before this, we talked about how we have valued water as something of use, right? Of use to industry. And in the second slide, we talked about water for the environment, for people, the non-use value. And that's what we need to really bring to the forefront. So how do we do this? How do we protect water's non-use value and then change water's story? Well, it starts with sharing water's story, the story you just thought about as you were going through this, the stories that you have with your family, the data that we have, and bringing those together and braiding those together and wrapping them in a way that we can share something that is accessible and understandable. And water needs different voices. It needs scientists and lawyers and teachers and chiefs.
We good? All right, we're back here again. See, look how quick we're going. We're just moving. So we're with
JL LaRose.
JR LaRose. I always want to say JL. First, JR LaRose. So JR LaRose is a former CFL player.
Former, yeah, retired, 9 years. Started my career with Edmonton, played 4 years there, signed in BC 2010 to retired 2015, Grey Cup champ 2011.
Nice. You should zoom in there, put your ring up there. Yeah, there. 2000. What is that? 2000 what? Wow.
20 grand right there.
20
grand.
20 G's. Say 20,000 in Cree. She's fluent in Cree. She runs her own podcast called Cree Lingo. Her and her sisters.
Okay, I'm up to tune in. Teach me Cree.
Yeah, I'll teach you.
So how would you say Grey Cup champion? So I know you do the tour of doing these conferences and stuff. Well, obviously you're glad to be back. I seen you last night and I told you I seen you on my buddy's Snapchat. So what are you looking at? No, it's good. You were having dinner. It was all good. It was a good one. No screenshots were taken, no nothing. But what are you looking forward to in this conference?
I think the biggest thing is just being that face-to-face interaction, right? Yeah. It's you get so like Zoom is just so tiring doing that. You don't get to make that emotional connection or impact. And now being face-to-face for me, I feed off the energy of the audience, and just being able to tell jokes and share a message of hope. Really is what really fires me up. And I talked about being retired, so this is like my game day now. Being back in front of people, doing what I love.
So how do you prepare? Do you prepare like back in the day CFL before you became a champion, or you just give her like, how do you do it? Like when I go for these podcasts and stuff, I usually kind of I have a system. It's like past, present, future. Like that's my flow. What kind of flow do you get? Because I know a lot of people do want to get into this, like this kind of thing. What kind of advice would you give them on how to prepare?
First off, that's a phenomenal question. I don't think
Of course it is, man. I'm a phenomenal guy.
Yeah,
Can you say that again? It was what?
It was a great question. It's never been asked. But honestly, it hasn't. I do tons of interviews, but no one's really ever asked the preparation that goes into it. You just touched on, and that's what a true professional is when you talk about what you do to prepare for a podcast. The both of you, what you would do, that prep. Behind the scenes looks so that things just flow smoothly. And same thing for me, going into a conference, I want to find out what the title is, right? And we're talking about resilience. And you look at the last 2 years of the crap that we've been faced with going through this pandemic. And my message, I just tailor my story to that. At the end of the day, all of us go through obstacles, face different situations, face different adversity, and it's about not allowing our situation to become our excuse. And why we can't continue to push forward or be whatever it is that we want to be in life. This is just a minor hiccup, and so many people have been impacted by it. But we look at resilience. We are resilient people, period. This is just another little hiccup along the way, and it's just like, okay, well, now it's how do we move forward? It's gaining that momentum, and so that's what I'm excited about. But going to answer your question, it's just my prep work always goes into, I want to know the title of the conference and the message that they want me to get across. And so, yeah, I just tailor my thing to that. And it's kind of funny because they have me speaking on masculinity, but I'm going to throw a curveball at them, and I'm going to change it because it's resilience, right? And so that's what my story is really all about. My key. So I'm going to touch on a little bit of masculinity, but mostly it's going to be resiliency. And I'm going to they gave me a 30-minute time slot. Allie, that's too short. Let you know right now. If you're listening to this later, I'm probably going to go about 45 minutes.
No, I'm very interested in hearing your story. Our table of youth we talk about success stories all the time, but we want to know how to deal with them when we are faced with them. Like, we don't really talk about, like, how do you do this? How do you bounce back from this? Sometimes, like, mentally you take a hit.
Yeah. And I think that's the biggest thing. And I'm glad that you touched on that, because it's easy to talk about the successes, but it's not easy to talk about our struggles. And I think there's that stigma around that, right? And especially for men, as I'm talking about, not talking about the masculinity stuff, but as we kind of segue into that, I think it's important that we share our failures, our struggles, our losses, because we learn from those. But then what that does, that now helps other people that have gone through similar things that I've gone through, that the both of you have gone through. You just told me that you just lost in the finals, but there's losses, right? But
next year,
right? But you come back stronger, right? And you learn from the mistakes that we make. And I think that needs to be praised more, of talking about our struggles, because everyone struggles with something, at some point throughout their life.
No, that's big time. Like this morning, there's a few hiccups before we're trying to go live, and everyone thinks, like, sometimes when you see online, like, for instance, I'm teaching them how to podcast, right? Her and her sisters. And the number one rule, I said, every time before you hit live, make sure there's one setting. The audio is set on this one thing. Like that's the most important. And sure enough, man, I was so stressed this morning, and then we're live, and then I'm watching the comments, and then, like, we can't really hear, and, like, we can only hear the tech people talk. I'm like, what's going on? And what did I do, man? I forgot to hit that button. Like, the number one thing I teach, right? So, I mean, and that's a failure, but I mean, it's also a success story, because it reiterates how you got to just keep on teaching yourself how to just keep going at adversity. I feel like I'm interviewing you after a game. Can you tell me how you got through that adversity?
It shows you're human.
Sound like one of them NHL hockey tournaments, NHL or interviews. They all just sound the same.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did 100% down the boards, and we battled through adversity in first period, and the guys are really looking forward to the second period.
It's funny you said that. I think hockey players need to get more personality. 100%. Yeah, the same stuff. You ever interview a football guy? They're all loud, obnoxious. Not even obnoxious, but just more lively. Oh, is this privilege, these hockey players? Oh.
I need more personality.
So when you make it big, you got to have humor in your interviews.
100%. Don't be phony baloney, Fred. And when they ask you a stupid question, just let them know they asked a stupid question. Really, did you prepare for this interview?
Well, I know who was good. It was Jeremy Roenick. Jeremy Roenick was good because he had his own thing, and Patrick or what's his name? Subban.
Yeah, Patrick Subban.
Is it Patrick? No. Subban. Anyway, Subban. We all know who Subban is. Yeah, the oldest one, the biggest. He played with Montreal. Now he's PK. So he's got his own social media. He knows how to play it, but it's like, you're right. You got to bring life in it. But at the same time, it shows you that you're real, you're human. Because, man, I swear to God, when you look on these interviews, they're like robots. You know what I mean? It's like cage scripted. You already know what they're going to say. But it's nice to hear, like, I miss Jeremy Roenick's interviews, man. He was so real, right? And then PK does the same thing. So, I mean, is that maybe something that you could touch on, too, with these youth?
I mean, I think it's just being true to yourself. And I think from a societal standpoint, we're taught we need to act a certain way. You see it in the in NHL, even hockey, right? It's almost frowned upon if you celebrate too much. You know how freaking hard it is, and I'm sure you can attest to this, how hard it is to score a goal at any high level. You look at football players in the NFL, CFL, any level, they're celebrating because it's freaking hard to accomplish that. And it's just like one of these things where it's like, oh, you got to be this or that. Frick that. I am showing emotion. It's not that I'm trying to be a showboat or be cocky. I'm trying to celebrate. Like, it took a lot for me to be able to get to this point and score this goal, right? And if more of her teammates scored more goals, they would have been celebrating a lot more. Hey, I'm just taking shots at you and your team there.
Tripping me over here, but I absolutely agree. You gotta have a little more emotion out there.
Yeah, it's part of the game, right? It's you play with passion, and that's what I love hockey. I love hockey more than I do football. 100%. Couldn't afford it. Mom couldn't afford to put me in it when I was a kid. What I do, like I could fly on my skates. I'm faster on my skates than I am on my feet. But in all reality, like I do, and I love watching interviews or just getting to know people, on a personal level. And I think they just need to show more personality. And I mean, teach their own, right? Some of them don't even want to answer the questions, and I get that part, and it's part of the gig, but just show that you're real, and whatever, teach their own. I mean, I just think in a hockey, the culture of hockey is just like, oh, you got to be seen like this, and like, get the bleep out of here.
So for all you future NHL hockey, Indigenous hockey players are going to be NHL, man. Be real. Be like Ovechkin when he scores a goal, like ripping it up, man. Then you'll get that $100 million contract.
Yeah, that's passion. That's passion right there. You know what I'm saying? And that's life. That's living to me.
Well, we don't want to keep you too long. We're definitely going to bring you back here to do some more interviews after, just the whole couple days goes on. Yeah. But I want to thank you, man, for tuning in here. And and she'll talk to you next time, and she'll be straight Cree.
Okay. All right. That's right.
All right, man. We're out of here. We'll go back to there. Go back to Willis.
It's about transitioning fossil fuel divestment. And, that's a difficult conversation to transition because a lot of that transition means things like hydropower and other resources. And hydropower in itself can be difficult for waterways. But I think, in terms of climate action, it's about grassroots movements making change. So joining organizations and, working, forming a group of yourselves and writing letters to government, meeting government officials and speaking to them about fossil fuel divestment and protecting waterways. And I think, like I said in my presentation, you need to share your story because the way you value water is not how everyone sees it, right? And, we've all been inside, with COVID quite a lot. We spent time outside, but we've all kind of found ourselves isolated. And those of us who spend more time with the environment are those of us who need to come forward and speak about what values matter to them. And then we can monitor, we can manage, we can find ways to protect those values. I think there's still time. I'm 26 and I realize, I'm a youth water rep, so I'm a little older than that, but than 25, the cutoff. But I'm optimistic. I think, all of us together in collaboration, working on translating science into action, that is the way to go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
When we speak when one person speaks, it can be hard to hear. When thousands of people speak, it's a lot easier to hear, and it's a lot easier to have your message heard. So I think our panelists are encouraging our youth to speak, use your voice, and it's in all of our hands, but especially it's your future, and you have every right to speak out and seek the changes you'd like. Now, just before we adjourn, I would like to just say a word. Thank you, Dr. Peter Levitt of the University of Regina's Institute for Environmental Change and Society. He put together the two panels we've heard to this point. And so we've had two great panels of wisdom and expertise. So thank you to Peter Levitt. And let's give a big hand of applause for our panelists here. Okay, so at this point, I'll pass it back to Andre, and we'll continue in the afternoon's program. I think, well, I won't speak for Andre, but maybe there's another draw. I don't know.
We have some gifts for you. Pull them out. Yes, take care. Thank you very much to our panelists. Again, get a good look at them. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, please reach out. We'll do one more draw. Let's do another hat. And yeah, I'll just pick the name. Do we have Nathan Sanderson in the room? You can pick out any hat you want. Where are you from, Nathan? James Smith in the house. All right. Enjoy the conference. Round of applause for Nathan. So I want to give you guys a little bit of a break before the next speakers. Can we break for 7 minutes and come back at 3:05, please? Thank you. On standby, we will have Dr. Joyce Macbeth, Don Pratt, Dr. Corrine Schuster-Wallace, Rayanna Seymour, Nikita Kapesuat, and Carrie Finlay. On standby, please.
Okay, awesome. Okay, my name is Roberta. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, we'll just wait for them to give us the signal here.
Are we live?
Oh, we're live now.
I'm just gonna snap.
Okay, introduce yourself.
My name is Madison Noon, and I'm a speaker on one of these panels for tomorrow. And yeah, I came today to come and support and come like watch the speakers with my friend.
Come on this side, yeah. Bring her in frame. Okay, now you.
I'm Raina Buffalo Pachawas. I'm from Whitecap, and I'm just attending the event.
$20 bill. Take it out of your pocket.
Oh, you guys look familiar.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, what is your name? And I said, okay, we're all gonna go together to Home Depot, and we're gonna buy our land back one bag at a time. Thanks for laughing, Darian.
All right.
I'm Madison Noon.
So Madison, I see that you're on the agenda. Actually, you're going to be talking.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little about yourself and what you're going to be talking about?
For sure. So I'm from the Thunderchild Cree First Nations, and I grew up here in Saskatoon. I'm currently a dance major, a second year at X University, which is previously known as Ryerson University in downtown Toronto. So I'll be here tomorrow talking in the panel Living in Two Worlds about my experience and my journey as a dancer in the industry. And that's basically it. And yeah.
Awesome. I remember seeing your mom post your videos and everything, and
yeah.
Also you've done those.
That's you.
Right? Yeah. So can you tell us about yourself?
I'm currently a student at the U of S. I'm in my second year of university, just finishing up classes.
What are you taking?
I'm in arts and science. I'm taking like a variety of classes right now. I'm taking biology, I'm taking a math class, and a nutrition class.
Wow, that's actually nice to hear nutrition class, because obviously we're going to get into diabetes. I know I should be fighting it, but I'm having a hard time here. It's just an excuse. But I mean, are you taking nutrition just because you want to learn obviously about health? Like, do you see a future? It's obviously, I'm an older guy. We were taught about eating well and everything. It's like, kind of learned it at home, and now everyone's got internet and everything. So that's something you want to pursue, maybe, is helping fight that battle for obesity and also diabetes on reserves.
Yeah, so my mom and grandma are registered nurses out here in the White House Station, and I was basically influenced by them, like in health, and I didn't want to be a registered nurse. I wanted to try to find another path, and I think nutrition was something I was interested in. Like I like to learn about food, and like what it does to our bodies.
We all like food.
Like KFC.
KFC.
So I think it's something I want to do. I'm also looking at pharmacy. There's a lot of choices.
That's amazing. That's nice to hear. It's nice to hear Indigenous people succeed, especially you young ladies here. So, can you tell us one about your dancing? I remember you dancing, you and your sister, and you guys were like doing these big things.
Yeah, actually, I have a question. Like, how was that first year for you in Toronto? Like, moving away to a big city. Like, how was that experience for you? Like, how did you deal with all of that?
Yeah, okay. So last year it was a COVID year. Me and Raina both graduated during COVID. So our grade 12 grad was kind of taken from us. And so was our first year of university. So basically, as a dance major, you go in person to dance, but we couldn't do that because, it was remote. So I was dancing every day on a Zoom camera. I was dancing every day on a Zoom camera from September to April.
For class?
Yes, because that's my degree. I dance. So
it's no different, I guess, nowadays than dancing in front of TikTok.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So yeah. And I went to Toronto in January. I didn't go in the first semester because I had the ability to stay at home. So I'm gonna stay at home. Yeah, save the money and stay at home with my mom. And second year, I finally went, and I was supposed to go in person, but it was canceled the moment we were supposed to go in person because that's when the big wave happened again in Toronto. So basically, I literally stayed in Toronto in my dorm room, danced every day, and everything was closed in Toronto, so I didn't really get that experience. So I basically didn't really have that experience of a first year moving to Toronto, but this year, as my second year, I moved to Toronto all by myself, and my story of doing that was that I didn't have a place, and I trusted myself, and I trusted the creator's plan that Yes, hear me out. I trusted the creator. I was like, I'm gonna find a place somehow. So I'm living in a hotel. I was living in a hotel for a full week, just praying, hoping that I'm gonna get a place. And someone from my Ryerson Aboriginal Student Services hit me up, and they were like, "You don't have a place?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't get into residence." And she's like, "Okay, I'm on it." So and creator did have me, and he got someone that was Indigenous and owned his own condo downtown. And I reached out to him, and everything worked out. And now I live in that place, and I'm there for another year, and he's Indigenous and owns it. So it's like, it was crazy, but it worked out. So honestly, my story of getting to Toronto is a little it's fun to tell. And it just shows trusting the creator he'll always have your back if you're doing good.
Yes, that's totally true.
I was talking with Zhirawa River, one of the speakers, and we were talking about battling adversity. And that's exactly what you're doing. Man.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and I tell everyone, again, and I'm going to keep reiterating it, sometimes you just got to go with the opportunities, take a chance in life, right?
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen. Obviously, you all want to be safe and everything, but I mean, there's so many opportunities a lot of us bypass because we're scared to leave the city, scared to leave the reserve, yada. But so when you do it, most of the time, with all of those chances you take are exposing yourself to even better things in life. Nutritionist could be the pharmacy, whatever you're going to be. Right? It's amazing to see, and I love hearing Indigenous success stories again. I could talk about it all day, especially when the youth are doing it up. It's a beautiful thing to hear. So what's going into the future as dancing? We're going to get back to you as well. Here's one thing I want to let you guys know. No, listen, honestly, you don't always have to be invited to be, and it's awesome what you're doing. You got to recognize and everything, because we do got to recognize everything our Indigenous youth do. But at the same time, there's so many people that are not on the agenda, right? But are still doing amazing things. Second year university, that's a big thing for a student, right? So I just lost my train of thought. I was going somewhere with this. It was really awesome.
It was really awesome.
It was really great.
Okay. You gotta help me, Roberta. I gotta go with the
We were talking about resiliency.
resilience. Still lost.
You're still lost.
That's what happens when you're live.
Well, she talked about like her first year in Toronto, trusting the creator and all of that.
Oh yeah, adversity.
Adversity. There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you guys on after anyway. I want to just thank you guys. I know I just said I was coming back to you. I just literally lost my train of thought. I just went blank. So we're gonna come back to you guys because this is a 3-day conference. Are you guys here? You're here tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you'll be here as well? We'll get you on here as well.
Anything else you want to share with the people as well that you want to send out there?
Okay, I think for me personally, for the youth out there, is to trust yourself and chase your dreams. Even if it seems a little crazy, even if it seems like you don't got a place, you trust yourself, your dreams, your intuition, and the creator, and you'll be good. Yeah.
And you?
I'd say like don't be scared to go to school. I was quite scared because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I wanted to go in. But now that I've taken lots of different classes, it's like I sort of know what I want to do now. Don't be afraid to explore what you want to do.
The keyword, don't be afraid to explore. All right.
Yeah. Oh yes. Ego sana tagage.
All right, so we're gonna carry on to the next interview. We're gonna go back to the screen there.
Okay. All right. We are.
Thank you, ladies. I'll see you soon again.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again. You can go ahead and
Bye.
What do you think so far of all the guests we've had on here?
I think it's awesome, honestly. Like, I want to know their stories. I want to know how they battle adversity. Like, I'm learning a lot at this youth conference. So, like, I'm ready to soak in the knowledge for this weekend.
You're going to be up there. I'm going to tell you now that you guys are going to hear from. I'm serious. You're going to hear from Roberta and Melissa as almost like pioneers in the language, because you guys are just like Willis, who does his Benayate podcast. You know, he does it all in Benay, and look at where it's at. This is only in a year and a half, right? And you know, it's just trying new things. You never.
When I said be back at 3:05, you
Yes, we started our podcast like back in January. It's called Cree Lingo. So it's about using our native language as well, and like teaching the viewers. So we're like using it as well. So that's what we're trying to do with it. Video everything. Just video.
Carrie Finlay from the University of Saskatchewan introduce our speakers. So please give them a round of applause. Are you Carrie? I am. Hi, Carrie. Do you want to pick a name for the draw? Sure. And she's going to pick a name for an Apple Watch.
It's just one name, Fiona. Is there a Fiona here? There's a phone number.
There's a phone number, 577-7342. Fiona, 577. You have to put your first and last name on these tickets, you guys. We'll grab another one.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Derobing, you can do it.
Okay, I'll do it. What's that? More tickets? All right, so the winner for the Apple Watch is Scott McIntyre. Is Scott McIntyre in the room? Going once. Going twice. Is he here? Scott McIntyre? Okay, next one. For the Apple Watch, we have Leighton Delorme. Leighton Delorme. Going once. Going twice. How about we just give it to John Noon over there, the counselor from Thunderchild? He needs a new Apple Watch. Just kidding. Okay, how about Chris Kulak? Chris Kulak. Are you in the room? Is he coming? You see somebody? Chris Gulak. Anyone? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll pick another name. Angela Pratt. Are you in the room, Angela? Yay, Apple Watch.
Okay, welcome everybody to the third panel of today, of day one. So on my list of speakers, there is a fifth speaker that I have on the list of Nikita Kepayasawat. Are you here, Nikita? Does anyone know if Nikita was coming? No, no, that's Rihanna. Okay, well, we will start and maybe she can join us. So our third panel today is Women in Water. So this panel seeks to eliminate the perspectives of women in the protection and study of water resources. So more than any time in the past, our environmental leaders are likely to be women drawn from diverse backgrounds and viewpoints. So this panel brings together the voices of environmental lawyers, science and technology educators, natural and social scientists, and cultural innovators to address the environmental and cultural importance of water. Hi, Nikita. Yes, nice to meet you. So I'm really excited about this panel. I think we've got an amazing group of women up here to talk about water and the role of women in water. So I will just introduce our speakers in the order that we have on the program. And so our first speaker today is going to be Dr. Joyce Macbeth, who is an assistant professor at the University of Regina. So Joyce Macbeth is an environmental geoscientist and a settler who grew up on a farm in Treaty 8 territory in northeastern BC. She works at the University of Regina, where she teaches courses in environmental geology. So she's looking at rocks and landslides, earthquakes, water resources, earth processes, which includes minerals, volcanoes, mountain building, and glacial geology. So looking at glaciers and glacial landscapes. So Dr. Macbeth's scientific research is focused on how bacteria, rocks, and water interact with one another. And she is especially interested in learning more about how bacteria affect toxic metals and materials that remain after mining to help clean up and prevent environmental contamination. Our second speaker is going to be Dawn Pratt. So Dawn Pratt is a member of the Muscopheating Anishinaabe Nation. She has varied experience in science education and an indomitable spirit. She's forged a professional consultancy as an Indigenous STEM educational expert for the past 20 years. Dawn has earned a Master of Science degree with a specialization in the design of organic adsorbent materials directed towards the removal of arsenic from contaminated water. And so she's published several papers as well as written her thesis looking at this adsorption for removing arsenic. So Dawn remembers her moment, the moment her career calling took shape. So in grade 4, her parents bought her a chemistry kit. And since then, she has pursued her passion for understanding the chemical world and sharing the joys of scientific discovery to children, youth, and adults. As part of realizing her passions, she is deeply dedicated to raising her 2 daughters to approach the world with curiosity for STEM, replete with confidence in the Indigenous knowledge she too derived from her family. Okay, we also have Dr. Corinne Schuster-Wallace. She is the Associate Director of the Global Water Futures Program and a member of the Department of Geography and Planning at the University of Saskatchewan. She works with rural and remote communities in Canada and Africa to understand water challenges and how these impact on people, particularly women and girls. Before coming to the University of Saskatchewan, she worked for the United Nations and for the Public Health Agency of Canada. So Corinne has broad experience at the Water Health Nexus, including linkages with gender, climate change, and sustainable development. Our fourth speaker is going to be Rihanna Seymour-Houry. She is Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, from Lake of the Woods in Treaty 3 territory, northwestern Ontario.
So is this like live?
Yes.
Back here again with another youth here for people still don't know we're live as they're walking right past.
Just give it a minute.
We have another candidate here, and we're gonna let him introduce himself. I just found out something cool, so we'll get into it after. Go ahead, young man, introduce yourself.
So dansa nuakuma gantik damska dinawa gakio dinaskaman and dodoyeg upsispaka nehioan. So hello all my relatives. Thanks for being here and thanks for listening to me talk. I don't speak much Cree, but I'm learning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kihiu Preston Gopher. I'm a proud Nehio Cree from Soto First Nation Treaty 6 territory.
All right. Just got to keep learning.
Yeah.
You got to use it, and that's how you're going to build off of that. That's awesome.
She runs a podcast called Cree Lingo. You speak Cree on there, but it's TH dialect or Y dialect.
Yeah, but that's the idea, though, just to keep speaking it that way or learning.
Yeah.
Because I'm learning too, right? I'm relearning because I moved south. I lose a little bit of it. So it's important to bring that back. Language is important.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
So, right to it, man. Why did you decide to run? Is it like Tom Hanks, you just wanted to run? Like the movie, or is there a feeling behind there?
So for me, it actually, I'm one of those people who is a classic overthinker. So I want to make sure everything that I do is 100% committed. I want to make sure that everything that I do, especially within my campaign, I wanted to make sure that I had enough time to ensure that all of my speeches, my posters and everything that I do, I wanted to do it at 100% of my full capacity. So it wasn't just a shotgun, let me run type of thing.
You woke up,
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was took a lot more planning for sure, but it took a lot of family pushing me towards really taking the initiative to put my name forward, because it wasn't really something that I knew. My First Nation never really let the youth know about the youth council or anything that's been going on here. So I took that initiative to kind of learn myself, and it's important for our youth to be able to get out here and really learn those essential life skills that are going to help them get ahead in life, such as participating in the electoral process as First Nation people, and going on from there to provincial politics, to federal politics, to make sure that our voice is heard. And it's really going to show our youth some of those essential life skills that they need to survive and need to push forward in life.
I really like how you said you just took that initiative yourself.
So
and a lot of people
brought me a lot of personal
communities
inspiration when I was growing up in this place, and the water
it's a lot of them,
and how it
wait
interacts
for
with
chief
the land was
and
important to
which
me
chief
and helped shape
gonna do, let's wait
where I
right?
decided to go in
That's how you're
life.
waiting. But that's
So
awesome.
here's
You
a
took that
picture of
initiative to just start
another
doing this, and
water
I don't know
feature
the whole
that
story, but
I'm sure lots of you
that
are
was the key
familiar
word. I
with.
took my own initiative.
So let's
Yeah.
take a
Did it on my
moment,
own.
maybe this is
And that's awesome
inspirational,
to hear,
maybe
because
this
and that's what I tell a lot of people.
and think
you
about
don't
putting
need
water
chief
in
and council
memories. So
to make a
if
big
you want to
change.
close
You
your
don't
eyes and
need
think about
chief and council
women in
to
your
make a
life,
big
maybe
change.
your mother or an
That's
elder,
off to family. You're a cowboy. The
and a
cowboy
memory
tip
you
or
have
whatever.
with them.
So that's awesome.
Where you
So I just found out that
involving water.
we're gonna get this
maybe
guy
it
next.
comes to me
I
from
forgot.
your
Yeah,
background.
I got you. I just found out that you actually
This is a
campaigning
beautiful place.
for
This
the
is
next
Beachy
2 days. I
Falls,
didn't know
Beachy
that.
Falls.
I didn't know how
Near
that
where I
worked.
grew
Like, I
up
was like,
in
how do
Rocky
these guys
Mountains.
get in? Who votes for them?
Where it's located
And
every
so we
family
just
in
found out
Stockton
that they actually are going around
passed because there was a
campaigning
bathroom
to
stop.
everybody, all the
But
youth,
also
right?
it's
Because each
beautiful
one has
falls.
served as a
Families,
candidate,
and
or
it's special
Each
place.
reserve has brought
And the
4
water
delegate
and the
voters,
rocks
so
very formative for
that's
me.
74
And
First
then that
Nations. It
slough,
works out to be like
not that slough, but
370, maybe
the
give
slough
or
near where
take.
I grew up,
Depending
my
on
sister
if the First
and
Nation and
I,
the leadership
we used to throw rocks
prioritize
into
sending
the
out
slough.
youth delegates
She was behind me one time and
to
she was throwing a rock and it hit me on
support
the
our
head.
youth to come.
And
I
that's
know
when I
a
knew
big thing that I took that extra initiative was I was talking to a lot of the leadership around
But
Saskatchewan to really pressure our leaders to
where I grew up,
prioritizing
also
supporting
there's
our
lots of
youth
snow,
coming
like
to this
here.
conference,
And
because there's a lot
here's
of
a picture
amazing
from one of the
speakers here
fields
that are going to
where
be
I
speaking
grew up.
to empower our youth. And like I said, just
That's
to
where
touch
we were.
back
And
on that
you'll see there's
important
also
aspect
big
of
oil
learning
tanks
life
in the
skills
back,
to
and that's
better our
because
youth,
a lot of oil and
to let
gas
their
in the
voice
region
be
where I grew
heard,
up.
and
And that
making
tank
sure
farm
that we
is just
teach our youth to
behind where
participate
our
in
farm
the electoral
fields.
process
And
as
they
First Nation
sprayed
citizens, as
these around
Canadian
those
citizens
tanks,
as well
and
at
then there was
provincial
also
level and
spills and
federal.
things. And
That's
so
something I'm
as we
very
got close to those
a
tanks,
strong
the
advocate
farm
on
fields
behalf
were
of.
not as
That's awesome. Yeah, so you're obviously prepared and stuff. So, but I want to know, like, how do you deal with resiliency? How do you deal with the setbacks in this process? Like, how are you doing with that? Because I know it's a lot on your plate, so I'm interested in hearing about that.
So I'm a personal development coach and I'm a life and wellness coach. So
man, where did this guy come out of nowhere?
all the way from Soto First Nation, Treaty 6 territory.
It's amazing. Keep going. Sorry,
So I'm a personal development coach, a life and wellness coach, and a lot of my main focus is working one-on-one with clients to help them overcome some of their barriers that are holding them back from accomplishing some of their short-term and long-term goals, along with academic achievements and employment and training endeavors. So it's my job to help people to kind of change their mindset, to think differently, to perform differently. And a big part of that is your outlook on life, how to hold a positive mindset, to look at different situations in a different light is a big part of personal development and personal growth.
I don't know what else.
That's freaking awesome, dude.
How old are you? So I'm 24 years old.
He's making that cut, eh?
Yeah.
Still like 24. I wasn't really doing much.
So I went off and studied in
You've done a hell of a lot more than
Vancouver. I studied geology, which is the study of the earth.
So
of
let's see.
course, that involves studying rocks, volcanoes, earthquakes, things
I
like
know
that.
that no matter the outcome, I put it in the creator's hands, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And no matter the outcome, I'm going to continue to be a strong advocate on behalf of our people across Saskatchewan and across Turtle Island. I know I've been getting reached out by a lot of people. Navajo Nation reached out to me, a university in the Navajo Nation, to go participate in their life skills and be able to facilitate a workshop and a motivational talk to the youth of the Navajo Nation. So I'm pretty proud of that, and I'm going to continue to go along that path of pushing forward a positive mindset, the importance of personal development for our youth and our community.
All right. So guys,
That's off to this
think about geology, you might not think about water, but
No, that's some like amazing stuff that you're doing right there. That is important. I totally agree with you. You got to have that mindset, like, so whatever adversity that you're faced with, like, you have those building blocks, like you have like those reminders, you have those values set in there. You're not going to be confused about it. Like, you're just going to work towards it, like having that building block from like what you were talking about, like that mindset, that positive mindset. So like, yes, that we definitely need that with the youth, and I completely agree.
I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to interview me, and for listening to me talk. I know I work hard to push forward that positive messages for our youth and our two-spirited brothers and sisters, and it's very important for anyone watching to know you could either go back towards safety or forward towards growth. And it's very important for you to get out of your comfort zone, go out there and do all the things you always said you were going to do but never got the chance to. And it's important to continue to keep pushing forward and keep pressing forward and keep doing you.
That's
what an amazing young man here we have here from Soto First Nation.
Nice to meet you, man.
I want to wish you all the best of luck. We're definitely going to be bringing you on again. We're telling all the candidates we're going to bring you on again, probably like the last day.
sediments that now
But you never know what happens.
those are the aquifers that we get our groundwater from in Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
Good luck this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
You guys have a good day.
All
right, we're going to head back here to
These guys over here.
Today, as several of the other speakers mentioned, really important for replenishing our groundwater,
We'll be right back with
river
another guest.
water in Saskatchewan and elsewhere in Canada.
And then water is also really important chemically. So this is a picture of some hoodoos and near Drumheller in Alberta. And the reason I have this photo is to show you, you'll notice that they're kind of orange in color. And the reason for that is there's iron in those rocks. And as the water interacts with the iron and the oxygen from the air, it causes those rocks to basically rust. And that rust contributes to the decay of the rocks over time. And this is just one example of a chemical reaction of the rocks, but there's lots of other chemical reactions of rocks that cause them to break down. And some of those chemical reactions actually offset some of the carbon in the atmosphere. And naturally, that's one of the cycles that keeps carbon dioxide in check. But right now, of course, we're pumping so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere that natural check and balance is overcome by what we've done. But there is a natural cycle that keeps it in check when there's lots of carbon dioxide normally. So then the last factor involving water that I wanted to highlight is how water supports life, as we've talked lots about today. So here's a picture of the earth, and obviously the green that's plant life. And then there's people down there and animals and things too. And the part of life that I'm most interested in is microbes. So these are some pictures. These are false color. They're not actually hot pink and blue or purple like these pictures are. But these are some examples of bacteria. They're tiny little organisms. These ones actually are gut microbes, but they're not that different really from some of the ones we find in the environment. And I know we talked today in other people's talks, they've talked about how microbes can be real problematic, like E. coli at Walkerton that poisons so many people, but there's also lots of good microbes out in the environment. And there's microbes that we can kind of put them to work for good things, and maybe they're also doing things naturally that are kind of interesting. So that's what I'm interested in studying. So here's an example of an environment that I'm interested in studying. This is, once again, a slough. And this one has a stream running into it, and you see this orange scum in the stream. And this is not bad. This is natural. This is an iron oxide deposit, so it's rust basically. Have you guys, any of you ever seen this out when you're walking in the woods or anything? Anybody? Awesome. Okay, come find me afterwards because I'm actually starting a new study and I would love to connect with you and maybe get you to help me out a little bit with this because I need to find some field sites in Saskatchewan. Anyway, so here's a close-up of one of these mats. They're kind of neat. They look like kind of puffy, rusty stuff. If we take that back to my lab and look at it under a microscope, this is what it looks like. They're little tiny rusty tubes. And if we look inside those tubes, we'll see bacteria like the little red ones there inside the tubes. So there's little bacteria and they're basically pooping out this rust, these little tubes of rust. And one bacterium can poop out about 1 meter of rust a day. It's crazy, lots of it. And they're important in natural environments because they are sort of regulating the system. There's iron that's coming out of the springs, and they take the oxygen from the air, and the bacteria are turning it into this rust. And that rust can take metals from the water, and it sticks to the rust because rust's really sticky chemically. So in a healthy environment, that'll trap some important elements that might help other bacteria in the environment to live because they can use those elements. In a contaminated environment, it can also stick those metals. And so these can be important in environments where there's toxic metal contamination. And I'm really interested in that because I want to clean things up if I can, or help understand better how to clean things up. So this is another type of rusty environment. This is a legacy mine waste site. So when we use the term legacy mine waste, we're talking about mine waste where the waste was generated, this toxic tailings were put out into the environment before there were strong regulations to govern how it was deposited in the environment. And so often that was done with very poor technique. And so there's a lot of environmental contamination associated with it. And these sites often are also not owned by a company. They just left it, just left a big mess behind for the government and the local people to have to deal with. So this is a spot in northern Manitoba called the Sheridan mine site that a colleague of mine shared a picture with me. And you'll notice it's red too. It's different than that one I showed you because the other one, you could probably actually drink the water out of that stream, but this one is super toxic. So it's full of zinc, lead, probably iron, and the pH is really low. So it's really not very good for you. If we look at some of the sediment in that pond that came from the mined rock, we would see mineral particles, little pieces of rusty stuff. And I've got in the picture there, you can see, maybe you can see them. There's a few bacteria on this rock too. And those bacteria are responsible for generating a lot of that acidic goop there. They accelerate the process. They're really important in these environments, and understanding how they behave and maybe trying to prevent them doing what they do is something important that people who do what I do like to study. So that's something I'm working on too. This is a field site in Quebec. So this is the Canadian Malartic Gold Mine, which is a big gold mine in Quebec. And I show you this just to give you an example of a open pit mine in Canada right now. This is Canada's largest open pit gold mine. So obviously there's not a lot in this pit anymore. All of that material that they pulled out to mine for gold gets ground up, they remove the gold, and then they take the waste rock, which is rock that doesn't have enough gold to mine, and they put it in these big piles. So in the foreground of this image, there's piles of waste rock. And then in the far background, you can see some ponds that are kind of square. Those are tailings ponds. So the really fine-grained material that they've ground up to get the gold out are back in those tailings ponds. So in modern mining facilities, they use a lot of environmental, or they're controlled by environmental regulations, so they can't just dump it out into the environment. And so they use engineered controls and chemical controls to keep that tailings in one place, or that's the aim anyway. It doesn't always work out perfectly, but that's what they're trying to do. So hopefully it's under better control than others, but sometimes there are still environmental issues associated with these. So this is the kind of site that I study now, trying to understand better how microbes are involved in chemical things going on in the tailings to try and better keep it from becoming a problem. Here's a site closer to home. So this is in northern Saskatchewan. This is the Key Lake Dalman Tailings Management Facility, and we went out a few years ago underneath this beautiful blue water. It's blue because it's got nickel in it. Actually, there's no life in there. But if you go deep down under there, 50 meters deep, there's tailings there. And so I've gone in and studied those tailings too. And there's arsenic in these tailings, which is what they're trying to keep from moving around. And I'm interested in how bacteria might change the form of that arsenic. And iron, like the iron in those mats, is involved in keeping that arsenic from moving around. So that's something I study. I'm also looking at some other sites, like up near Yellowknife, the giant mine site, arsenic at that place too. And I'm very lucky in my job. I get to work with students and colleagues who are really cool and fun and interesting people, and help them along their learning journey. And we work together and discover new things. Science is not about knowing the answer in advance. We go out and we have a question, we have a hypothesis, an idea of what we think is going to happen, and then we test it out and try and understand what's going on. And so these are some of the people who I work, some of my graduate students. We use the Canadian Light Source. I don't know if anyone's ever visited that, but it's a pretty cool facility here in Saskatoon. Field sites and things, and have a lot of fun. So I'm just going to leave you with this slide. So coming back to the original idea of thinking about women in our life and how we interact with water and the women in our lives interact with water. My mom, for example, worked locally to protect water resources in her personal space, trying to clean up the environment. And I shared a few personal experiences with you, and hopefully you thought of a few when we were talking too, where you have interacted with water. And I think it's important to share those experiences with each other because we have different lived experiences growing up in different communities. We have different ways of interacting with the earth over our lives, and we've seen different things. And people need to hear these things because when they only have their little box that they understand, it helps broaden their viewpoint. So that's really important to share. And then we can work regionally, nationally, and globally. The thing I think is most important to deal with in dealing with mine waste moving forward and preventing environmental contamination is stronger policy measures, because that difference between that legacy mine site I showed you and the more modern ones, there is a world of difference between those sites and the risk associated with them. There is still obviously risk associated with the modern ones, but it's much better controlled. And that's because of policy change, not because of idealism by industry. That doesn't drive change. Policy drives change. And the work of education, and Dawn's going to speak in a moment about education. Artists, journalists, lawyers, historians are so important in making change for water quality too. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your attention, and it's an honor to visit with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I look forward to sharing experiences with you over a slew someday. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Dawn Pratt.
All right. Well, thank you for sticking around this long during the day. It's been a long day of presentations, and I want to thank FSIN and FHQ and Standing Buffalo and Muscapine for inviting me to come speak and share my knowledge today. I just want to give some mentor acknowledgements to a former mentor of mine, the late Albert Scott. He actually put me on my trajectory I'm on now in life, and I learned a lot from him when I worked with him at the Tribal Council. So I just really wanted to mention him. His name was Albert Scott. About myself, I'm from Treaty 4 territory in Muscapine First Nation, which is located about 40 minutes northeast of Regina, and it's located by the Qu'Appelle Valley River. And I don't know if you can see it, but it's a pretty tiny map. But that's where I grew up and was born and raised. But I now live in Saskatoon on Treaty 6 territory. So I live and work here in Saskatoon. I moved here about maybe 14 years ago now, in 2007, to do my Master's of Science in Chemistry. And I studied at the University of Saskatchewan. And I did my bachelor's in Regina at the First Nations University and the University of Regina. And I have probably close to 25 years of science engagement and outreach. And I indigenously learned to become a teacher on my own just by watching and observing and working with teachers all these past years. And I'm currently self-employed as an Indigenous educational STEM consultant. So I use my science to look at the science education curriculum, and I saw a big gap in our education system related to Indigenous knowledge. And this is where Albert Scott we were able to talk. He would share his teachings with me, and I would talk about the Western science. And there was a lot of places where we connected when we would talk. And so I started to just think more about how would I indigenize science, because there's a big push, not only in Canada, but the world, to indigenize our education system. And there was a big gap in science when I worked with schools and with educators. And so I started to just think about creating my own Indigenous STEM company, because when I'd visit science centers, there was no acknowledgement of our elders, our knowledge keepers when I visit science.
All right, we're back here live again here at FSIN Youth Assembly. I've had ice here at Parch, but we've got another youth candidate here. We have, go ahead, introduce yourself. I was looking at her, I was like, I recognize you somewhere, and I was like, I interviewed you, didn't I? And she's like, yep. I did interview her at FSIN Science Fair, so I want to touch up really quick about that. What were you doing at the Science Fair? Well, obviously we knew what you were doing, but what project were you doing?
I was a presentation on traditional lessons
Pretty much
and
how I
how
just
they
began to
affected
start
them throughout the past
indigenizing
2 years.
science and think about
Wow,
it.
man, hey, that was amazing, and obviously, you know, you learned a lot from that, and we did as well. So, what brought you here? And give us your experience so far, and what you're looking forward to for the next couple of days.
I was nominated by my principal and vice principal after
in Edmonton and Calgary, and I want to
and, I achieved some things, and I worked hard, and I got here, and it's been very experimental.
But my master's of science actually is in water.
And stuff, lots of stuff. So she said she's tired, and we're all tired, and it's gonna we all just came from FSN hockey, so super tired. Have you done any campaigning before?
Oh, like, what do you mean campaign about? Like,
Because you're running, right?
Yeah, I'm running, but like
You gotta go campaign.
Yeah, I was just like a little confused about what was happening.
Sometimes it naturally occurs underground. where people get their water from.
I'll just talk and then.
All right. Try sell me. Pretend I'm one of the people going to be voting for you.
Okay.
What are you going to say?
Methodology for my research, but I also have to develop the materials and investigate the
I'm young.
chemical interaction.
Well, everyone you're going to be talking to is young. Give me the same thing.
It's very important that we have voice, and
there's
not
lots
much
of it.
people,
So
like,
it's kind of using
there's a lot
waste
of like a
to
stigma around it that
develop
that we
materials
don't
and
really
then
have
clean
much
waste out of
experience,
water. So that was my
or we're not
research.
very educated,
I
although we
spent
still are in high school and some aren't.
chemistry, my
People who go to
master's
school and
in,
don't go to
at the
school, we
University
learn,
of
we teach,
Saskatchewan, and
yeah, I'm
that's
just
what it
trying
was
to
all about in general,
advocate
short,
and
nice, sweet
educate
summary.
people
But
and help them.
today they asked me to come
Teach them
speak
and
about
have
women and water, and I
encourage
heard a
them to
lot
have a
of
voice of
things
their own.
over today. You know,
To
over
raise
a lot
awareness
of the
on
years you
different
hear people talk about water, but
multiple
water is
problems that we
life.
face
And if you
today
think
as
about all your
Indigenous
uses of
people in
water,
society.
from when you wake
And
up,
I want to say something about that. I think when I was 15, that, you guys actually know a lot more than what we did when we were 15, because you guys have so much information at your disposal. Here, we'll just go like this when you talk. Instead of just being awkward. You ever watch that one movie, Talladega Nights, with Will Ferrell, and he just doesn't know what to do with his hands? I don't know what to do with my hands. So we'll just go like this. But you guys have all this information. You got YouTube. You can learn anything on YouTube. You have a lot of native TikTok, way of TikTok, right? You have all this information online to you guys to actually know more, than what an average 15-year-old back in the day knew.
And this, with this youth conference as well, with all the speakers, we get
Water is
about
healing.
their
You think of
journeys,
when you
their
don't feel very good, you want to have a shower.
learning from
Water
the
is,
panel as well.
you feel better after you have a
Having that
shower.
experience is so
You're cleansing yourself. Water is really important. And even if
Send them a TikTok. Do you do TikTok?
mentally you want to go
No.
for a walk,
No
Do you-
TikTok, not yet.
being around that water.
So what kind of social media do you do?
I don't. I'm just. I just talk to people.
Old ways. That's actually good though, because you can actually find out so much about a person. You don't even need to go talk to them, because it's like you already know them, and you just go to all their social media, right? And that person's lying, blah, blah. But it's kind of good. You're kind of going on a clean slate, and you don't do any social media.
Well, like there was after wait, come back into that. After I won that of science fair, someone made a fake profile about me on Facebook. but the thing was they couldn't say anything bad about me, because that's why I don't go on social media, so I won't expose myself to anyone in scammers and all those. So, and it's fine. I socialize normally like a normal person, because I don't want to have that persona of two different people, and I'm just myself as one person, and I don't have those different personalities where I act different around different people. I act like this around normal people and around my friends and family. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. That's important. Authenticity.
I feel like I'm fighting this thing for you. Remember we were talking about with J.R. LaRose? We started talking about being real, right? And that's what we're saying. Like, you're being real. You're just yourself, right? And that's what people like online. Because when you can watch online, when people are not being real, right? Right?
Yes. It's very important to be yourself and not to mask yourself from people. It doesn't matter how they think of you and who they are, if they're higher or lower than you. There's not like the hierarchy, the patriarchy, matriarchy, all that. I think we should all be equal as men and women, but women are so diligent and strong because they have that nurturing aspect of them, that they can fight for so long, and they have all these aspects to them that are just nurturing and comforting to see in leaders.
Yes, for sure. Like
I agree.
Yeah,
like
fire.
Sorry, I missed that. What?
Escuteo means fire, and escueo, they like come together because like the women are like the fire, and the men are supposed to protect the women and the fire. You know how they keep the fire covered? The women are the fire, and the men are supposed to protect it.
So we're like the rocks
Yeah.
in a fire pit. We're like this. But that's awesome, man. And 15 years old, so knowledgeable exactly, about traditions and stuff. So what are you looking forward to? Like, obviously you said you're just going to go talk to people. And was that your spiel? Like when you're talking, like, is that what you're going to sell everyone on?
I don't know.
Are you going to go up to me?
I don't like people like
Go up there and do the bro hug.
telling me what to do or like what to say. I like just talking about what I'm supposed to talk about. I didn't even write a speech. I just I'm talking like how I am.
That's good. You're being real, right? You're being yourself.
Because they asked me to write a speech, but I didn't want to. I was just like, whatever everyone else is talking about, I'll just,
Write a speech. No.
Yeah, that's what they told me. That I had to write a speech, and I was so confused. They were confusing me, so I just, I'm just gonna talk like a normal person.
And that's good. And that's cool. You keep going back to being real, right? And just kind of, when we're up here, you kind of got to be goofy and stuff. Not really serious, and you got to be yourself, right? Like that's people like more real than fake, right? Anything else you want to say?
Be real.
Just be you.
Yeah. And vote for me. I'm from.
Okay, do your introduction then at least.
Well, I forgot. Okay, I'm Shauna Semegas. I'm from Little Pine First Nation. I'm 15 years old. I'm in grade 10 and have a lot of achievements. Okay, I'll name my achievements. I was elected council for my school. I beat the men. I'm the only woman in there, so yeah, let's go. And then I was appointed to my what is it called again? The Community Safety Council of my nation, and then I won the FSIN Science Fair, and I was invited to the National Science Fair. Yeah, a lot. So yeah, work hard, guys. I don't even know if anyone's watching this, but work hard.
We're live
right now. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I seen a little. You're like this, when politicians talk, go out there and go there. I seen you're like, it's already a politician. This one. I promise. So anyway, good luck. Thank you for letting us interview you. She just bowed to me. You guys see that? We're gonna get you back. We're gonna get you back on here in the next couple days because it's a long 3 days. So
yeah, I'll come back and see you guys.
See, she's doing it again. Moistas.
I want to change
We're waiting till them to shut it off.
I want to change how it's taught in university, and I want, it's great to see a lot of scientists, other Indigenous scientists out there focusing and bringing this to the forefront and teaching how science is taught to our First Nation and Indigenous people. Oh, but I just want to acknowledge David Suzuki was actually one of the scientists I grew up watching him on TV, and David Suzuki talks about Indigenous knowledge, and often he talks about how it's often more profound than science, and that Indigenous knowledge is more encompassing and profound than science, and it embraces gratitude, love, respect, and a deep sense of responsibility, and that scientists scrub such emotions in the name of objectivity and try to find universal principles that can be replicated anywhere. So I know he gets to speak tomorrow. I was hoping he was going to be in here in person, but I guess I'll watch him virtually. And one last thing I wanted to say is when we talk about science, science really tries to be objective, and I find that science has creativity in it. And when we look at the medicine wheel, creativity is actually your spirituality. So if you think about scientists like Mendeleev and the periodic table, and he was creative by using a deck of cards, is, you know, how he came up with how to classify elements in the periodic table. That's creativity, but he was really using his spirituality. And Newton and the apple falling on his head, and him coming to the realization of the concept of gravity is also another, you know, creative way that spirituality was used in science. So I really, you know, the more I study, you know, Indigenous knowledges and listen to the elders' teachings, or, you know, find research papers, I see a lot of science tries to be really objective, but it's not. It portrays itself as being objective, but I don't see it as being objective. And I'm just slowly starting to, you know, fill gaps here and there in our education system. But that's, you know, my vision is, you know, to see our textbooks rewritten and, you know, include these teachings that our elders are always talking about and have them acknowledged. But thank you and miigwech to everybody that stuck around this long today.
Thank you so much to Dawn. I think that work is really, really important, and thank you for sharing all of your experiences with us today. So our next speaker is Corinne Schuster-Wallace from the University of Saskatchewan.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to take you on a journey today. It's my journey as a woman who's followed water, and the presentation will be up soon. But before I start, I would just like to acknowledge the lands and waters that are essential for our survival, and pay my respects to the ancestors of Treaty 6, which is where I live and work, but of all places across Canada and around the world where they have stewarded for generations these lands and these waters that are so important. I'm Welsh, and I'll keep talking. So being Welsh means that I was born in Wales, which means that I wasn't born in England. I was born in the country next door to England, the one that most of you probably have never heard of. And even if you go and visit England, you might go to Scotland, you might hop across to Ireland, and the chances are that you'll ignore Wales. We're a very small country of about 2.5 million people, but we're very proud of who and what we are. And Wales has coasts on 3 of its sides. And so this is the Welsh coast that I grew up on. You see the same beach. This is at low tide, where we could all hang out in the summer. Our summers aren't as warm as here, but we'd be on the beach hanging out, and you can see it again at high tide. Very, very different environment. And we also had pebbly beaches, so lots of stones and rocks and pebbles. And as teenagers, we'd buy a pizza and we'd go and sit, and we'd talk about all our teenage problems and, you know, the problems we were having with our parents, but we'd listen to the waves crashing against the shore. And so that's where my relationship with water started. And in high school, whenever we had a project in geography, I chose a river. And so my mum would drive me, and I'd ask a farmer's permission, and I'd go and study the rivers, the streams, and the lakes around my house. And then I got to university. And I should say, before I got to university, I'm jumping around in my journey because I'm also a mother who spends an awful lot of time around water and ice, and more so now since we've moved to Saskatchewan and to Saskatoon, because my daughter's discovered ringette, and so grew up in Ontario with hockey, and when we moved here, found ringette. But you see that I'm hoping that I instill my love of water with my children as they grow up and as we move around. And so after high school, I went to university, and I went to do my research, my thesis, and my professors said, well, you go back to the small streams, and you go back to the farmers, and you ask if you can study those streams. And I said, well, I did that in high school. And so one of my professors said, well, Did you know that there are streams on ice? No, I didn't know that. Did you know that? So there are all these beautiful streams that flow on glaciers. And you've heard people talking about glaciers and the melt. And so those streams are they carry the water down through the glacier and then out into the rivers and streams that we've heard about and that have been walked by people in this room. And those rivers and streams really were where I started my research. So I started in snow and ice. And I like to say that over my journey of life, I've moved downstream. And I've moved downstream to the rural communities and the remote communities in different countries. And you can see here in the middle, this is me carrying water. Again, you heard about your great-grandmothers and great-great-grandmothers carrying water. And women in Africa, they still carry water. And so water's now part of my work. It was my passion, it was my research, it was my studies, and now it's my work. And so I've worked with women to look at water sanitation and hygiene, WASH for short. So I've been able to talk to women about the projects that they put into their communities and why water is so important to them, particularly in Africa. And I've been able to work with people here in Canada about the impacts of climate change on water, but then on waterborne diseases and on the health of us as people and on the health of our communities. And we've heard about that today as well. I have taken students on courses to East Africa. And in May, again, you heard earlier and asked about how we bring traditional ecological knowledge into some of the water conversations and the decisions that are being made. And my answer is that we take university into community. And so the geography department, a couple of us are working with a First Nations high school, Mr. Wasis Nehewak. And so the high school students are going to come to the university, and then we're going to go to Mr. Wasis for a week and undertake research that the community wants undertaken. We're going to co-create those research projects and the research questions and work together and work with elders and with other traditional knowledge holders in the community. And I also have started a Women Plus Water lecture series, again, to be able to share the stories of women, to be able to share the research that they're doing, but also their lived experience with water and the challenges that they have in staying in a water-related career, particularly in the sciences. And we heard again about the importance of STEM, and not just STEM for women, but STEM from an Indigenous perspective as well. And so in rural Africa, women are responsible for water in their home. As they say, a bit like your grandparents and great-great-grandparents. And so you can see that they take their water and they take their clothes to the water points, because it's easier to take things to the water, it's easier to take cattle to the water, it's easier to go to the water source to bathe than it is to haul the water back. Because for each of us to have a basic level of living, we need 20 liters of water per day, per person. And the UN has a minimum standard that you have basic access to water if it's within a half hour, that's 30 minutes round trip from your house. 20 liters of water is 20 kilograms. So you can imagine taking that 20 kilograms of water, and if there are 5 of you, that means you have to go 5 times. So that's 2.5 hours out of your day fetching water. And so they're not just responsible for fetching the water, but they're responsible for preparing the food with the water, for ensuring that the animals are watered, for ensuring that the house is clean, the clothes are clean, and looking after sick children. And so, again, recognizing that lack of running water and the inequities that exist. And I wanted to also share, though, that women and youth are also finding the solutions. And I know that's going to be the same in the communities that you come from as well. The lady that you can see standing in front of the toilet block is a very, very important woman. Unusually, as a widow, she was able to maintain her land. Usually it would go to the nearest male relative, but it stayed with this woman and she donated it to build a toilet block and a water point for her community. And you can see on the other side, that's the youth. And they contributed because they learned how to make the bricks that were used to build that toilet block and the shower block. And the women then managed the water and made sure that it was available for the women. Their next plan, after I left them, was to save enough money from the sale of the water to the community to be able to put a bigger tank up on the hill, to be able to flow that water down to the healthcare facility and the maternity ward, so that when the women went into labor, they didn't have to go first to get water to take with them to the hospital, but that the water would already be there. And so again, women and youth finding solutions. And so when we think about women in sub-Saharan Africa, but all around the world, the majority of the poor around the world are women. The majority of women around the world bear the domestic responsibilities. We've heard again today about the reproductive role of women and how important that is to maintain generation after generation. But women are also leaders of change, and so ignoring women's voices means that we ignore that leadership. We ignore their professional and their traditional roles. And you've met a lot of women, and you'll continue to meet a lot of women today and throughout the rest of this meeting, who are going to hopefully inspire you and show you who you can be. But women are also, women and girls, strong advocates and social conveners. And so ignoring women's voices, ignoring the strengths of women, means that we're ignoring those potential.
All right, we're live here at the Epicyan Youth Conference. My name is Roberta Beatty. Igua.
I've had the privilege of working alongside an initial community next to the Lake of the Woods.
Roland Baldhead, and I'm from Monero.
Myself and a couple
He's our current youth representative right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Try to make sure we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Move it on. Here.
She almost had it in the back of my throat there. You're not speaking loud enough.
We're not speaking loud enough. We're trying to hold it close right in your mouth.
All right, just introduce yourself again and then just tell us about yourself.
Okay, well, hello everyone.
There you go. Okay, neither.
Okay. Hello, I'm Roland Baldhead. I'm from Monero First Nations, and I am the current youth rep for the male FSIN. Yes.
Are you going to be speaking at any time this weekend?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be speaking tomorrow. Me and Darian, who is the female co-chair, and she and I will be speaking for about an hour.
For about an hour. About what are you going to be speaking about tomorrow? Like the electoral process or like your guys' journey? Like what are you guys going to be talking about for the whole hour?
You know, I feel like the electoral process will be explained more in depth, but of course we will go through it. I think ours is giving advice, talking about our experience, and being able to, I guess, figure out how to navigate and give that information that we wish we knew going in. So I know there's like a couple that I was able to help. Like there was some youth that were like, I don't know how to approach anybody. So it was good helping them with that. And then as well as, with the forms, getting nominations, getting your leadership to sign your papers, just that stuff. It just brings back memories. And, that's what we'll be going over, me and Darian, tomorrow when we speak.
But I also want you to remember the beauty of water. I want you to remember the power and the potential that all of us have, men, women, boys, girls. And remember
Are you going to be talking about your personal journey as well, your setbacks and how you dealt with that? Resiliency, because it is a youth conference and that's the main topic.
So yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be speaking on, I guess, the triumphs I've had, as well as the self-doubt. When we were going into AFN, or different things when we were speaking at different events. We definitely had that imposter syndrome where we didn't feel like, why the heck did we belong, or why are we here? You realize when you're in a different setting of the language changes, whether they're speaking very educational, or they're speaking or when you're being tested on your knowledge. And when you're at these things, there is definitely triumphs, there's definitely setbacks, and that's what we will be talking about when of how we got through it, and things that we became passionate, and things that we found that we were passionate about that we didn't even know that we discovered within ourselves. And in this position, you have those opportunities not only to find that gain, but you also have that opportunity to find your identity by becoming proud. My mushroom, Edward Baldhead, if this is an older show, but it's called Get Him to the Greek. And the how the storyline goes is, the son would be like, oh, we learned how to grade cheese today, just an example. And then the old grandpa or mushroom guy would be like, grading cheese? The Greeks knew how to do that, and he would explain that. And I feel like being in this position actually kind of put me in that mind frame of like, okay, if we're talking about water sovereignty or food security or suicidal ideation, all these things are connected in our language, and we have to understand our language. And that is so powerful, being an Indigenous person. And that's where I had found my passion, is realizing how smart we are, in not a Eurocentric way of viewing the world, but our Nehiyaw, or our Dene, or our Anishinaabe, Dakota way of thinking. And our education, our universities are not only in the land, but they're within ourselves. It's in that memory of, those stories that you share when you're having tea with Cookum, or when you're just when you go learn how to whatever it is.
Yeah, you get to share the knowledge now and pass that on, that information that you got to learn. That's important, because it is going to be nerve-wracking first time you do anything, right? It's uncomfortable, but you get used to it, and I think the youth will be super thankful for that.
Yes.
Vito ano sa ito. Kispina de mani kiwa kotsita ini kiwa. This new tio kotsita ini kiwa kaya pagitsi. Ay amiga mok. Kaya pagitsi. Kat nagatsita na magatigiskiti na.
Yeah, what's the po keep our language.
Yeah, so join us at Cree Lingo if you want to learn your Cree. If you know Upseas, that's good, because that's all you need. And keep joining us every day. Keep hearing and hearing. That's how you're going to learn. Yeah. So, have you heard of Cree Lingo?
No, but I definitely had today. And I'm pretty sure I will be watching now.
All right, awesome.
All
right. Thank you for the interview. Me gusta. Tinige moistas.
Restore it, if we want to protect it, if we want to conserve it, we have to understand the challenges that water faces. So when we do hear these challenges, it's important to take care of ourselves. I feel kind of unbalanced right now because I've just heard so much harm done to water, but I also just wanted to acknowledge that it is possible to restore water, to protect water, and to move forward together in collaboration. So my work as a lawyer, I not only focus on the Canadian laws, those colonial laws, I focus on our laws, our Indigenous laws, our Anishinaabe and Nakanagewin, the Cree laws, the Dakota laws. I work with Indigenous nations out in BC who are working with their own laws to protect their waters, to protect their lands. And my role as a lawyer, I think of myself as a bridge or as a person who supports that bridge between Indigenous laws and Canadian laws. So I work in that middle to support in getting our worldviews into those rooms to influence people. And often I'm always the youngest in the room. And I know that that is not how it's going to be for forever, right? There's younger people after me. I'm exiting that youthfulness. So, you know, it's about that two-eyed seeing as well. So recognizing that, yes, science is saying these things, and but our people have been saying these things already, and science is just catching up. So what I'm learning and working with many Indigenous nations is that, so much of us recognize water as a living entity, and that, when water suffers, we suffer. And science knows that, but really, like, that's in our worldview. And the Canadian laws, what it says, it needs to be controlled, it needs to be taken, it needs to be managed. But our laws say it needs to be taken care of so it can take care of us, right? So, there's many, many different worldviews on Turtle Island. But my understanding of water is grounded in my legal tradition, and it's informed by the other legal traditions that I learned from those other Indigenous nations, those elders I work with, the many, many, people who are on the ground, those land and water protectors I learned from, those young people that I, want to make easier for to walk in these two worlds. Because although I do work in this system of law, it's still grounded in who I am as Anishinaabe Kwe. And I'll never forget who I am or where I come from. And even though I work and I live so far away from my homelands, I do intend to go back home with everything that I've learned and to bring it back home. So actually next week, one of the partners I've been working with, they're a Syilx people from the Okanagan, the Smelkmik. They're going to be declaring an Indigenous protected and conserved area based in their own laws. So this is, the revitalization of our laws and the taking back of our land and the taking back of our decisions relating to our lands and our waters. And just recognizing the duality that water has, right? So water gives life, it nourishes us, it cleanses us, but then it can also do, the total opposite. When it's disrespected, it can come back in floods. It can really hurt people and others, right? So for it to follow its responsibilities to take care of everything and everyone, we need to take care of that water. So, and recognizing too that we don't have all the answers, but maintaining a vision and moving forward based on collaboration and recognizing different worldviews and different knowledges, that's what's needed. That's how we move forward. And I always maintain hope in this work. And sometimes it's really, really hard to hear the sadness and hear the stories of how water is being polluted where people can't even touch it because they'll get rashes. Even though, that story is true, I still believe in a path forward where those waters will be able to be drank from again. It only took 150 years or so to get it to this point. So it's going to probably take the same amount to get it back to that point. And it is doable. That's my belief. And I think that's what I have to believe in to do this work. So I just wanted to say miigwech. Thank you for listening. And I'll be sharing a little bit more tomorrow. But yeah, miigwech.
Thank you, Rihanna, for bringing some hope and positivity. I think you're absolutely right that we need that in order to keep doing the work that we are doing. So really appreciate that perspective as well. So our final speaker of this panel is going to be Nikita Kepeaswat from the Moosomin First Nation.
Got it? Dansa. So I'm going to be talking about my adventure as a Cree woman, going to school in the Blackfoot country, talking about it on Dakota lands. So my intentions for our time together is that you walk away from this experience feeling empowered, and knowing that we belong in these spaces. We always have and we always will. And to also develop an understanding of two-eyed seeing approach.
Hey,
that's Edna Beating. I'm from Cree Lingo. We're doing an interview, but first she's going to introduce herself.
I'm the other interviewer, and then we have.
I'm Jessie Godry, and I'm from Big River First Nation, Treaty 6 territory.
Yes, she's one of the candidates here today. She wants to promote herself here.
Oh yeah. Okay. So do I just get into it?
Yeah, you
All
can
right.
get right into it.
Awesome. So one of my main things that I would like to be, well, basically I would like to be fixing is mental health along with drugs and alcohol, because I feel like they do go hand in hand, unfortunately. So for mental health, I think, I think having a healthy outlet and healthy role models benefit the youth like exponentially, honestly. And even like having sports outlets and just to have that option, honestly, I think would be a great way to help the youth with their mental health and maybe even drugs and alcohol. And because I know that even with my struggles, I know that that's helped, especially the sports, just having that option, just knowing that people out there care and know that people like love you, and to have a good role model is amazing.
Yes, for sure. You want that positive environment. You're talking about sports and like that support. Like you want to be in that positive environment, so then you can change those things. You're gonna have a different outlet. You're not gonna go to those other things that are
Exactly, yeah.
negatively impact your life, like drugs and alcohol.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, and I was talking to one of the other candidates, and what she said is that healthy minds and healthy relationships equals a healthy community. So even to learn about your ancestors, and to learn about I forgot the word, about traditions, about native traditions, honestly, I think would benefit like the youth exponentially. I keep using that word, but
No, it's fine. It's a good word.
Yeah,
That's definitely, you want to be in this environment. Like,
yeah,
we're sharing our culture, we're connecting with people, we're talking about issues.
connection, yeah.
Yes, and like, and helping other people, like inspiring other youth to do better, and then be a voice for their community. I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah, thank
It's
you.
awesome. You're a positive role model yourself.
Yeah, thank you. So,
anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think I'd like to thank all the youth that are here, because I think even just to be here is like one step forward, and to be learning about all of this new information is just amazing, honestly. I think it's a great thing we're doing.
I agree, Tagagi. Good.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you for doing the interview. I'll see you around.
Yeah, see ya.
All right.
No, it doesn't want to switch. I guess we'll just stay on this. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm not sure. It's freezing. But anyways, so some time goes by. I graduate high school, and I took some time off to kind of figure out what I wanted to do with my life. I didn't know that I wanted to go into environmental science. And so I enlisted in the military. I went to Bold Eagle military camp in Wainwright, and it was the best time of my life. Hell yeah. And I spent 6 weeks, 6 paid weeks, learning how to shoot a rifle, learning how to shoot a machine gun, getting tear gassed, and just experiencing like a boot camp style of training. And it was like one of the best experiences of my life, and I wish I could relive it. It was so good that I almost joined the military after I was done, but life had different plans. Can we do the presentation? Okay.
A little bit about himself here.
I'm Two-Spirit,
And then shortly after, I
and
went
I'm
to
First
Australia and
Nations,
New Zealand,
and
I got to
yeah.
wow, talent.
Are you excited to be here?
I'm good. I'm good at sports.
You're good at sports. What sports do you play?
Yeah, it's coming.
You round dance too?
Uh,
Okay, what sports do you play?
volleyball, basketball, badminton. What, everything.
You play everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just an athlete over here. You having fun?
Yeah.
Have you talked to any of the speakers so far?
No.
No, not yet. Why not? Get some tips from
I
them.
would need to ask Auntie Breaches is coming tomorrow, so.
Can you talk to her?
Yeah.
Okay.
My favorite auntie.
All right. You excited for that?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Okay. How's your time so far here?
It's good. This is my second time here in this hotel, so.
Second time here?
Yeah, I know this place.
Oh, what are you looking forward to the most?
To win.
To win? To win what?
To win the voting.
The voting. Oh, you're a youth representative as well?
No.
Oh, okay. Anyway, you said what else do you, what are your other hobbies as well? You were saying.
I like math and I like English.
You like math and English.
I'm a grade 12 too, so.
You're a grade 12. All right, you're about to graduate here. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, party up.
Party up. Gusto naman. Gusto. All right. Well, thank you for having this interview with me. You want to say? All right. Nice to meet you. You want to say hi to the camera?
Hi.
Say gusto.
Tanse.
Tanse. Gusto mo estás?
For my degree. I should have went into graphic design, but here we are. And so when I entered my degree, I felt excited, but also intimidated by being in a white dominant field. But I still gave it my best, and I'm coming out the other side, realizing that, it's not that different from our Indigenous knowledge. Like, science is really built off of our knowledge. So here's a picture of me in the lab. I was creating an electrical current using a battery, very sciencey. And then this one, I was looking at a bug. So for one of my classes, we got to go out to the river and scoop a bunch of bugs. And then, they died. And then for our final, our instructor gave us a jar of these bugs and was like, all right, you got to identify all these bugs in this jar. And I thought that was pretty amazing. I mean, what other kind of program like lets you do stuff like that? And I'm really going to miss doing these things. So now that I'm finishing my 4th year, I found every year to be hard in a different way. But when I say that, don't feel intimidated by doing anything hard. Like, life is hard. Growing up on the res is hard. Sitting here for 8 hours listening to people talk is hard, you know? But at the end of the day, it's worth the work. And so for my research projects, our professor took us out to his family's land and got us digging 1 meter deep pits. And from there, we collected a bunch of soil and took a bunch of pictures, and it was a really fun day. And then after, we got to write a report on what that soil was. And then for my other project that I just completed like 2 weeks ago, our research team focused on how idling vehicles in drive-thrus impact the environment. So next time you go to Timmy's, you know, think about walking in rather than waiting in line, because it's less impactful on the environment. And when I'm doing my research, I'm really focusing on that two-eyed seeing approach. And I know some of them have mentioned it before. And what it means to me is it advocates that Indigenous ways of knowing and Western science are equally valid knowledge sources, and we can use both to preserve and protect the environment. You know, we live in a new world that's different than our ancestors, and I think we need to be able to adapt to make real change, and we should be using the strengths of both to combat climate change. So currently, I am working with a professor at MRU to create a course that incorporates how Indigenous practices have always been scientific, and that we have always been sustainable, we have always been scientists, and we belong in these areas. So here are some Indigenous scientists I look up to, I have been mentored by, and if you're interested in science, I would highly recommend looking them up. I met Melina at an energy summit. She's known for her activism for climate justice. She also works for David Suzuki, and she has her own TV show called Power to the People, which I highly recommend seeing. And then I met Corey Gray at another summit, and what's cool about his work is he was a part of a team in the US that discovered 2 black holes colliding into one, and then when they collided, it like sent out a vibration, and they were able to detect this vibration. So he was a part of that team, and I believe they won a Nobel Prize. Yeah, he's my friend on Facebook. And Dr. Linda Manyguns, that's how she spells her name, all lowercase. I believe it's a form of activism against depression. But she's one of my mentors right now, and she's helped me put together a class for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students at MRU. But when I was talking with her, she told me when she used to teach health education for nurses, she would get them to look at the most common medicines that we use today and, you know, look at the active ingredients in these medicines, and then they were able to trace it back to Indigenous medicines, Indigenous knowledge. So really, the medical industry has been built on Indigenous knowledge, and you know, just another reason why we belong in these industries. So here are just a few of the hundreds of things we have invented. You like gum? Yeah, we invented that. You like sunglasses? Yeah, that's due to us. And I really wanted to put this together because I wanted you to see like how brilliant we are. Like this is just few. Like imagine the engineering that went into creating these. You know, we were very, very scientific. And that's why I keep saying Indigenous people are natural born scientists, and you belong in these spaces, and the world has benefited from our inventions. You know, but these Western institutions will have you believing that we're the lesser of the group. But I mean, for the first time in history, we're telling our side of the story. And that's why I wanted to come here to speak today. I wanted to remind you how brilliant you are and that you are the 8th generation. You are the future of our stories. And you're the first one in your families to go into these professional spaces and lead. And, you know, remembering what that means for your ancestors. You're living out not only your dreams, but their dreams too. And you have the whole world ahead of you. And, you know, there's so much that's going on right now in the world, so much technology that's being made every single day. And it can be easy to be a bystander during these times. But I recommend, you know, getting involved in areas that you would like to see improvements in. And so I put together a small list of resources. If you want to get into environmental leadership, but you don't know where to start, you don't know how to, you know, what resources you have available to you. Like I said, Melina is the host of Power to the People, and she really focuses on environmental leadership, sustainable development, and then Kiss the Ground is also on Netflix. And I think that's a great way to understand how complex climate change is, but how, you know, we as individuals can make a change and do better. And then Water First is an organization that you can, you know, learn from or donate to, and they help Indigenous people. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita. I think that was a really powerful end to our sessions today. Really enjoyed that talk. So we have a few minutes before we move on to the next part of the day. I'd like to open up the floor to questions from the audience. I mean, you've heard a lot of really strong women talking about their perspectives about water, and hopefully you have something you'd like to ask. You always have to leave the awkward pause for a minute to give people a chance to think of something. Awesome. I see a hand up at the front.
Hello? Is this thing on? Oh, yeah, there I am. Yes, my question would be, what are some real solutions that we can do as a community with our youth together to work together to build a healthier environment, and we can give back to the water, as you say, and to try to revitalize it to what it once was? What can we do? Like what do we do? Like I hear a lot of it that it's struggling and that it's sick, and our water is a spirit, and I see this, and it's very sacred in our culture, and it's something that needs to be addressed. Like we have today, a lot of awareness, but I want to hear some things that we can do and that we can do together as a solution moving forward.
Anyone on the panel? Yes. Rihanna. Can we get Rihanna's mic on?
Hello? Oh, it is on. Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think what I've learned is, and what I've heard from, you know, elders and youth is there needs to be more cultural camps and on the land learning and knowledge transfer from elders to young people. So I specifically work with fish governance and water management. And a lot of nations in British Columbia are creating guardianship programs. And what guardians are really just young people on the land, monitoring the land. And that can be grounded in science as well, right? So collecting data on the water, seeing what's needed to restore that water, to support those fish in that water. And then it's also placing young people on the land. And so a lot of these guardian programs are grounded in science, but they're also grounded in their own legal tradition, right? So that cultural knowledge exchange and creating these cultural camps. So yeah, what I hear from Indigenous fishers is there needs to be more fishing camps. And with these fishing camps, there could be teaching of harvesting fish and then continuing on the fishing practices. And then building on that, stepping into guardianship roles. So actually paying young people to be on the land and to be monitoring it and telling people, you can't do that. You can't be here. You need to leave, or you owe us a fee, or pick up your garbage. So it can be, as simple too as just bringing youth to the land. And we heard earlier about water walking. So it could be as simple as that too, like walking around the water with young people and observing it. And then working towards perhaps a guardianship program, which will take, more time and resources and stuff. But it can be just as simple as that. I
think Corinne wanted to say something.
I'd just add to that the communities that I'm working with absolutely on the land and bringing that to seeing together. So bringing Western scientists and elders and traditional knowledge holders together with the youth on the land, but not even going distances, but even having community water days. So a lot of the grants that we apply for, whether we apply through the community or through the university and the research, we put water days in to educate, to share. Video competitions with high school students is another one that we're always writing in on behalf of communities. Posters and conservation, just turning our taps off when we clean our teeth. I realized that that's not a privilege that all of us have. Some of us have to use bottled water to clean our teeth. But when we do, just recognizing where that water comes from, the fact that it needs energy to come to our taps and to be purified. And so recognizing that when we turn a light off, we're actually helping with water because we use water to generate electricity. So any stewardship that we can do, there's so much that we can do as individuals, not pouring chemicals down the drain, mapping out what waterways and what goes where, particularly in urban areas. Some drains go straight to rivers and lakes, and we've heard about what that means. So there are so many small things that we can do at all ages in our houses, in our communities. The one community that I'm working with, they're looking at traditional plants and how they can use traditional plants to capture water and retain it in the soils as a way to protect against drought. And that's, again, a high school initiative. The students are looking into this. And so many opportunities and just needing the space. Where are you? You said it, right? You're the scientists and you're the innovators. And so just, as I say, so many ways, yes, on the land, absolutely, but even in your home and in your school.
Don, did you have?
I practice actually with my daughters at home, and they come home with their water bottles after school, and I'm their first thought is to dump it down the water, and I'm like, think about the plants. We have plants in the house that need water. Don't dump good drinking water down the sink. Give it to the plants, or I have them think about water before they start dumping it down the sink, or even if when they're brushing their teeth, turn the water off. You got to think about the fish and all the animals out there. So, it starts with, your parents are your role models, right? They're your first role models. And so I believe it starts with at home, and you can get more education at school, but I think it's your parents that need to start to make your children aware of the importance of water and, you know, sharing it with the plants and being mindful of, you know, the fish and the animals that need water too.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nikita?
Hello. So I would say, yeah, it does start at a very young age. You need to be incorporating these kind of programs into schools right from kindergarten. You know, teach them how to compost, teach them what composting is, teach them how to grow their own plants, have a greenhouse at the school, and, you know, make the students in charge of that greenhouse. And, you know, it's kind of from there that this appreciation begins, because they can see it from start to finish. And that's kind of what my experience has been too, is like my own father taking me out into the land. And, you know, we should have more land-based programs for our students. You know, this generation is so hooked on iPads and phones that, you know, you can't develop these, you can't feel connected to the land if you're never on the land. And so that's why I believe that we should have these in our schools, starting from like kindergarten all the way to grade 12.
Might have time for one more question from the audience, if anyone wanted to jump in. Great.
Hello. So in the discussions all day, I've heard a lot about navigating two worlds and two-eyed seeing, and it resonates within all of us as Indigenous people. It makes you feel like you're not alone in this crazy world. So with the youth here today, do you guys have any advice on how you guys navigated two worlds, how on your journeys, where you're at right now, how you got there, and navigating both the traditional and the Western, you know, societies? So what helped you on these journeys that can help everybody here on their journeys as they follow in your footsteps and go so much more farther than we could ever imagined?
Thanks for that. Who would like to speak up? Brianna?
Yeah, that's such a good question. And I think that's an ongoing question that we'll always have to deal with in doing this work. It's something that I always have to reflect on too, is like how to take care of self. Because it is hard working within these spaces, learning about, you know, these laws that, these Canadian laws that have put us in this place, and you know, that type of stuff. But I think personally, for me, I just went right back to law school, which was probably like the hardest, the hardest time of my little life so far. But I went to full moon ceremony every single full moon, because that's what really grounded me to let go of what happened that month and to start again like after, you know, after that full moon ceremony. And then still today, practicing law away from my homelands, away from my family, out in BC, you know, it's community, it's the love for the land, and it's the love for our people. And that really keeps me grounded. And I sing in a drum group, an urban Indigenous women drum group out in Vancouver. And really, like, we gather twice a week. You know, we gather twice a week to sing and to be together and to eat. And that's really, I think, what keeps me grounded right now. So really, bottom line is the culture and the love. Which.
Dawn or Nikita, would you like to speak to that?
Hello. So what has really helped me in my journey is to find my mentors, to find Indigenous scientists who have already paved the way, and just kind of have that guidance throughout my university experience. You know, I have like this big checklist in my head when I'm doing my research. It's like, okay, does it agree with all the Western science ideas? Great, that's done. You know, and then I start to think about, well, how does this research impact the land? Is it on the land? How does it impact our people? And just always kind of keeping this checklist to keep myself accountable. But I would say, yeah, staying grounded and finding your mentors who have already paved the path will really do you wonders. So you don't have to be there and figure it all by yourself.
I would have to say mentors played a big role in my education, from my teachers to the professors to my elders. And I hold elders, just as I hold professors, they have a specific type of knowledge. The elders also have a specific type of knowledge. And that knowledge is not something you can get in university. That's something you have to sit and listen to and talk with the elders. And so I feel like university has taken me so far. And I feel like university, I have to take myself now to where I want to go. And yeah, I learned a lot about about the Western world and university. And now I'm on my own now, learning and collecting all this research and this information to share and help build my own knowledge base. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I had to say.
Thank you so much. I think that was a great question to end this session on, and I'd like to thank our panel of expert women for their perspectives today on women in water. So if we can all thank them. And thank you all for sticking through the sessions today, and I can pass it back to the MC, Andre. Shane? Sorry?
Thank you so much. Oh, no pressure. Yeah, nice seeing you too. Find you on Facebook. Yeah, for sure.
It's amazing. You guys did awesome. What an amazing panel. Oh my goodness. So I just got word from FSIN staff. I can't remember who told me the deadline for FSIN Youth Rep was tomorrow at 6, but that was 100% wrong. The deadline is today at 5 o'clock. It's in like 12 minutes. So that's the correct deadline. I just got a heads up from our FSIN staff. So hopefully everyone who was wanting to run for a youth representative has their applications in. And if you do have your application in, go to the office and double check that you have all of your forms ready before the next 11 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was misinformed. Next, can I have Judy Bear from Flying Dust please go to the same office for the youth representatives, just in the back there with FSIN staff. Judy Bear, if you're here. And okay, now that's out of the way, let's do some draws. So we'll draw for another beaded hat. How's that? What's that? Is Trina Albert here?
Here.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Give you one
and
mic
no
here.
adults, please, in the draw. This is a youth conference.
signal.
We need youth to be the winners of all of these
Okay,
prizes.
we're back here
Thank you
live
very
at the
much. If you're
Epicyan
an adult,
Youth
don't come get the
Conference.
prize.
My name is Roberta Beatty, and here standing with
Do we
me
have
is
Landon
Jeff
Boyce?
Shatler.
Jeff Sattler. Tell us about yourself.
I'm a professional lacrosse player. I've been playing lacrosse for 16 years now. I'm going into my last season. I brought my buddy Marshall Palace. He's going to be the new generation of lacrosse players. He's from Six Nations, Ontario. I grew up in Toronto, and lacrosse is a huge part of my life. And the next step in my life is teaching the youth throughout the province of Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Alberta.
Teaching youth the sport, or an educator as well?
Yeah, it's like a tri lacrosse. I run a tri lacrosse through First Nations throughout Saskatchewan. Basically, I bring lacrosse sticks, balls, nets, and we try to introduce the game to new communities and try to let the kids know about what it means to me and what it means to our people and how old the game is and how big of a part of our lives it was. So I try to bring it back to all the communities across Saskatchewan.
Okay, that's awesome. Like just introducing this sport, sharing the sport, telling what your story about it and your journey, like what setbacks have you had like during your process, throughout your career.
What effects on me?
Yeah, like the setbacks. Like how would you deal with setbacks?
Setbacks. Well, I guess there's a lot of them. I was injuries is a big one. Struggles of even getting to the arena when I was younger. But the amount of people and the people that I've met along the way is just it's all been worth it. The coaching, the coaches that I've been a part of, the teams, the championships, the travel. It's given me so much, and now I get to give it back to the youth, the upcoming, all the younger kids at Standing Buffalo. Really great community. Love working with them, and I have a lot of fun. Working with the community of Standing Buffalo, I really do, and now I'm working with more and more reserves, and we're trying to make it as big as possible. We're trying to start a All Nations Cup, basically bring different reserves and communities together and bend those ties.
Man, that is so awesome to hear that like you're just bringing all these people together, like teaching lacrosse, sharing that education, telling them about your journey, and helping the next generation, right? Because you're retiring after this year.
This is it. Yeah, it's been 16 years pro, man. I think my body is just telling me it's over. That's basically what it's come down to. And I got family. I got two little boys, a 2-year-old and a daughter that's 10. So I'm very, very at home and life to be on the road and traveling to these beautiful places while they're at home, and she's got the full load of my kids. So I have a big thank you to my wife for allowing me to continue playing. So I've been very fortunate to have a wife be as supportive as she has been.
All right. Well, thank you for this little interview. We're gonna have your next generation player talk to us here.
Awesome. Hey, Marge.
Yeah,
buddy.
You're up.
Okay. So
all right, just introduce yourself.
My name is Marshall Palace. I'm from Six Nations Reserve. I play for the Saskatchewan Rush.
Does anybody else?
I'm a Mohawk Turtle.
Raise your hand if you don't have.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. A little more.
I started playing lacrosse when I was about 4 years old, and
So the game is
I haven't stopped since. Obviously, I really found a passion in it. It was kind of like an escape of reality for me. So it was just my way of giving thanks, and then also just just keeps me away from going down the bad road and stuff like that. So
Yes, that's for sure. You want to be in a good environment, like you're inspiring other youth in sports, staying in sports, like it's gonna open a lot of doors for you, like for sure. Like you're being a positive role model, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm thankful for that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty.
Thank you for the interview.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So if you see another winner standing up, you walk up to them and challenge them. Find another winner standing up and challenge them. Yeah. 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 Aurora Daniels.
It was her daughter.
Oh, okay. Judy Bear.
Judy Bear, yeah.
Yeah.
Because her daughter has to finish the paperwork. She's the last
Oh, okay.
candidate with the paperwork to get.
Is that why they're calling her?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, do you know the daughter? Do you know the daughter? So we have 5 minutes until closing for the youth representative application process. We're still looking for Judy Bear to help finish one of the applications for the youth. If you have Judy Bear's number, can you please call her, let her know that we need some information in the back room for their youth to register for the election. All right, so put your hand up if you are still in the game. We got one in the back. Okay, come forward. Okay, all of you guys.
All right, we're back here live at the Epicyan Youth Conference. My name is Roberta Beatty, and I'm speaking to, I'll let you tell.
Nicole Shingoose.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I'm from Cody First Nation and Mooseman First Nation. I'm here today because my sister Nikita Peswat was speaking. She just finished her speech and it was amazing. Yeah, I am a medical radio. Sorry, I don't even know why I'm blanking right now, but MRT. I'm medical radiologist technologist. I work at RUH currently, and I just graduated in September. And I'm currently loving work right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What do you look forward to the most right now, like for at this conference?
I'm just hearing everybody's speeches, their stories. They're very inspiring. It kind of inspires me to like look deeper into things like environment, water stability. Like it's very just eye-opening.
Yes, for
Really
sure.
is. Yeah.
I'm taking it all in, it like with everyone as well, like listening to the speakers and then talking to people here. And like one of the main theme is like resilient, right? What does
Yes.
that mean to you?
Oh, just keep working hard, and no matter obstacles that you face or we face as a community as well, just to keep working through it and finding solutions together and just coming together really.
Yes, you definitely need that support around people, like build off from people, like have a nice environment as well, and then yeah, you can for sure never give up.
Exactly. And I think even just being here just proves it. Like it's so powerful here, and I absolutely love it.
Exactly. Being inspired by all these speakers, like from the panel, and having all these role models as well. And then we have these youth candidates who's like the next generation speaking.
Yes,
It's awesome.
I agree. Yeah. Very inspiring. And I hope like when I have children that they would be like involved in something like this. And I think like they mentioned here at the conference that it starts at home. So I feel like it's going to start with me and my children and then their children. So
yes,
that's what it's inspiring. Sure.
Yes, for sure. Just bring them along to these things.
Yeah.
Like, and just immerse them in these environments for them to learn off because they're sponges, right?
Exactly.
Kids, right?
Yes.
You definitely want to expose them to this stuff.
Yeah. I agree.
All right. It was nice to meet
Well,
you.
thank
Good little
you.
chat. We'll have to chat with your sister as well later.
Yes, for sure.
We'll find her.
Yes.
Definitely do an interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good job. I wasn't listening, but I'll listen to the replay. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for just stepping in.
Yeah, you did good.
All right. So awesome job, Roberta. You guys, if you're watching on Facebook right now, we're watching people win. What are they giving away?
This is great. They're giving gifts away, like iPads, beaded hats, and like.
They're literally playing paper, rock, scissors for an iPad right now. But you guys, so I want to let you know we've been going live for about 7.5 hours right now. I have to reset that feed because Facebook only allows you to go live
8 hours.
8 hours, and it just shuts it off. So that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to keep trying to go right till 8 hours. But if it shuts off, it shuts off. And then we're going to go live tonight. We're going to go live tonight for the roundouts for 1 to 2 hours, eh?
Yes, we will.
And it's for Berta's first roundouts.
I haven't been to one yet, so we'll see.
Let's hear HIPAA.
One.
Hey, are you gonna? There's that one video that's going around that guy's like this, real getting into it.
And we also wanted to mention, like, this is a secondary live feed. We always have a main feed for the panel.
Yes.
Just to let people know we're not cutting people off or anything. We're interviewing on the side with the guest speakers and like youth representatives.
It's because it's so jam packed with the panels and everything, and there's like little breaks, and they brought us on to actually get the candidates and everything. So that's why we created 2 live feeds. So the one live feed is just going to be all stage and the panelists and everything, and then our feed will just be interviewing, just how Roberta and myself have been doing. So you guys, just so you're letting you know, that's why you'll see 2 feeds. And if you guys just want to see the panelists and stuff, you just come to ours. If you guys if you want to watch
just the panel.
If you want to do, if for our feed, if you just want to see the interviews, and sometimes the panel, then you come to us. And the other live is just the other one. But we're gonna go to the Rush guys. Okay,
yes,
so
yes, they're on.
Yeah.
They're on stage now.
All right.
Okay,
we're good.
And be a presenter. I brought my buddy Marshall Palace. He's from Six Nations, Ontario. I'm from Wollongong, Northern Ontario, Bear Clan. I currently play for the Saskatchewan Rush. I'm number 77. We have a game on Saturday against San Diego, and then Texas the following weekend. That will be my very last game playing the game of lacrosse. I've been playing now for 35 years, 16 years pro. I've had a lot of fun. This game has given me a lot of opportunity. Thank you. Oh, nice. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. But yeah, back to my career in lacrosse is sports in general, guys. Hockey and lacrosse has been a big part of my life. My little sister, she plays pro hockey still out in New York. She was an All-American for 4 years. I got the opportunity to play up in the OHL in Toronto. I'm a Toronto kid. I grew up in Toronto most of my life, with pretty close to where Marshall is, and we've played for Six Nations and Victoria Shamrocks, and now Calgary Roughnecks, and here Saskatchewan Rush. So I've been able to travel, and it's been a very cool experience, cool ride. But now I've moved towards teaching kids, the youth, whether it's in Sandy Buffalo or anywhere across Saskatchewan, Ontario, or Alberta, just to bring the game back and what it means to me and what it's done for me. It's kept me out of trouble. When I was a kid, my mom would basically put me in the arena year round so I wouldn't get in trouble with my friends. And I can't thank her enough for that. That was a big part of my life, and all the opportunities I've been given as an adult is from my mother and her choices of keeping me in the arena and keeping me in lacrosse and hockey and whatever it may be. So I want to give the kids every opportunity available. All the youth in here please know that sports, whether it's baseball, hockey, lacrosse, it can give you so many opportunities, whether it's meeting good friends, traveling to beautiful places, or just, schooling. We have a great opportunity for scholarships, whether it's in Canada or the States. So if you have a passion for whatever it is, whether it's even drawing, there's opportunities for each and every one of you guys. And I want you guys to thrive and strive for anything that you want in life. And don't let anybody let you or tell you differently. If I listened to people that told me I wasn't going to make it, I would have just gave up on myself. But if you love something and you have passion for it, you push and strive for whatever you believe in, and don't let nobody get in your way. We have a video. I played with Team Iroquois, and so did Marshall. Marshall's a lot younger than I am. I'm 37 now. Obviously, that's why I'm retiring. But we have a video we're going to be showing you after Marsh has a couple words to say. It's our travel with Team Iroquois. So Team Iroquois, we played our first tournament was in Colorado for field lacrosse. They traveled for 4 years. We're not going to be showing the field lacrosse side of things because we're both box lacrosse players, but you're going to see the box side of things. And that was out of Onondaga First Nations. It was the first time we ever hosted with the World Championship. And it was a very big thing. There's a lot of controversy in this documentary. They follow us around, like I said, 8 years. So there is a lot to do with the history of it, the past, present, and future. And I'm very proud to be a part of that team. I thought it was a great experience, and it brought me back to my roots. And now some of my best friends are a part of Team Iroquois. So I had a blast with them, and I hope you guys enjoy the video that's upcoming. And then also Saturday night, we do have a game against San Diego. That will be my very last game here at the SaskTel Center. And then you'll see my buddy Marsh taking over the team as he does. He got 2 goals last game. He lit it up. Very proud of him. But we're very, very honored to be here, guys. Thank you so very much. We're going to have a video. And if there's any questions or anything you have, whether it's sports, life, whatever it may be, we're going to do a question answer at the very end. And then, again, I'm very sorry that the weather wasn't permitted. We had lacrosse sticks, nets. We had the whole 9 yards. So we wanted to show you the game of lacrosse. If you guys have never tried it, please give it a try. Like I like to tell all the youth, if you haven't tried something yet, please try it. Because I found out I loved to snowboard at 16. And if I would have found out I loved to snowboard at about 7 or 8, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. I'd be on a mountain. So try new things. Your whole life, whatever it may be, you never know if you're going to be good at it or if you're going to strive for more. All right, here's my buddy Marsh. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, so I'm from Six Nations Reserve. That's probably about an hour from Toronto. It was quite a hike to get here. My plane was delayed about an hour, so that's why we're a little late. But yeah, I would just like to say thanks to Jeff for everything he's done for me this year. He's a great mentor. It's really, I was really fortunate to have another Indigenous person on the team for the Saskatchewan Rush. And, I'm just really grateful that he took me under his wing and taught me everything. So there's that. And so about me, I'm 21 years old. I'm from the Mohawk Nation Bear Clan or Turtle Clan. And I grew up playing lacrosse ever since I was like 4 years old. Had a stick in my hand. And the same thing as Jeff, it kept me out of trouble. It was really escape from reality for me. If I was having troubles in my life, pick up my stick and go outside and take some shots, and I'd feel a lot better. So I really encourage you guys to try out lacrosse sometime throughout your life. Doesn't have to be right now, but it's a really great game. It's really helped me through a lot of things. This video that's going to be getting played, it's a great video. I don't really want to talk for too long because I want you guys to see it too. So yeah, like you said, we're going to have a question and answer after, and that's it. That's about it for me. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. On behalf of the Federation, I guess I would like to officially announce that the Indoor World Championships 2015 will be played in the Onondaga Nation.
The Haudenosaunee at the Onondaga Nation is hosting the World in 2015, which will be our pleasure, our honor, to have the game come home.
For the nation, I think they're going to see some of the things of how we live, because some of the things that, that are set out there that are stereotypical, that they think we still live in, teepees, and that's not the case. We live as the average American, in houses and stuff like that. The 5 of us, myself, my brothers, and then my sister and all their partners, my wife, my brother's wife as well, and all the girlfriends. So everyone pitches in. I think that's what it's all about, is being flexible, and everything that we do within our society is part of a one bowl theory kind of thing, where everyone's dipping in, everyone's sharing that bowl. I think that's why we're such a close-knit family. The idea of us all being together, because we all plan to build here, right on this lot. You see the driveway right here. We just started in this fall. My brother, Jerome, he's going to start in springtime.
We were together 3 years before we had kids, so it was just me and him all the time. I'm just used to him being around. He's my best friend, so.
We have our bronze medals in here. Going to put away in a safe. This is all locked up. I play catch with these guys real, like we're playing now, like hard. I'd throw it right to them and they would catch it. They were novice, so they were like 9 and 10. Guys on the team couldn't believe that they could catch. That's why they'd been more advanced at their age, They picked it up fast.
I'm real proud of my boys for what they're doing for the game of lacrosse. Being in Denver for the World Games, it was pretty exciting seeing how many people really look up to my boys.
Hi, nice to see you again. Well, I would like to welcome you all back to the Nike campus to sign this contract, which we're extending our commitment, again, not just to you, the Iroquois national team, but also to the sport of lacrosse.
We brought lacrosse up to a very high standard. It's moving. It's exponentially exploding. And I think it is just the beginning. I think it's going to travel. And when we sign this, we get all our land back. Is that right?
All right.
Great partner, boys.
Thank you. There's one more thing. As you know, from being on campus, we celebrate athletes that we partner with. So as you walk around campus, you can see the banners. And I'm very happy to say that we have a new banner for Jeremy Thompson. Yeah.
In 22 weeks, we have to execute a whole lot of infrastructure and logistics. I'm working with an amazing group of people who have a rich, complicated, traumatic, and vital history situated right in the middle of the United States of America.
Most people don't understand that there's a 6 mile by 6 mile country in the middle of upstate New York. The Haudenosaunee are definitely the smallest nation within the 13 nations that are competing.
My job's to pull them all together so that we can collaborate and create something that's really magical and really theirs.
This is a partnership. We're working with them. We have the experience from outside, but only they can tell their story.
We have to execute professional world indoor lacrosse games that hopefully are going to be carried on network television and broadcast to the world and certainly going to be covered by the press. And we've got 13 countries coming and we got 500 athletes to house and balance that with a sensitivity to this amazing culture and way of thinking.
There's a lot to this. There's a big story that's taking place here that's beyond a contest. That's beyond even an international contest. It's about the original people of this land. It's about us, the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois. It's about all of the work that we've done prior to this. Prior to the Continental Congress, 300 years of interface with colonies culminating here again. It's not new to us. It's not new to us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
An immensely popular figure will visit the United States next September. Pope Francis making his first trip as head of the Catholic Church. He will attend the World Meeting of the Families in Philadelphia.
Well, it's ironic that we're bringing the World Championship of Lacrosse here to Onondaga, that the Pope should also arrive in North America. Warren Lyons has been very involved in trying to get the Vatican to respond to this doctrine of discovery.
It's extremely active around the world today. And probably the best illustration of that is that at the hearing for the presentation of the Oneida land rights to the Aboriginal territories here. The Supreme Court Justice spoke clearly and loudly that the basis of the land takings were based on the doctrine of discovery. That's what's prevailing.
We have this one opportunity with this particular Pope to make some inroads on this matter.
So we feel that with the Pope coming to the U.S., that maybe we could get a conversation with him or have an audience with him and to deliver a message. So what we did was in the Grand Council, we made a series of letters to the Pope, and we also sanctioned by the Grand Council to have an invitation to meet. So we sent, in our tradition, we sent out invitation wampum. And then we also had a bundle of books and a letter. And this is what we were trying to get to the Pope, to sit down and talk about the doctrine of discovery.
All right, boys, thanks for coming back. Obviously, you know, Secor Garris is the head coach. He's my older brother.
I think you guys know what's going on here. We can only take 20 guys to the games. So it's, you know, highly competitive.
When they hired me, I made it clear that there was no interview process that they've used in the past. I was picking my staff. No ifs, ands, or buts. Rich is going to be my head coach. Darius is going to run my offense. At the peak of their career, there was no better warriors than them on the floor. There were guys that played both ends of the floor. There were guys that fought. They did it all when they played. And they showed in their championships. They showed in their leadership. I remember I looked up to those guys. They played for Six Nations there 3 years.
Just go out there and play good, honest lacrosse. Respect the game. Respect each other. Give it your all. You know, make it tough on us to make some choices here. So line it up. Here we go.
Let's go. Get it low. Set a pick. Set a pick. Let's go.
There's a lot of talent out here, so I mean, they definitely have their work cut out for them choosing this team. So it'll be interesting to see who makes it and who doesn't.
It's all building towards the men's national team, and that's what we're all here for. And everyone from their hometown has their hometown colors and pride, but when we all come together to wear purple and gold, we're a strong force to be reckoned with.
The games are always in the back of my mind. You know, being one of the older guys in the team, trying out for my last World Indoor Games. Right now, I'm focused on the World Indoor Games in the fall. You know, each of my training sessions are leading up to those, and they're all culminating. So I'm always getting ready for the World Games and knowing that it could be my last shot.
Game winning goal right here. Slam. Slam.
With my sons, I enjoy watching them. And I think the greatest gift that they could have is the love that they have for themselves and each other. It's something that I'm very proud of, that they had that bond.
My father's always been a part of my lacrosse career, even when he's not my coach. Whenever he would catch one of his son's games, he would have his input and advice. And anytime I have a question, I go ask or just talk about lacrosse or just life in general. My son and I play catch when my mom has some time, and she'll pick up her stick and play pass and catch with us.
My father has always stressed family first. Right from when I was 5 years old, I can remember him telling us, even on the lacrosse floor, family first, work or education second, and then lacrosse is third. As long as you put the things in that order, you're going to have a pretty good life. Enjoy being outside, enjoying the calmness of nature. Those moments are priceless.
My first job was bending lacrosse sticks for Wesley Patterson down at the Big Red Barn, and Wesley was just a great influence, you know, as far as lacrosse goes. And the Iroquois Nationals came about, and Wesley was one of the guys to get it going, keep it going, and donate time, money, equipment, and a lot of selfless things that made the Iroquois Nationals possible today. This is where the Iroquois Nationals started, right here in this barn. My dad worked here. My mom strung up sticks, and everyone kind of having to go into the natives to get a wooden stick. They were the only ones who knew how to make them. A lot of history here. A lot of history. This is taking me back to like 1975. It's unbelievable. This is where I spent my childhood. This is where I had my first job, where I got taught a lot of lacrosse. So let's go upstairs before I cry. Back in the day in Ontario, I bet you 90% of the sticks were made right here. Once Brine and STX came out with the plastic heads, that was the death of a wooden lacrosse stick. And, you know, it's really sad. Wesley was the first guy to invent a plastic head. He had thousands of them up here. And the only thing was they didn't know the chemicals. And once they put dye in some of them, they broke. They broke like plastic spoons and forks. Where Tupperware, you know, you can run over with your car. Those things won't break.
Construction is well underway for the 2015 World Indoor Lacrosse Tournament. It's the first time the 10-day event will be held in the U.S. and on Indigenous land. Crews are working every day to finish prepping the arena and tent space and a new multi-million-dollar Olympic-sized lacrosse facility. It's been a big investment for the Onondaga Nation. Chief Lyon says they've spent more than $4 million on infrastructure upgrades.
Last open tryout, there was a bunch of people there. They narrowed it down from there. So they almost have like their short list.
I think we still have 37 on the list. So see how many guys show up. First of all, thanks for coming. Second of all, sorry. It's only freaking 10 of us.
A lot of the guys are right now, myself included. So I play for the Onondaga Redhawks. We're in playoffs right now. Last night, we played Josh Becker's team, Allegheny. He's here today. We're here today. Miles, Lyle, and Jeremy, they game in Florida. So they had to fly to Florida, play a Major League Lacrosse game, and then they took a flight this morning to Buffalo, and then we drove here.
Some guys couldn't make the big sacrifice of driving 2 hours. So I'll take the guys who show up and make some sacrifices. I'm not here to just show up and tell everyone I got to coach a national team. I'm here to go and try and win this thing. Take some pride in what you're doing here. This is a world championship, best in the world. I don't know what else to say, and it's just very sad to me.
Go through a couple situational things. We're going to go through our clear team, our press team.
They want to stay and kind of chase us.
Hello, there we go. All right, guys. So I just wanted to show you that little tidbit, just because of the Thompson brothers are a big part of lacrosse. They're good friends of mine and Marsh, and as you can see, family is a big thing in the lacrosse world. And my buddy Brett Bucktooth and his dad going out hunting, talking about life and how lacrosse comes last and family comes first. It's a big part of growing up and growing up into a responsible man or woman or whatever it may be. And I just wanted you guys to see that. So this is the next little part is it's going to be at 1:10. It's going to just show the game of lacrosse, us playing against US, who else? England, and then we play Team Canada. It'll show the lacrosse side of things. If any of you want to bring this video home or have access to it, I'll be sure to leave the link with whoever needs it or whoever wants it. I'll have my email sent out to whoever is asking for it. So you'll have that opportunity to watch the full video. It is a long video. It's about 1 hour and 42. So I just wanted to show the family side of things. And now I'll show you the whole lacrosse side of things. A lot more action, a lot of hitting, and it was a great tournament to be a part of.
And then just before the event, we were notified that only the recognized religions of the UN would be allowed to be sitting with him. And so we took that in stride, as our message from Grand Council was, one, to keep with a good mind while we're going in peace and friendship. And so I kept having to remind myself. As we entered security, our Tadadaho's headdress was taken from him, and we're told by Secret Service that it was a security threat.
Our leadership was denied entry, they said, because those horns were pointed. So I don't know whether they expected Tadadaho to lower his head in charge.
And so I challenged that because that's my nature. And it was very painful. I was trying to explain to the Secret Service that that signifies his title as our spiritual leader and who he is, and that you can't take that off of him. No more would you take the hat off the Pope. I mean, that's representative of our culture and who we are. So it was a very painful process. We went in and sat down in the last row, as we were no longer invited to be sitting amongst him there. And then this woman came and spoke, thanking the Haudenosaunee, thanking the Iroquois nations for being present at this event. And it was such an irony. It was, you're saying one thing and you're doing another. And that's what we need to speak about. That's the doctrine, alive and well. Cardinal Dolan took the stage and was talking about how the United States was founded.
Our ancestors came here for religious freedom, and they found in New York City an atmosphere of respect and appreciation for religious diversity.
And it was, I was incensed because, it's on the backs of Indigenous peoples, the killing, the genocide that took place in order for them to take it over, and that you could so callously just brush over it, like with this broad stroke, like it's just history, and it doesn't exist, or it's not painful. It's absurd. So when we left, we were guaranteed by the Secret Service that his Gusteau would be secured and looked after in an appropriate fashion. And his Gusteau was sitting on an empty table, and there was no one around it. I wanted to cry. It was so, that was a really terrible moment to see his headdress, which signifies his responsibility. It's not about power. It's not about being elite. It's about a responsibility that he has for our people. And to see it treated in such a manner, it was truly dehumanizing and very painful.
Hello, lacrosse friends. It's our pleasure to bring you this semifinal game. On the line, a spot in the gold medal game at the WILC. This is a nice crowd up here tonight.
The stands are absolutely packed up, both sides of the arena.
Standing room at the end.
Yep.
Nice face-off win there by Jeremy Thompson. Throwing custom to that.
Back jump! Back jump!
Strike point. Flip pass. Oh, big hit. Brett Manny.
Manny is just a beast.
10 seconds to get the ball across midfloor. Joe Walter scores. He has been mighty for the United States.
Here we go. Here we go. Next one. Over and done with. Next one.
Now kind of dangles the stick in there and it's knocked loose. Sits Spitz with the breakout pass. Garrison running. He's got Jerome Thompson. Heiner Thompson. Saved by Mather. That's a great save by David Mather.
Hey, way to get to it. Way to get a piece of it.
That's a beautiful pass. Lyle Thompson is by Brett Manny. David Mather puts his hand on Lyle's back, and there's Lyle Thompson for you. He just gets up and runs to the bench.
Looked like it was in the back from here.
Joe Rissateris pass across.
What the hell?
Buchanan up to Walters. He's going to let it go again, and another goal. Walters, 2 for 2, makes it 2-0, and he is fired up as he is supposed to be.
You could feel it in the arena, anxiousness on the bench. As a coach, you can't affect anything except with your mouth. So it was bang, bang, 2-0.
We got to get to the middle of the floor. Where'd the 2 goals come from? Right up top. We dropped too low, and we dropped out.
Hey, got to dig out some loose balls here, right? We can do better, right? Plain and simple. We all know it. Let's buckle down here, right?
15 on the shot clock as Shatler runs through, creates some space. Shatler with the pass on the move behind the back.
He gets it done. It's a beautiful shot. Right in, bro. Jake, stay deep, Jake.
Very good players from these two teams have sat out games. There's a shot at goal by Ralph Thompson.
Good job. One dig in after those 2 early ones, right? Top center!
Transition yard. And there's Randy Scott with the best shot. There you go. We hope you're enjoying this stream. We hope you're enjoying this quick shot. We talk all Felix gets it behind the end. There's shots from here and scores. And actually, there's a shot by Miles Johnson around the outside. Oh! There's a shot from Felix. Not too much. Crazy stuff. There's a beautiful goal. Roger Weiss.
We're flowing it right now, right? We need to change. We're losing guys. We're giving up rebounds. We're not getting out on the ball.
Good half, over and done with. Pat yourself on the back. Now let's move on. Reset it to 0-0. Start setting your sights on winning the third.
Take your heads up and don't allow goals this quarter. Have some respect for the thing on the front of your jersey.
We got to go.
Here we go. White Iroquois on 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. It's halftime. We've got 30 minutes to go. Let's go play lacrosse the way we know how.
USA. 1, 2, 3. USA. Let's go.
Get it.
Holman has the ball, but has it knocked away. Brandon Goodwin protecting it. Iroquois will get the ball. Randy Stocks will come forward. 30 minutes away from punching their ticket to the gold medal championship game. And Randy Stocks has a look over at Brett Manny. Manny, as Stocks tried to get up, just popped him down to the ground.
Good work, guys. Good stop. He's going to the net. He's going to the net.
Aaron through with the dive. Goes across.
Here we go. One stop now.
Stocks tries to pass it back to him. It's going to be a race to the ball. And then nobody's going to catch him. Scores. Joel White, 2 goals in a row for the USA.
They got the first 2 last half. Settle in and answer, all right?
Shatler trying to hit the man across. Quick stick, what a goal. Miles Johnson. Miles Thompson off the bench. Scores. Miles Thompson to Shatler. Great pass behind the back. Johnny Powers. That will do it. And the crowd is thrilled. They're really letting both teams hear it. A lot of cheers for the very strong home crowd. Watch the live TV coverage of Iroquois Nationals and Canada.
Good job. Win this thing, all right? That's the plan, brother. That's the plan, yeah. All right, thanks, man. Good luck in the bronze.
Did you get Keener?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, make sure you back. Most of the time tonight, we want to stay pretty much 5-on-5. The other big thing is discipline.
Make sure we get to the middle, set it up, pick up from there. All right? Do not bail out and try and go pressure a defensive guy because they got athletes all over the floor.
Stick to the game plan. Trust it. It's a long game. Don't get rattled by anything that happens early. Hey, they're going to get around us every once in a while. That's the first step. We got to know the next step. So don't get, oh, they did this, so now I'm going to worry about my man. I'm going to make myself look good. No me on this team, right? It's all we.
They don't have much respect for us as athletes. So let's not make it an athlete game. Let's make it about box across 5-on-5.
Play as a team, man. 5 guys, right? and spread out.
Canada has, one of the best rosters ever assembled. I think they're pretty stacked up and down.
They're on top of the world. They're on top of the mountain, looking down. So, they do a lot of things that, other teams don't do, or they won't do a lot of things that the other teams will do. It's just the nature of the beast. And, it doesn't really matter what's the political stuff and all that. All that matters is, come game time, what's in this rink right here.
Dan Dawson, Sean Evans, Curtis Dixon, Mark Matthews. I could actually go down the line with their team.
Any one of the Thompson brothers, they're so fast and have so much skill and can do anything with their stick. You can never sit back and relax because they can make you hurt anytime. So you always have to be ready for anything they bring at you.
They've got it in their minds already, like we're bigger than you. We're going to show that we're faster than you.
They're a hard battling team, and their stick work is the best in the world.
When you're 17-0 and nobody can touch you, then you got all the confidence in the world.
Good afternoon from the Carrier Dome in Syracuse, New York, for the gold medal game in the 2015 World Indoor Lacrosse Championships, where three-time defending champions Canada face the homestanding Iroquois Nationals.
I just want to thank you guys for a great 10 days. I love coaching this team. You guys have all been unselfish. You've all sacrificed for the good of the team. And I just need you to do it for 60 more minutes. It's our game. It's on our territory. And it's our time. Iroquois on 3. 1, 2, 3. Iroquois!
At this stage, at the World Games, it's definitely a dream come true. It's everything I've been working for my whole life.
Not every game I get to play in front of my own people. I feel like, they're part of the game. They're in there with me. They're giving me that extra motivation.
I know how important lacrosse is for our people. I got to do my job on my end, and that's to come out and play hard and, win a gold. Right here at home in front of the world, there's no better feeling.
I guess I'm just thinking back to when I was like a little kid. Everybody dreams about Game 7 or a big championship game, winning the championship in front of everybody. It's a dream come true.
There's no doubt in anyone's mind that this group can pull this off. And you know what? What a feat it would be at home. What a feat it would be.
Jeremy Thompson comes away with the ball, so the Iroquois will go on offense first.
Yeah, I expect a fast start out of both of these teams.
Shot wide by Johnny Paulus. Now it's Curtis Dixon driving in front, and he scores. Curtis Dixon, right off the opening, takes it to Sid Smith and makes it 1-0 Canada. And the Iroquois reset their offense. And there's a goal. Johnny Paulus finishes that feed from Roger Weiss, straight overhand and off the right side of Matt Vince to tie things up at Greg Point's shot snuffed out by Matt Vince, and Canada comes back, and the pace right now, well, fast.
Not a lot of patience. Not a lot of patience by either team right now. They're looking to go to the net hard, double it when it gets on the corner, and if they flip it, they look to slide across and help out.
And there's another goal, left-handed finish. That goal from Heine Thompson. Sean Evans' shot swallowed up by Goodleaf, but he gets the ball back. It's 2-on-1 if he wants it. And he scores. Sean Evans, a tremendous play to get the ball back for the Canadians. And then
It's over and done with. Short, here we go.
Jeremy Thompson comes up with that. And there's a goal for the Iroquois. It's Miles Thompson. Canada has 6 forwards out on the floor, 10 seconds to shoot. Comes over to Matthews, he feeds it in front. Dixon scores! Nifty little play to get over to Dawson. And he scores. Dan Dawson on the left-hand side with Shatler. And he scores. Shatler bangs it off the post. He makes it a 5-4 game. Dixon gets that over to Smith. Smith tries to drive in and he scores. As the Iroquois come down, heavy left. Put that ball down to Randy Stotts, and he scores. Randy Stotts, nice little bounce shot, sneaks past Matt Vince, and we're back to a 1-goal game. And that one stopped by Goodleaf. Jeremy Thompson misses the ball. We'll see the timeout probably will be Canada taking it.
You guys listen to anything? Well, they had the whole bench yelling. We're allowed to call it from the bench, right? We're allowed to call it from minor leagues.
So we've come to the half.
We know that's a good team down there. We know they're going to play hard. We knew that. So no surprises here.
I think the big thing right now is discipline. Stay out of the box. I didn't agree with all those calls, but they're making them.
Do not allow their defenders to rest on defense. We got to run them.
Offense, keep firing, all right? A little bit shaky back there. If you notice, he's looking behind him almost every time.
Let's prove we are the better team. Let's go, boys.
Outwork, out-execute, and outsmart them. We know the end result. A on 3. 1, 2, 3, hey!
They were one shot better than the second half. For 30 minutes, they could only beat us by 1, fellas. I know you guys know deep down in your hearts, we can be 2 shots better than them this half. We might be 3 shots better than them. All I know is every one of you guys is going to grab the rope and pull it till we yank them over that line. We're going to do it. Let's go. Iroquois on 3. 1, 2, 3.
So we're right back to the action. Jeremy Thompson drawing against Jordan McIntosh. And Jeremy Thompson has been outstanding at the X. And the Iroquois have the first possession, and Vince has his first save of the second half.
Here we go. We're all right.
We're getting them, boys. We're getting them. We're outworking them, boys.
Adam Bomberg comes up with the loose ball. Got a problem now as he's been dogged, and it goes to Dan Dawson, and he scores. Dan Dawson.
Happens. Over and done with.
Now fed in front. And a score. The garbage pickup there. And a quick goal for the Iroquois.
I wonder if they're discussing whether another one of the players was in the crease, disallowing that goal.
And they are disallowing the goal, saying the player was in the crease.
That looked like a real bang play. I don't know how the guy can come in and make that call.
First of all, how come he was there? He made the call. Who called it off? Who called
Richie Kilgore's not happy about it. I have to agree with him here. They would be really frustrated.
There should be I saw it or I didn't see it. We shouldn't have to have a discussion.
Exactly. It should be off a discussion.
Iroquois on the offense feed that over. Ryan Dilks with some strong defense. penalty back behind the play. Crowd very frustrated at this point.
It looked like the Canadian player really flopped on that play, and the ref bought it.
As Mark Matthews works inside, feeds it across. And now is kind of crunch time for the Iroquois. Got to make something happen, right?
It's the next couple minutes are critical. You know.
There it is. Jeff Shatler finishes the cross crease feed. Campbell with the ball. Gets to the front of the net, feeds it over to McIntosh. Great save by Goodley. Sticks up the left arm and chicken wings it away. And Jordan McIntosh snake pit, shaking his head as he walks away. What a play to end the third quarter.
I don't like the calls that have been made against us. We got 15 minutes, and I don't know about you. It's time that we stand up, back him up the way he's backing up from. Let's go.
Lyle Thompson drives the net and scores. Lyle Thompson with the face dodge and the finish over Matt Vince's shoulder. It's 8-7. Lots of time left.
Smart little kick over.
Johnny Pallas, that feed. This is very dangerous. Steve Priolo, and he scores. Canada goes back to a 2-goal lead.
Everyone throw one more log on the fire right now. Let's go.
Be careful. You might have numbers here.
And Stefan LeBlanc is
There's the number.
And he scores. Stefan LeBlanc.
Keep going. Keep going.
Moving the ball quickly. Shatler is back to Lyle Thompson. Randy Stotts. And he scores. Randy Stotts answers the call. Makes it 10-8 as the motion play works for the Iroquois.
Keep going to the net hard. Keep going to the net hard.
Set in front now, Miles Thompson. Great save by Matt Vince. Can't finish there, and the ball comes up to Kyle Rubish. Miles Thompson also out on the floor. That shot wide by Lyle Thompson. Miles can't control it. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Everyone's telling him to shoot, gets a piece. If that ball can come up, keeps it alive. The legs. Great save by Matt Vince. Miles Thompson shoots it.
I would have liked to see them be a little more patient on that.
And there's a goal from Sean Evans. That may be the one that is too much for the Iroquois to overcome.
Any glimpse of goal they see, they're going to rip.
Off of Vince, gets a fresh 30. Miles can't handle that.
Looked like a push.
That did, but they're not going to get that call. And so you got Scott Campbell again, open net. And there's the goal for Curtis Dixon. So with 1 minute and 1 second left, rather than killing the time, Canada decides the goal is more important. Ball stays with the Iroquois. Miles Thompson feeds it in front to Lyle. And Vince with one more, as if he needed one more, in a game in which they now have him seeing 84 shots on goal. An exclamation point there as Canada wins the 2015 World Indoor Lacrosse Championships 12-8.
All right, guys. So that's little scenes from that documentary. It was really, really cool because they followed us around for 8 years for this, and it shows how much passion each one of us had for the game and how we came together. The biggest thing that you don't see in those two little videos is we choose from 400 athletes across Canada and the stateside, whereas Canada itself, they choose from 30 to 35,000 athletes. America goes from 60 to 75,000. So within 400 athletes, we were able to accomplish to go to the finals and to play against Canada, one of the top teams. Every one of those players is in the top 20 in the NLL. So we had a lot of heart. You know, we lacrosse, to me, when I think about lacrosse, or when I go on the floor, it's everything to me. It's a way of life. It's being a part of something. It's being a part of a family. And for the youth, like whatever it is, if it's your hockey team or your baseball team or your family itself, if you believe and you would do anything for them, you know, you could accomplish anything. And unfortunately, we came up short against Canada. We've done it the last 3 times that I got to go and play against in the World Championships. But they're a very powerful team. But what I took away from it is really great friends, really great opportunities, and really great memories that will always last with me. In the end, all you have is your memories, and I truly believe that. And for having the opportunity to go and travel with these guys and blood, sweat, and tears, I'll never change a moment of that. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And again, the biggest thing to the youth, if you haven't tried lacrosse, please try it. It's a big part of our history, a big part of our heritage. And I truly believe, you know, every time I play, I feel with after I play, I have a cleaner mind, cleaner soul, cleaner body. Everyone plays the game for different things. I play for my children. And with my last game at SaskTel, both my boys will be there. And it'll be one of the greatest memories that I'll ever have in the game of lacrosse. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. And if you guys ever want to get have access to that video, just let me know or let one of the conveners know, and I'll be sure to send it over to you via email. Marsh, you got anything? You're good? Thank you, guys.
Just wondering where they are. 1 second here. I guess I'm going to bring them to you. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming. That was awesome. Loved it, man. Wow, that was pretty incredible. So, thank you for our speakers. We want to turn to Kushi Cookham Elder Judy Pelly to bless our food.